I woke up face down next to a trough of pig slop. That is not the worst place I have ever woken up. It is, however, the only place I have ever woken up on purpose, because 6 hours earlier, I had climbed into that pigsty myself on New Year's Eve in a sulk at 15 years old. Then I had died in it. Not in the pigsty. Let me be clearer, because this part matters. I climbed into the pigsty in 1999 because my family had just been called thieves in front of every relative we had. I fell asleep in the straw. And I woke up 25 years later in a completely different world, in a body that was still mine, in a country that had computers thinner than a magazine, and I spent the next quarter century clawing my way from an orphan who swept other people's courtyards to a woman with a doctorate and a research budget and a name people said carefully. Then I stayed up 4 nights in a row finishing a project, and my heart stopped at my desk. And the universe, which apparently has a sense of humor about these things, put me back in the pig slop. Same straw, same smell, same New Year's Eve. I lay there for about 3 seconds doing the math, and the math was this. I am 15. I have 25 years of knowledge in my head. I am currently covered in something I refuse to identify. And somewhere inside that house, my mother is being called a thief. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. I want to be clear that I did not come back with anything. No system, no manual, no golden finger, no voice in my head offering me a starter pack. I came back with a body that owned 2 shirts and everything I had learned in 25 years, and absolutely no way to turn one into the other. It would take me 11 days to work out that the answer was a soldering iron. I climbed out. You have to understand what the old Chin family compound sounded like on New Year's Eve. 5 branches of one family crammed into one house, all shouting at once, and every single one of them convinced they were the reasonable one. I could hear it from the yard. He doesn't pay the water and electricity, and now he's stealing money. Mom, Dad, everyone, you be the judge. Is this how a human being behaves? That was my Aunt Wang Hua, 5th branch. 100 yuan had gone missing out of her drawer, and she had waited until the one night of the year when the entire family was seated at one table to announce that my mother had taken it. Because my mother is the one person in that house who cannot defend herself. My father disappeared 8 years ago. Everyone on the street says died. Nobody says it to her face because she bites. I walked in smelling like a barn and found my older sister Li Xiaomin standing in the middle of the room with her face going red in patches, staring at the floor, being told by a great uncle that she should really go and persuade her crazy mother to stop bullying her aunt. Li Xiaomin is 18. She dropped out of school at 16 to pay off a debt that was not hers. She has never once in her life talked back to an adult. So I pulled her behind me and said, "Auntie, you say mother took it, so mother took it. Fine. I could say your son took it and spent it." The room went very quiet, in the way rooms do when a 15-year-old says the thing everyone was thinking. Wang Hua went off like a kettle. Her son? Steal his own family's money? My mother had been mad ever since my father went missing. The whole neighborhood knew. If she didn't take it, then who did? "Little aunt," I said, "when did you lose it?" "A couple of days ago." "Then why didn't you come and ask us a couple of days ago? Why wait for tonight when everyone in the family is sitting at one table and when my mother has already gone home?" Nothing, because there was no answer. She lost some money, she felt bad, and she went looking for the weakest thing in the room to feel bad at. Unfortunately for her, the weakest thing in the room had just been replaced. I turned to my cousin Wang Bo, 15 years old, thin as a rake, and standing very still the way people stand when they have already decided to say nothing. "You said you saw mother come out of your house. That was after school, right? Was your door locked?" "Locked," he said. "It was locked." "It was locked. Then how do you know she went inside? Are you sure it was locked?" "Then maybe it wasn't locked. Maybe I remembered wrong. Anyway, I saw her." I picked up the phone. I did not dial it. I just picked it up and held it and said, in the friendliest voice I own, "There's been a thief in your house. Let's call the police. They'll figure out who took it in about 5 minutes." Wang Bo broke like a dropped bowl. "I ate McDonald's." His parents made a sound I can only describe as 2 tires deflating at once. His father got up, unbuckled his belt, and started whipping him right there over the New Year table, while the boys screamed that everything good in that house went to his sister. That when Grandma brought McDonald's home, there had been 3 pieces of chicken, and all 3 went to Wang Yayun, that he only stole because he wanted meat, which is a whole other conversation nobody in that family was ready to have. Grandma slammed her chopsticks down hard enough to make the fish jump. "Have you humiliated yourselves enough? First you blamed first branch, now you're beating the child. Why don't you admit you didn't raise him right? I have told you and told you, treat them the same." I gave the old woman a silent thumbs up. She had, in one sentence, diagnosed the entire 5th branch. She would then spend the next 4 months ignoring her own diagnosis, but that's grandmother's. She gave my sister and me an extra 5 yuan in our New Year envelopes, in front of everyone, which in that house is basically a state award. Outside, walking home under a sky with more stars in it than any sky I'd seen in 25 years, Li Xiaomin was practically vibrating. "You were amazing. Grandma has never taken our side like that. Did you see 5th branch's faces?" I let her have about 4 steps of that. "Jie," I said. "Face isn't something people give you. It's something you take." She stopped. "If we hadn't proved tonight that the money was stolen by their own kid and that mud had landed on us instead, do you think Grandma would have been kind to us? She's balancing. She's letting us vent so the 2 branches don't tear each other apart at the table." Li Xiaomin's whole face came down like a curtain. "Oh, I felt bad, genuinely, but I have watched what happens to people who spend their lives waiting for someone else to hand them their dignity, and it is not a short death, it is a long one. Jie, what other people give you is fake, what you have is real. She thought about that for a while, and then she said, "You're right. I should think about how to make money to pay off the debt." Which is when I decided I liked her. We didn't go home, we went to the shop. My father, before he stopped existing, borrowed money and bought an appliance repair shop. 50 square meters on the main street, stacked to the ceiling with televisions and radios and machines with their guts hanging out. It was supposed to be the family's way up. Then he had his accident, and my mother took it over, and my mother cannot repair a light bulb. We arrived to find her in the street, screaming at a middle-aged man, at a volume that had drawn a crowd. "Ungrateful woman," he was shouting. Old Zhao owns the identical repair shop next door, has wanted ours since the day my father signed for it because ours is on the corner. "Mom," I said, "be civilized." Then, to him, "Granduncle, how much are you offering?" His eyes did a small tour of the pavement. "Considering your father and I were old friends, 12,000. You only paid 8 for it. That's generous. But the appliances and the tools stay." "Thank you so much," I said. "Thank you, and your whole family." He beamed. He genuinely thought I meant it. The crowd made an approving noise about what a polite child I was. "So, since you've agreed," I went on, "I'll get someone to draw up the paperwork tomorrow. You're going to make an absolute killing here." "Granduncle," I said, "who told you I agreed to sell?" You could hear the crowd's heads turn. "You're right that father only paid 8,000. The street hadn't been redeveloped then. Go and ask around now and find me one shop on this road under 50. So I won't offer you 12 and I won't offer you 15. I'll offer you 20,000 for yours. Want to sell?" He didn't even blush. Men like that never do. "Ha! Well, if you think Granduncle's being unfair, 30,000 then." 30,000, I said. "You're in a hurry to buy, so the price is different from a slow sale. Besides, your mother's waiting on that money for her debts. If she doesn't clear them soon, her 2 daughters might have to sell themselves." I want to be clear that he said that part, not me. My mother went over the top of me like a dog off a chain. She got a good handful of his face before I got her off him, and honestly, I let it run about 2 seconds longer than I strictly needed to. Then I put myself between them and said, quite calmly, "You had that coming, boss. We live on the same street. Watch your mouth. If I hear you talk about my sister like that again, my mother won't have to do anything, because I will. It's only because we're civilized that you still have all your teeth." The crowd loved that. The crowd had daughters. He backed off with his hands up, said something about how his door was always open if we got desperate, and went back inside to think about it. I turned to the audience and thanked them, warmly, for standing up for justice, which is a generous description of standing around watching a woman scratch a man's face off. My mother followed us into the shop and immediately deflated into someone 20 years younger, twisting her hands. "I told you not to come here. I've embarrassed you again, haven't I? I'm sorry, but the shop was your father's. It can't be sold." "Okay, Mom, if you say we don't sell, we don't sell." She started crying with gratitude, which took about 4 seconds, and then remembered the actual problem. "But if we don't sell, how do we pay?" "My sister and I will find a way," I said, and fixed her hair. "Right, sister?" Li Xiaomin's face said, "Absolutely not." Li Xiaomin's face said, "You have wildly overestimated me." She waited until Mom was out of earshot and then grabbed my arm. "Do you actually know how much we owe?" "How much?" "All in? Over 1 million. I did the arithmetic out loud because I am helpful. You get 50 yuan per background roll, so that's 20,000 rolls. If you did one every single day, that's 365 a year. 54 years, you'd be 72. I'm just saying it's not a great plan. I know you're good at math," she said. "You don't have to show off." Here is the part that surprised me. She didn't cry. She stood there in the dark in a dead man's shop under 1 million yuan of other people's decisions, and she said, "Then I need to get more rolls. Faster." Fine. I could work with that." She left for Film City on the 4th day of the new year with 300 yuan in her pocket, which she was planning to make last a month. I stayed and read the books. 4 days of accounts told me everything. The shop wasn't failing because business was bad. The shop was failing because my mother could not fix anything and the street had noticed. So the local delinquents had developed a system. Bring her something already dead, watch her fail to fix it, and collect compensation. Some months she was handing back thousands. One month it was tens of thousands. She was not running a repair shop. She was running a charity for people who owned broken televisions. I asked her, very sweetly, if she'd teach me the trade. She was delighted. 2 days later, I knew exactly how bad it was, and I told her I wanted to run the counter for a while, just to learn. She agreed instantly because it meant the shop stayed open. Then I put a sign on the door. "Repairs. If I break it, I pay you 10 times. Old Zhao saw it from his doorway and went back inside smiling. He'd been waiting 8 years for that shop, and he had just watched a 15-year-old set fire to it. The first customer arrived within the hour. An older woman from up the street, carrying a radio, wanting to know where Mother Chin was. "Mother's out. Whatever it is, I can do it." Her eyes went everywhere except my face. "Well, can you?" "Don't break it. This came from overseas, from a relative. It cost several thousand. You'd have to pay for it." I knocked on the sign. "Brand name. You're right to be careful. But I'm very confident about paying you 10 times. She lit up. She actually lit up. I picked up the radio. It was a 100 yuan radio, 10 years old, and it was not merely broken, it had been helped. Somebody had been in there. Your radio's dead, I said. It won't play. Yes, it's a family heirloom. You have to fix it. I don't care what it costs. 500. Her whole head came up. 5? That's robbery. My radio only cost… And she stopped. I did not smile. I want a medal for that. Jie-in-law, what are you saying? You told me it was a brand name worth several thousand. 500 to repair a several thousand yuan machine isn't unreasonable at all. Then I offered to write an agreement, with witnesses, legally binding, fair to young and old. She ran and fetched the witnesses herself. She fetched old Zhao. He came over grinning like a man about to inherit a corner lot. We signed. She went home to get the 500 because I asked for it up front, and she practically skipped because in her head she was about to be 5,000 yuan richer. I told her to sit down and wait half an hour. Then I opened the radio. Dead battery, wrecked tape mechanism, voltage all over the place, current worse. It was less a radio than a small collection of things that used to be a radio. For a normal repairman on that street in 1999, that was scrap. I had spent 25 years in laboratories where the equipment cost more than this entire town. Fixing that radio was changing a light bulb. It took me 11 minutes and a soldering iron, and I made it better than it left the factory. Then I put the cassette in and pressed the button, and music came out. The look on her face is the reason I got out of bed for the next 4 months. She lunged for the money on the table. I got there first. Jie-in-law, what are you doing? You're not thinking of going back on it. We have a written agreement. The radio works. How do I know it won't break again when I get home? Then test it here. Test it thoroughly. And once it walks out that door, whatever happens to it isn't mine. I tilted my head. You can't expect after-sales service on a repair. That doesn't make sense. She had no exit. She'd been planning to walk it home, kill it properly, and come back for 5,000, and I had just closed every door in the corridor. She paid, and she left believing, absolutely and to her bones, that the radio had fixed itself by accident. Because if I could really fix things, the shop wouldn't be losing money, right? That was one customer, 500 yuan. She had scammed my mother out of about 300 over 2 years, so I was still owed interest, but I let it go. Mom came by at 6 with dinner and asked how business was. Good, where's the item? I'll take a look while it's quiet. Fixed it, customer's gone. I put 5 black 100 yuan notes in her hand. She stared at them like they were a magic trick. How many customers? 1. For 2 days after that, nothing. I fixed the backlog of dead machines other people had abandoned, and I waited, because I had put a sign on the door, and signs take time to work. On the 3rd day, a young man walked in with a television and said, without turning around, heard you pay 10 times here. Television, water damage, screen burnt, board dead, half the wiring cooked. Even a good repairman would have told him to buy a new one, and a new one cost 2,000. That's right, I said, but my fees are high. Yours is 1,000. Fixing it? He nearly swallowed his own tongue. 1,000. I heard it was 500. Custom pricing. If I can't fix it, you take 10,000. Isn't 10,000 a good deal? Of course, if it's too rich for you, 500 is fine too. He looked at me for a second, and I watched him decide that 10,000 yuan was worth the risk of losing one. I made him put the 1,000 down first. He objected that if he was putting up cash, then I should put up 10,000, and I told him the truth, which is always the best lie. Sir, I can't produce 10,000. I don't need to. I can fix it myself. And then, before he could start swearing, my shop is here. I can't run away. You could stand outside my door every day of your life collecting, but you won't get the chance. Old Zhao could not stand it. He came in through the door with his hands already moving. Wait a minute, you'd pay 1,000 to fix this? Because he wanted the 1,000. He had been repairing televisions for 30 years, and he wanted that 1,000 so badly he could taste it. I said nothing and let him walk into it. The young man looked him up and down. What, you want to fix it? Fine, fix it and I'll pay you 1,000. And if you break it, how much do I get? 10? Same as her? That is the exact moment old Zhao stopped wanting the 1,000. I'd like to take a look first, he said. He opened the back. He plugged it in. Nothing happened, except a smell, not even static. And then, because he was a professional, and because there were now about 15 people crowded in my doorway, he made the single worst business. Old Zhao, I said, argue all you like, but why are you smashing my sign on the way past? Just because you can't fix it doesn't mean I can't. He went purple. I can fix it right here, I said to the customer. In front of you. Nothing swapped, nothing hidden. He sat down so fast he nearly missed the stool. It was a very short stool, the kind primary school children use, because that shop had no money and no chairs and I had no plans to buy any. He sat on it with his knees up around his ears and complained, and I told him the shop was run down, please forgive us, and picked up my tools. I want to be honest about how good this felt. 45 minutes, power supply and mainboard, no new parts, because parts cost money and money was the entire problem. A hairdryer, a soldering iron, and the knowledge of exactly what a 1999 television actually is, which is not very much. Halfway through, somebody asked why I wasn't replacing anything. In principle, I should, I said, but parts are expensive, waste of money. That answer traveled around that street for a month. The screen lit up, then it found channels. Blurry, but channels. Sir, I said, you can take your television. Please come again. He didn't move. Then he lunged at the set and slapped the screen twice hard, shouting for it to go black. It did not go black. The main power supply of a television is inside the housing, I said. The casing protects it from exactly that, so since you've confirmed there's no problem, take it home. He left with his television, bleeding money from the eyes, and on his way past old Zhao, he stopped, looked him up and down, and said one word. Trash. Old Zhao stood in my doorway with 15 neighbors watching and turned that over in his head until he found the answer he liked. Little Li, he said delighted, I underestimated you. So you've started hiring actors because your skills aren't up to it. He was so pleased with himself. Old Zhao saw straight through it, I said. That's impressive. And you had the free time to help me put the show on too. He blinked. What do you mean, help you put? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not in on your scheme. Your old Zhao makes his living with honest skills. Right, I said, and lowered my voice so that only the 15 people in the doorway could hear it. So you weren't in on it. But you looked at that television, in front of everyone, and said out loud that it couldn't be fixed. Which is it, granduncle? Have you developed a memory problem? You could see it land. If it was staged, he was in on it. If it wasn't staged, he had just publicly failed to see a fault that a 15-year-old fixed with a hairdryer. Yeah, old Zhang, someone said from the door. Didn't you want to fix that television 5 minutes ago? That's right. And then he said it couldn't be done. So which one is it? He stood there opening and closing his mouth. Old Zhao, we're in the same trade, I said kindly. It's understandable that you get anxious when my business is doing well, but this is a skills business. We're all just trying to eat. Why kick someone when they're down? And then I turned to the doorway and did the only advertising I have ever done in my life. If you have anything at home that's broken, bring it here. Before this sign comes down, everything is settled by the sign. If I break it, I pay you 10 times. My shop only takes difficult work, not ordinary work. If you have something nobody else could fix, send it over. Let's see. Half that street went home laughing about the arrogant Lee girl who was going to bankrupt her own mother by summer. For the next 2 weeks, the shop had customers every single day. Not one of them came to get something repaired. Every one of them came for the 10,000. Not one of them got it. And here is the thing about a street. It talks. And what it started saying was that if the Lee girl says she can fix it, she can fix it. And if nobody else can fix it, she can fix that too. The people looking for free money stopped coming. The people with broken things started. Old Zhao had about 48 hours of hope in the middle there when the free money crowd dried up and my shop went quiet. And then my sister got beaten up. The news came the way news came in that town, which is to say it came to my mother first, at maximum volume, with no details. She was out of the house before I had the door shut, going straight for Fifth Branch, because in my mother's cosmology, every bad thing that has ever happened to us originated with Wang Hua, and she is wrong about approximately nothing. Wang Hua met her at the door, already shaking. You crazy woman. I haven't even started on you for embarrassing my Ya Yun in the newspapers, and you come knocking on my door? She swung. I caught her wrist and put it back where it came from. Hitting my mother in front of me, she really had assumed nothing had changed. Mom, calm down. What we need right now is to find out what happened and how badly she's hurt. Grandpa made a call. A relative in Film City had the story and delivered it with a face like a wet sundae and a small, satisfied pause before the important part. Li Xiaomin's injuries were not serious. She was refusing to leave her room. She would probably lose the role she had just landed, and Wang Yayun had almost been dragged into it. Loan sharks went to Yayun's set to collect your family's debt, the relative said, looking at my mother the way you look at a stain. She was in the middle of an advertising shoot. It nearly got wrecked. Thankfully, her manager had the sense to call Li Xiaomin over to sort it out. My mother said several words about my aunt's character that I will not reproduce. I stood there and looked at it from underneath, because loan sharks are not stupid. Loan sharks want money. Beating up my sister does not produce money. Beating up my sister produces a girl who can no longer earn 50 yuan a day, which is the opposite of what a loan shark wants. So either that story was wrong, or it wasn't the whole story. Is she still in Film City? I asked. How is she? Well, said the relative, I don't know. Of course not. Then Wang Hua said with tears already loaded, Yayun, is my precious daughter all right? And the relative assured her at length that Yayun was fine, that everything had been explained, that she personally had testified for Yayun, that everyone understood. Nobody in that room asked how my sister was. Nobody had asked. We don't welcome crazy women here, Wang Hua said. Get out. Xiaomin, you're young. Little aunt doesn't hold it against you. You can stay. My mother's voice went somewhere low. Wang Hua, you're trying to turn my daughter against me. You don't know when you're well off, Wang Hua said, and she was enjoying it, and that was her mistake, because she kept going. If it weren't for Yayun being so understanding all these years, I'd have stopped tolerating you long ago. Look at what you've done. No wonder your brother. I stepped in before my mother could get her hands up. Little aunt, forget the debt for a minute. If my family really made the debt, then fine, you can shout at me. But everyone else in this town might not know why my father had his accident, or why my mother turned out the way she did. I looked at my uncle. You and granduncle know best. My uncle opened his mouth. Li Mei Ling, he said, that's all in the past. Granduncle, you just said it's in the past. Not that it didn't happen. It doesn't matter how many years go by. It doesn't erase that my father gave his life for something he did for your fifth branch. Silence. I did not know at that point what I had just said. I had said it the way you throw a rock into a dark room to hear how big the room is. My mother had muttered fragments of it for 8 years, and I had assumed most of it was grief. But I watched my uncle's face when I said it, and my uncle's face told me the room was very big indeed. My sister's in trouble, I said. I'm going to see her. Mom, let's go. Then I couldn't reach her. Li Xiaomin was an extra. Extras don't have agents or assistants. She had one friend she'd traveled with, and I called that friend's boarding house 4 times, and nobody picked up. My mother came apart. She wouldn't do anything stupid, would she? She wouldn't. Probably not, but a girl with a swollen face who has just lost the only thing she had, alone, 300 kilometers from home, is not a girl I wanted to leave overnight. Mom, I'll go to Film City. She gave me an address on a scrap of paper and did not sleep. And then Grandma called me over and told me my uncle and aunt were traveling to Film City the next morning to see Wang Yayun, and would I like to go with them? I was going anyway, I said. Grandma heard that as gratitude. She said, in the voice of a woman doing a favor, don't tell your mother, she'll only go mad again. Your mother's childish, you be the grown-up. Your uncle and little aunt are willing to take you. Be good on the way and don't cause trouble. I did not correct her. At the station the next morning, my aunt looked straight through me. There was a third relative with them, a woman who knew Film City and had come back specially to deliver the news, and who spent the wait telling me, at length, how outrageous my mother was, and how magnanimous my aunt was, and how lucky I was that anyone was willing to take a child that far. Auntie, I said, that's such a good point. Why don't you go and say it to my mother? Her face did something complicated. Because she was not going to say it to my mother. Nobody says anything to my mother. That's the entire business model. I'm only saying it for your own good, she said, annoyed. Take it or leave it. Then my aunt got involved, in the tone people use when they've been waiting all morning. She had kindly offered to take me all this way. She was my elder. She couldn't just ignore a child her mother hadn't raised properly, and if I was going to be ungrateful about it, then when we arrived, I could stop following them around. She said it, and then waited, comfortably, for me to apologize. The bus pulled in. Okay, I said, everyone go their separate ways. 3 faces did the same thing at once. Fine, my aunt said, going cold. Remember you said that, the relative snorted at my back. A 15-year-old girl who has never been further than the county line on her own in Film City. Don't come crying to us when you get there. And she was right. Li Mei Ling, aged 15, had never been anywhere. I, however, had spent 25 years getting on and off aircraft in countries where I couldn't read the signage, and if there is one skill that survives death, it's reading a map. At Film City South Station, I walked to the board, found the coordinates, and located Route 29. Behind me, another woman off our bus came over to squint at the same board and, recognizing me, asked how you got to Film City. Auntie, I'm taking the 29. I'm going too. Shall we go together? She was already nodding when my aunt shoved through the crowd with the relative in tow. Little Lee, it's fine that you don't know the way, but you can't just lead people around. You take Route 2 to Film City. I took Route 2 last time I came. Route 2 and Route 29 go in opposite directions. Route 2 doesn't go to Film City, I said. You've misremembered. The relative rolled her whole head. I have been here twice. It's the 2. You looked at that board for 2 minutes, and you know better? I just checked. Route 2 does not go to Film City. I pointed at the woman with the bags. You can wait here for the 29 with me. When the 2 comes, don't get on it. They got on the 2. Of course they got on the 2. The woman with the bags hovered. Girl, is it really the 29? It says so on the board, Auntie. You can trust me. I suspect the relative had taken Route 2 twice with someone else and transferred somewhere and never noticed. But I had already learned that particular lesson, so I didn't say it out loud. I said I hadn't brought any water. 50 minutes and 11 stops later, the 29 put us down at Film City. The woman knew the district. She had a relative there selling lunchboxes to film crews, and she towed me straight to the address on my scrap of paper and gave me 2 pairs out of her luggage from her own garden. Good deeds and rewards. Sometimes the universe pays same day. The boarding house was a run-down box full of extras because extras are poor. I asked at the desk for a girl called Kai Ling, my sister's friend since primary school, who had come to Film City with her. She came down smiling and stopped smiling when she saw who it was.
Li Xiaomin's sister. Hello, Jie Tailing. I'm here to see my sister. Do you know where she is? Li Xiaomin? Haven't seen her in 2 or 3 days. I don't really know anything. But you came out here together. Just because we came together, does that mean I have to know her business?
She was already turning.
I'm busy running around for parts. She's had her accident. She can't work. She's got no future. I'm not like her. Is there anything else? Because I'm going.
Right. I searched the neighborhood for an hour. My sister was not famous enough for anyone to know her name. When I came back to try Chai Ling again, my aunt's group had just arrived, in a considerably worse condition than mine, and Chai Ling was already halfway across the lobby to greet them, radiant, calling them granduncle and auntie, telling them how well Yayun was doing, how she was always getting roles. Then she saw me, and her face fell off. The relative, who had spent 3 hours on the wrong bus, got there first with the joke she'd been saving.
Only getting here now?
I told you the 29 was wrong. At the same moment, Kailing said, "Why are you here again?" The relative stopped. Again? She came to see me this morning. Beautiful. They put it together, and my aunt and uncle chose not to think about it too hard because they were about to see their daughter, and the relative went a color I enjoyed. Jie Chailing, I said. One question. Which hotel is my sister in? Then I'll go. Kailing opened her mouth to say she didn't know. I could see exactly what was happening in her head. It wasn't malice. It was arithmetic. Li Xiaomin had been ruined. Standing near her was expensive. Standing near Wang Yayun was cheap. Jie Chailing, I said. You and my sister have known each other since primary school. 3 years working together. You grew up on the same street. Just tell me where she is. She was beaten. She's alone here and nobody knows how she is. If she kills herself, are you going to sleep well? The word landed. What are you talking about? Nobody told her to kill herself. And then, because my aunt was standing right there and this was an opportunity, she stamped her foot and got sarcastic. If they weren't from the same town, who would ever have come out here with her? She didn't even finish middle school. Her mother's insane. Fine, she said. You want to know where Li Xiaomin is? 10 yuan. My uncle actually started forward. My aunt caught his sleeve and held it, and watched, and enjoyed herself. 10 yuan was 2 hours of Chai Ling's working life. I took out 10 yuan. She was so surprised she nearly forgot to take it. I would have given her 100. I would have given her everything in my pocket. And I want to be extremely clear that this was not generosity. My sister's life was worth more than 10 yuan. That is not a moral position. That is evaluation. The address was a hotel in name only. Li Xiaomin was worse than I'd budgeted for. Hair everywhere. Half her face swollen red. Eyes swollen worse. Sitting on the edge of a bed in a room the size of a wardrobe with the specific stillness of someone who has run out of next steps. Li Mei Ling, it's me. I put my hand on her forehead. You've got a fever. And she came apart in my arms and cried for half an hour, which was fine because I had nowhere else to be. When she was done, she asked first whether mom was worried. Then I got the real story. And the real story was much stupider and much worse than loan sharks. She had won a small role, a maid, off a girl in Wang Yayun's circle. Then, being 18 and having won something for the first time in her life, she had gone and celebrated about it where the loser could hear, and the loser's boyfriend collected debts for a living. So they came for her. She hid. So they went to Wang Yayun's set instead, and Li Xiaomin, knowing the debt was ours, knowing Yayun had nothing to do with it, came out of hiding so that her cousin wouldn't get caught in it, and got beaten for it. That's not what Grandma was told, I said. She blinked. Little Aunt's version is that our family deliberately sent loan sharks after Yayun, and Yayun was nearly beaten because of us. Li Xiaomin came up off the bed. That's a lie. I'm bad at studying. I'm not bad. That debt is ours. Why would I? And then she ran out of air and sat back down and looked at her hands. Forget it. There's no point. My future's finished anyway. If this gets around, I'll lose the role and I won't get another one for a long time. So Yayun lied. What kind of part is it that everybody's fighting like this? She brightened, genuinely. The maid next to the female lead. She's got real scenes. If you play her well, the audience remembers you. Is acting that important? What acting? She looked at me like I was slow. I'm not trained. I rely on my face. Right. She's the maid who seduces the male lead. There's a scene where they sleep together. Those parts are the fastest way to make an audience remember your face, especially since I used to be good looking. She touched her cheek. What's that look for? Nothing, I said. I'm just genuinely shocked by how low your ambition is. I had assumed, at minimum, a maid who dies protecting her mistress, possibly a patriot. Someone like me is lucky to get a maid, she said. You wouldn't understand. I understood perfectly. That was the problem. There's always a way, I said. This is nothing. Go to sleep. You haven't slept in days. I'll fix it in the morning. She was asleep in 90 seconds. I left a note and went out for food, which took half an hour because that district had nothing, and I was walking back with 2 boxes when I heard it. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. Everyone around me stopped and asked each other what that noise was. I knew what that noise was. In another life, I heard it regularly, on ranges, collecting data. That is a very particular sound, and you do not unlearn it. What you also don't do is hear it in Film City in 1999, where private firearms do not exist. I put my hand in my pocket, gripped what was in there, and started walking faster. And out of an alley on my right came 2 men in baseball caps, moving badly. One of them holding the other up. One of them looked straight at me. I have met a great many dangerous people. There is a specific look, and it is not anger. It is arithmetic. He was calculating what I cost, and on the arm of the one being carried, where his sleeve had ridden up, I saw something that made a series of images drop into place in my head like coins. Little sister, behind me, a man's voice, pleasant. Did 2 men in black go past here? Tall, baseball caps. I turned around with my palms sweating and said, "Sorry, uncle." I wasn't really paying attention. He frowned and went. I waited 3 seconds and started to leave, and got pulled sideways into the alley. There were 3 of us in there. One of them was on the ground against the wall breathing like a punctured tire. The other one had my wrist in one hand and, a half second later, the other hand flat against my throat. He was young. He was extremely good-looking in a way that was completely irrelevant, and his eyes had nothing in them at all. Don't move. I did not move. Here's what I did instead. I looked up at him and I said, unless you can strangle me in under 3 seconds, I can make enough noise to bring them here, and then we're both finished. Nothing. You want to save your friend, I said. I can help you. His hand paused, and that pause is the only reason I am telling you this story, because a pause means a person is considering the offer, and a person considering an offer is not a person killing you. How? He said. I could feel very clearly that if my answer was bad, I was going to find out how the rest of it went. They're hunting you, I said. Go and be bait. Draw them off. I'll take your friend to my hotel. Come back for him when you've lost them. He looked at me for what felt like a while. I understand exactly how that offer sounds. Hand your dying friend to a stranger in a town you don't know and walk away. But he'd already done the same math I had. The two of them could not get out of that district together. If they wanted to live, somebody had to gamble. What do I call you? I gave him my name because I assumed he wanted it for later, in the sense of settling accounts. The hand came off my throat. He pulled his cap down and said, Lin Guangming, Central City, Tang family. If you get my friend out, then from today, you're my benefactor. Stay here 10 minutes, then go, and don't hang around. And when you get back, don't call a doctor for him. And he went out of that alley, alone, at speed, in the direction of the men with the guns. I stood there and looked at the person on the ground. Is your friend experienced? I asked him. Or is he just naive? Because he had genuinely believed me. Then I picked the man up, which took some doing, and carried him back. Li Xiaomin opened the hotel door with her whole face full of hope and then stopped dead. What is that? A person. I know it's a person. She was whispering and shouting at the same time, which is a skill. Li Meiling, where did you get a person? I picked him up in the street. Don't ask me. I can't answer. She helped me get him onto the bed anyway, because that is who my sister is. And then she saw his face and stopped again for a completely different reason. How is someone that good looking just lying around in the street? Is he hurt? He's sweating a lot. He was. I reached for his collar. Li Meiling, what are you doing? What kind of idiotic question is that? He's soaked. We take his clothes off and find the wound. She went scarlet. No. He's a man and you're a woman. This isn't appropriate. There's a difference between men and women. She said all of that while looking. I want the record to show she said all of that while looking. Anyway, there was no wound, not a scratch on him, which is a strange thing to find on a man who is gray and drenched and unconscious. Then I found the puncture in the crook of his arm, injection site. I have been in rooms where they explain what that means. Countries test new compounds and new vaccines, and before any of it goes near a shelf, it goes into people, repeatedly. Some of those people are volunteers. Some of them are paid because they are poor enough that their body is the last thing they have to sell. And then there is the third kind, and I did not want to think about the third kind while it was lying on a bed I was standing next to. I lifted his arm to look properly. His hand closed around my wrist like a trap. He had come up off the bed with his eyes open and absolutely nobody home behind them, and he was squeezing, steadily, the way you'd wring out a towel. Damn it, he said to somebody who wasn't there. You all deserve to die. I could hear my own wrist. There was a moment where you stop thinking about the pain and start thinking about function, and I had reached it, and I was calculating how much of my right hand I was going to keep, when there was an extremely solid noise and the madness went out of his eyes like a light going off. He folded back onto the bed. My sister was standing over him, holding an ashtray against her chest with both hands, shaking so hard I could hear it. Li Meiling, are you all right? I looked at her with what I want to describe as pure professional respect. If you hadn't done that, I'd have been in serious trouble. She glowed for exactly 1 second. Then, in a much smaller voice, I hope I haven't killed him. I'll go to prison. She had not killed him. She had, however, given me an extremely useful piece of information about my sister, which is that when it counts, Li Xiaomin does not run. Dinner was cold by then. She ate hers like a wood chipper. Where did you buy this? I've never had this before. Was it expensive? I told her the name of the place and, because she kept looking at me, the prices. A yuan for the porridge, 50 cents a bun. Her spoon hit the bowl. You could watch her doing the sum. She had eaten 4 buns. She had, in 11 minutes, eaten half a day of standing in the sun as a background peasant. And her eyes were actually filling up. Do you know how much I earn in a day? Do you know I've lost my role and I might have no income for months? She was not eating dinner. She was eating money. And that was on me. I had spent 25 years in a place where the rice I ate was allocated by the state to people who had earned it, where the tea came off a mountain that produced under 1,000 caddies a year, and none of it had ever felt expensive, because none of it had ever been billed to me. I had walked into a shop in 1999 and bought the food a normal person eats, and it had cost my sister 4 hours of her life. It's a bit expensive, I admitted, but you've been sick and you haven't eaten. Don't worry about a few yuan. And then, because she needed it more than she needed comfort. To be blunt, sister, the problem isn't the price. You just don't earn enough. Earn more and it's fine. She chewed on that with the last of the bun. You're right, she said. It'd be nice to earn more. Then she put the bun down. No, I can't just sit here. I'm going back to the crew tomorrow. I'll talk to the director. He never actually said he'd never take me. Maybe if I beg him. She was going to go and beg. I did not correct her because I had a better idea and it required us both to be on set. I paid the desk boy 2 yuan to keep an eye on the man in our bed. I want to note for the record that 2 yuan is 4 buns, and I did it without blinking, and my sister did not notice, because she was busy planning how to grovel. The film crew was shooting rain. They were spraying water off a rig onto the male and female leads, and there were about 60 people standing around in the mud, and my sister took one look at the set and made a noise like she'd been hit. How could? I followed her eyeline. There was a girl in costume next to the actress. It was Chai Ling. Chai Ling was playing the maid, my sister's maid, the one she'd been beaten for, and the extra part Chai Ling had been playing was now being played by Chai Ling's best friend. My sister may be slow, but she is not stupid, and I watched her arrive at the answer about 4 seconds after I did. The friend came off the set, out of the fake rain, and walked straight into us on purpose. Oh, Li Xiaomin, why are you back? My sister opened her mouth and couldn't do it, so I did it. Chai Ling stole my sister's role? The girl pouted. Actually pouted. Stole? Everybody competes fairly. Anyway, it's your own fault for not knowing how to behave. Otherwise, why would Ya Yun help Chai Ling instead of you? It just shows you're a failure as a person. And I watched my sister start to consider it. That is the part I could not stand. Not the theft. Somebody says one cruel sentence to Li Xiaomin, and she immediately opens an inquiry into whether they might have a point. I ran it again from the top. A girl loses a role. That girl's boyfriend collects debts. Loan sharks appear at Wang Yayun's shoot, where nobody owes anybody anything, and Wang Yayun is the one relative guaranteed to make Li Xiaomin come out of hiding. Li Xiaomin comes out. Li Xiaomin gets beaten. Li Xiaomin loses the role. Chai Ling takes the role. This girl takes Chai Ling's. Everybody moved up one seat, and the only cost was my sister's face. So the loan sharks were your idea, I said. The two of them looked at each other and then laughed behind their hands, delighted, and told us that filming was already done and the director wasn't going to recast for parts this small. My sister went for them. I caught her by the arm, which took some doing. You want to run over and demand to know why? I said. And then what? Say they admit it. Then what? You go to the director and ask for your part back? Because the male and female leads were in position and the camera was rolling, and an extra who interrupts that has not lost one role, she has lost all of them, in that town, permanently. She stopped. She stood there breathing, with 3 people who had cheerfully destroyed her standing 10 feet away, and she had no move at all. Which was true. She had no move. I, however, was standing in a field full of 1999 electronics. I want to be honest that I did not have to wait long. I had been on that set for 4 minutes when the director's camera rig died. It made a noise, and then it made no noises, and the director started hitting it. Everything stopped. The lead actress, who was soaked and had just gotten into it, went straight to her rest area and announced that if it wasn't fixed in half an hour, she was done for the day. She had brought her own investment into the production. The director had gone to considerable lengths to get her, so he could not afford to lose her, and he was now doing the specific dance a man does when he is being extorted by his own casting. The crew repairman opened it up, looked in, and stammered. This can't be fixed. I told you before. The main board's gone. You had to replace it. Why are you still using it? Because we're poor, the director shouted. Then to the sky. Whoever fixes this, I'll call him Grandpa. I walked over. Perhaps I can fix it for you. He looked down at a 15-year-old girl in the mud and laughed. You can do editing equipment? Really? Yes, my family's in the trade. And from behind me, in a lovely carrying voice, came Kai Ling. Li Xiaomin, even if you're trying to butter up the director, you can't say things like that. Everyone on Qinhuai Street knows how many things your family's ruined. No matter how good it is, it breaks in their hands. Right, Yayun? And from across the set, Wang Yayun nodded. She wasn't even being cruel. I watched her do it. She was managing risk. Whether the machine got fixed was irrelevant to her. What mattered was that if it went wrong, she wanted to have been on record as not associated with it. The director's face closed. Attention seeker. Your machine is already dead, I said. What's wrong with letting me try? You can't find anyone else who can fix it either. And the crew repairman, God bless him, backed me up. She's right. Nobody's fixing this. And even if you buy a new one today, it's a full day to set it up. Then the actress's manager came past and announced they had other commitments and would be leaving in half an hour, and walked off. Let me try, I said. He gritted his teeth. Fine, try. If you break it, you don't have to pay. If you fix it, I'll pay you. I don't want money. He blinked. If I fix it, give my sister a role in your film. He looked past me at Li Xiaomin, half her face still swollen. Li Xiaomin is... I reached back and pulled her out where he could see her. Great opportunity, and she was hiding. I could have hit her. Fix it first, he said, in the voice of a man agreeing to something that will never happen. Fix it, and I won't just give her a role. I'll give her roles in everything I ever make. That machine had been repaired 50 or 60 times to save money. I borrowed the crewman's tools and opened it, and it was almost sad. All in one unit. The main board had cooked, the wiring had melted, and one section of wire was simply gone. On a machine like that, the board runs straight to the display, and the wiring is a nightmare that nobody but the original technician could follow. I followed it. I cut a new length and soldered it in. The repairman said, out loud, "You can do that?" And the director yelled that I was breaking it, and the repairman said, No, it's just that usually only very experienced men dare do that, young lady. Is your family in this trade? No, I said. This is my first time on one of these. It's not difficult. His face. 20 minutes. Board back, cover back, power on. The dead machine lit up with a thump. "It's actually fixed," said the repairman. "It's a miracle," said the director, and started shouting for everyone to get back to positions. No more groveling, no recasting. I let him have 11 seconds of joy. "Director, do you remember what you promised me?" He was too embarrassed to claim he'd forgotten something from 10 minutes previously. He looked at my sister. "What did you graduate from?" "I'm not trained," she said, going red. "I only finished middle school." "Fine," said his face. "Fine. Acting's what matters. What can you do? Dance or—" "I can't." His smile died. You could see the exact moment he considered simply reneging. "Director," I said, "my sister's acting isn't good enough for most parts. She had a small role before. She lost it over a misunderstanding." Pause. "She really liked that role." He got there instantly, asked which one, looked around the set, and landed on Kai Ling. "Put this Li Xiaomin in that part. It's a small role, but she'd better act it properly." Kai Ling's face came off in pieces. "Director," someone said, "that character shot straight into camera, and Li Xiaomin's face. It's a handful of scenes. We'll shoot them when the swelling's gone." He had already stopped caring. A minor extra against keeping his lead actress is not a decision, it's a reflex. My sister was thanking him with both hands. "Then I won't hold up your filming, director," I said. "One thing, replace that equipment. It's ancient. If you're buying, come to me, cheap and high-end." His eyebrows went up, and he took my number and address, because a man who has just watched a child fix what his professional couldn't is a man who thinks her prices are probably honest. Behind us, Ling was being told by an assistant to get out of costume and asking in a very small voice, what about her original part? Her friend had already finished shooting it. "You gave your parts up yourselves," said the assistant cheerfully. "Did you expect them to sit around waiting?" I want to be clear that I did nothing to Ling. Every single thing that happened to Ling was arranged by Ling. My sister stayed on set, and because the director's machine worked again, the crew were suddenly warm to her, and people asked about her face, and she was so flattered by ordinary human decency that the injury stopped mattering. I went back to the hotel, and the second I got through the door, I knew, and by the time I knew it, I was already going backwards with a hand around my throat and my shoulder blades meeting the wall. The one from the alley was awake. "Where is my friend?" he said. His eyes were the coldest thing in that town. I got out with difficulty. "Is that how you treat someone who saved your life?" Enough. And that is the point at which I stopped being polite, because I had spent 25 years learning one specific thing about dangerous people, which is that if you give them 1 inch on the first day, you will spend the entire relationship on the floor. "I saved you once," I said. "First you nearly crushed my wrist, now you're strangling me. You're very arrogant, brother, and you haven't earned it. I know where your friend is, but you're going to have to ask like a person." His grip did not loosen. "Kill me," I said, "and you still won't find him, and everything he did drawing them off you will have been for nothing." 3 seconds. Then the hand came away, and he stepped back and said impatiently, "Tell me where he is. If anything's happened to him, I'll kill you and your sister." I want to describe my emotional state at that moment as professional. I took 3 steps back toward the bed, apparently unsteady, and then came off the drawer with the thing that was in it and put it against his throat. He was fast. He turned his head, and he had my shoulder in his hand in the same movement, and he squeezed exactly the way he'd squeezed my wrist. The difference was that this time I had a blade on his neck. It looks like a pen. You press the cap and something comes out of it that is not a nib. There was already a line of blood on his throat. We stood there in perfect deadlock, both of us thinking approximately the same sentence about the other person. "Count of 3, I said. "We let go together, or we go together. Say if you agree." His eyes flickered. "Count. 3, 2, 1. Neither of us moved. "You women," he said, "are all the same. Not one of you is any good." "Same to you," I said. "Don't laugh at me. We're not that different." And then he got bored and grabbed the blade in his bare hand and drove his other hand down into my shoulder. There was a sound. Everything below my elbow went white. "Captain, stop!" Somebody came through the window, landed, crossed the room, and took the man's hand off my shoulder. "Lin Yifan," said the cold one, and his whole face changed, and it was the first human expression I'd seen on it. "I thought you were dead." "You didn't die," said Lin Guangming. "So how could I?" Then he turned around and looked at me and said, "You were too impulsive." She helped me. He crossed to me and put 2 fingers on my shoulder, and his face went flat. "You've dislocated it. She's not built like you." "She's too fragile," said his friend. "What's that got to do with me? Stay away from her. That woman's no good. She'll lead you somewhere bad." I was in a great deal of pain, so what I said was, "Yes, I'm no good. I should have shouted the second I saw you and let them take you both. You absolute waste of oxygen." He frowned at me. I frowned back because there is nobody on this earth I have ever lost a staring contest to, including at the end there. Lin Guangming said one word, Captain, in a mild voice, and the cold one snorted and walked out. He has a bad temper, Lin Guangming said. I'm sorry. He nearly crushed my wrist earlier and just tried to strangle me. His bad temper isn't a reason to hurt people, neither is yours. I hadn't forgotten who dragged me into an alley by the throat. I'm sorry. I had no choice. He said it immediately and cleanly, without arguing, which I noted. Let me see the arm. It won't leave any lasting damage. It's going to hurt a great deal. That was an understatement of a size I would like recognized. It hurt so much I didn't scream. I just went out, like a fuse. I came round about half an hour later on the small bed, and both of them were still in the room, and my shoulder was back where God intended. You're awake, he said. Now we can put the medicine on. I tried to lift the arm. Nothing. It was dislocated. I've said it. You'll need about a month. Don't worry. My friend caused it, so I'm responsible. I am, for better or worse, a person who accepts facts quickly. I looked at him. I looked at the other one. I looked at the medicine on the table. Get out, I said. The cold one did not move. Captain, said Lin Guangming, please. He went, radiating. And then I started undoing my collar, and Lin Guangming didn't so much as blink, which told me a great deal about what kind of upbringing he'd had, and after a moment he said, mildly, there's a difference between men and women. You don't know who we are. This is very dangerous. I knew exactly there was a difference between men and women. I also knew that two men who had left me untouched for half an hour while I was unconscious were not going to develop new ideas now that I was awake, and that the way both of them talked was not something you pick up in an ordinary house. You study medicine, so let's say you're the doctor and I'm the patient, I said. Do doctors distinguish? And even if they do, I tipped my head at him. Look at you. Between the two of us, who's actually at risk here? He decided I was very bold. The medicine was cold and clean and stopped the pain in about 4 seconds. Which is not a thing 1999 medicine does, and I turned my head to look at the bottle with what I will admit was naked professional greed. Homemade, he said. It's not sold anywhere. It's better than what's on the market. I bet it is. Keep the arm still for a month, he said. No lifting. Keep applying this and it'll be completely fine. I fastened my collar and asked, can you cook? He raised one eyebrow and got there very fast. You want us to stay? You two can't leave, obviously, I said, and you owe me an arm. You're not local either, so you're sleeping somewhere regardless. If you sleep at mine, I'll cover your identities, but I don't take in useless people. At minimum, you can clean and cook. He didn't answer. Li Xiaomin came back from set in the evening, opened the door, and stood there. Li Mei Ling, did you pick this one up as well? Yes, buy one, get one free. They'll be cooking and cleaning from now on. She thought about it for a long moment and then said, with enormous seriousness, Li Mei Ling, are you thinking of keeping them as husbands? I know we owe a lot of money and nobody may want to marry us, but I don't think we should be this casual about it. I told her they were homeless and this was a rental agreement. She was not convinced. And then Lin Guangming looked at her and said, was your face the first one to hit you as well? I turned around. If it wasn't your friend, do you have anything for her face? He met my eyes and nodded. Yes. His friend, apparently, got injured a lot, and so he traveled with something for swelling and scarring. He gave it to my sister. 10 minutes later, more than half the swelling was gone. Li Xiaomin looked in the mirror and looked at me, and I could see her rewriting her entire objection in real time. Treasure, picked up off the street. After that, she had no further concerns about our living arrangements, and also, I think, correctly assessed that her opinion was not going to be decisive. The medicine worked so fast that she was back in front of a camera within 3 days, shot her scenes, and got paid. And then the phone call came from home. Grandma, both of us, now. In a tone I did not like at all. Li Xiaomin's happiness evaporated. Mine didn't, because I had nothing left to lose and 2 men who owed me an arm. We had arrived in Film City with nothing. We went home with 2 extra people. I gave Lin Guangming the keys to the repair shop and told him to wait there. And then my sister and I walked into the old Qin family compound at exactly dinner time, which was deliberate. Everyone was at the table. My uncle and aunt were back from Film City, and both of them had faces like closed shops. Grandpa, Grandma, I said, coming through the door slightly out of breath. You called in such a hurry, we thought something had happened to you, so we ran. You could watch Grandma's shoulders come down 2 inches. What could happen to us? We're in this house all day. Have you eaten? Sit down and eat first. Li Xiaomin wanted to say no. Li Xiaomin wanted to get to the part where we were executed. I steered her to the table and said, Second Aunt's cooking gets better every year. This braised pork is really good. Jie, you should learn from Second Aunt. Why don't you learn? I'm not cut out for cooking. She rolled her eyes, took a piece she hadn't dared to touch, and her whole face changed. It's actually really good. Second Aunt put a piece of meat in each of our bowls and told us to eat more. Look how thin you've got. And I told the table a few genuinely funny stories about Film City, and after dinner my sister and I got up and washed everybody's dishes. If someone feeds you and you don't do any labor, you help with the labor. This is not manipulation. It is simply also extremely effective. Wang Hua could not take it any longer and put her chopsticks down hard enough to crack something. Mei Ling, Xiaomin, come here. I want to ask you something. We went, obediently. Grandma looked at Wang Hua first, which told me who had written the script, and then said, I hear you not only sent loan sharks after Ya Yun, you also stole a role from Ya Yun's friend, and that Li Xiaomin got it because you shamelessly went and seduced the director. Is that true? My sister's face did something I hope never to see again. Stole someone's role. When had she become powerful enough to steal anything? I let my own face fall apart, which I am good at. Grandma, where did you hear that? From Ya Yun or from Little Aunt? Yes, I've done stupid things before, and I've disappointed you. But you can't just hang this on us. We still have to live in this town. Grandma paused because, in her experience, the children of First Branch were absurd, but not this specific flavor of absurd. And then my cousin Wu Yun, aged 18, who was supposed to be doing his homework, said with enormous helpfulness, Mei Ling, that's what Little Aunt said when she got back. Grandma glared at him. Wu Yun, being an adult and therefore fearless, kept going. She said after you two got there you stole Ya Yun's friend's part, and that Li Mei Ling seduced the director. She's got a relative who'll testify to it too. The relative, the one who spent 3 hours on the wrong bus. My sister nearly came out of her skin. I did not raise my voice. This is important. When you are 15 and standing in a room full of adults who have already decided, volume is the enemy. Grandma, you believe Little Aunt. Did you ask Ya Yun? Did Ya Yun say the same thing? Silence. She had asked, and Wang Ya Yun had said the same thing. Right. Grandma, you can call me disrespectful, but some things need saying. No wonder Mother hates Fifth Branch. My sister and I haven't even reported what Wang Ya Yun actually did, and they've come here first. And then I told them, in order, that my sister won a small role, that another girl wanted it, that the other girl was close to Ya Yun, and that Ya Yun told her about our family's debt, that the girl's boyfriend collected debts, and that she was afraid my sister wouldn't come out of hiding, so they went to Ya Yun's set to flush her out. That my sister, believing the debt was ours, and that Ya Yun had nothing to do with it, walked out of hiding to keep her cousin clear of it, and got beaten for it and lost the role. That the role went to Chai Ling. That the girls admitted the whole thing to our faces, on set, laughing. And I'll grant you this, I said. My sister was stupid. She walked into it. That's her lesson, and we don't blame anyone for it. But Grandma, from beginning to end, did we say one word against Wang Ya Yun? She knew that girl and that debt collector were working together. She knew they were setting up her own cousin. She's a chin. She helped outsiders against her own family. That's fine. First Branch isn't popular. We're used to being kicked when we're down. I took a breath. I'm not going to stand here and say two chins can't be written with one stroke. We can't stand each other, and we'd both be happier if the other one fell down a well. Grandma's eyelid twitched. You really dare to say that? But there's a difference between fighting at home and this. Even my sister, who is not clever, knew that when loan sharks turned up at Ya Yun's shoot, she should get out there before Ya Yun got hurt. That's why she was beaten. And Wang Ya Yun destroyed my sister's living, which might have felt good, but what did she actually gain? Nothing. The role went to Chai Ling. The other part went to that other girl. Every single benefit went to strangers. I let that sit. She hurt her own family to please people outside it. Isn't that just stupid? If you want to move an old woman who has spent 50 years running 5 branches of one family, you do not appeal to fairness. Fairness is not a currency in that house. You appeal to the accounts. Grandma's face went hard in a completely new direction. Ya Yun. Wang Hua got in fast. Mom, don't talk. I'm asking Ya Yun. Why are you interrupting? If your daughter's so precious nobody can say a word to her, then don't bring her round. And Wang Ya Yun stood there and got taken apart. And here is the thing I noticed and filed away, and did not understand for another 4 months. She did not cry. The Wang Ya Yun I remembered from before I died cried if you looked at her sideways. This one took a breath, waited for the right beat, and said, Grandma, I know I was wrong. I was angry because the loan sharks came to me. Thinking about it now, Cai Ling and the others probably encouraged them. I lost my head. It won't happen again. Don't be angry. Clean, complete, timed. Grandma is not afraid of children making mistakes. She is afraid of children refusing to admit them. Her whole face softened. I'll say it once more, she said. I don't care how you fight at home, but if you gang up with outsiders against your own brothers and sisters out there, I will not let it go. There won't be a next time, Grandma. Then Grandma turned on us. And you two are a handful as well. How did you get the role back after it was taken? Is the part about seducing the director true or not? And her eyes went cold, because whatever else that woman is, she had decided that if the answer was yes, she would end the conversation permanently. No, Grandma, the director's equipment broke. I fixed it for him. He gave the role back. Half a film crew watched. They'll all testify. She looked at me for a long moment and then said, almost approvingly, you know how to save your sister's face. Good, that's how it should be. Which is not what happened, but I let her have it. Second aunt said we'd come straight off the bus and hadn't washed. And could the children go home? And Wu Yun immediately volunteered to walk us because it was very dark, in the transparent manner of a boy avoiding homework. And that reminded me, Grandma, I want to go back to school. Li Xiaomin's head came round like she'd been slapped. So did the second house children. Everyone in that yard looked at me the way you'd look at someone who had just volunteered for surgery. Grandma was actively displeased. I begged you to study before, and you wouldn't. You've been out a whole term. Can you even catch up now? I've already asked around about a job for you. No, Grandma. I want to go back. Here is what I had already worked out. Going back to school was not a decision I could make. I had walked out mid-term, which is expulsion, and getting back in required a teacher's permission, which required an adult, which probably required connections, and definitely required money. And I could not simply go in and be brilliant at them either. My marks before had been good, not remarkable. If I turned up and started answering like a person with 2 doctorates, someone would look at me properly, and I did not want anyone looking at me properly. Also, and I want to be honest, I hadn't touched a middle school textbook in 25 years. You can drop from a doctorate to 8th grade, but you cannot do it blind. I needed an adult to walk me back in. Don't try to please me and your grandfather with something you can't hold, Grandma said. There's time before term. Go home. We'll discuss it later. Meaning, she expected me to forget. She did not forget. She went home that night and started counting money, because getting a child back into school takes cigarettes and liquor and tea, and she said to my grandfather, if the child really wants to study, we'll sell what we have to. Whether she values it is her business. Which is why I could never write that woman off, no matter how many times she chose Fifth Branch. She would tell you she wasn't going to help and then go and count out the bribe money in the dark. Wu Yun walked us home with a flashlight, which he had won from the other children at Rock, Paper, Scissors, because in 1999 on that street, a working flashlight was a luxury item. Then it started raining. Then something came out of the dark toward us glowing faintly green, and Wu Yun screamed, "Ghost!" and got behind me, and my 18-year-old sister got behind me on the other side, and I stood in the rain with 2 people 3 and 1 years older than me using me as cover. You said no demons would dare come near you, I said. Mei Ling, you actually believe that? Are you stupid? Shameless, said my sister. I took the flashlight off him and pointed it. It was a middle-aged relative in a raincoat with reflective strips, jogging toward us, extremely annoyed. Wu Yun, you little rat, why are you running away from me? I thought I had the wrong person. And then, because he had remembered something more urgent than his dignity, oh, never mind that. Something's happened at your shop. 2 thieves got in. They were trying to rob old Zhang's place. They've been caught. 2. I ran. There were 40 people outside my shop in the pouring rain. Old Zhao had assembled a crowd of men, and they had one person cornered, and that person was the cold one, and he was making it worse on purpose. You climb onto my roof in the middle of the night and tell me you weren't stealing. Who'd believe that? Stealing, said the captain. Stealing that pile of junk in your shop? 40 men decided to hit him. I got through the crowd and said, Old Zhao, you've misunderstood. They're not thieves. Every head turned. You know them? I was not going to explain that I'd found them in an alley in another city with gunfire behind them, so I said they were distant relatives on my father's side, staying with us. Then, to the captain, where's Lin Yifan? He looked at me like I had spat in his tea. Nobody, apparently, calls that man Lin Yifan. Then he moved his mouth and said, on the roof. What is he doing on the roof? Said my sister. I don't know, said the captain with real feeling. Old Zhao scented blood. Even if he's a relative, what's he doing on my roof? Mei Ling, this is someone you brought back. Who knows what he's really like? Are you going to vouch for him? What if something's missing from my shop? And then, because he had waited 8 years and could not stop himself, he added the actual offer. How about this? You vouch for him, and if he stole anything, you sell me your shop. Deal? 40 people heard him say it. I stood in the rain with my hair plastered to my face, and I thought about it for exactly as long as it takes to be seen thinking. Not very good, I said. Your shop is full of junk, good and bad, and nobody knows what's in there except you. If someone comes down off that roof and you announce something's missing, who's going to check? That's not for you to decide alone. Then I raised my voice, because there were 40 witnesses and I wanted every one of them. And besides, I trust my friend. That's got nothing to do with guarantees. Whether he took anything isn't for you to say and isn't for me to say. What I'm expressing is that I trust him. We'll discuss the rest when he's down. I paused. But I'll promise you this much. If he really took something of yours, I'll pay you 10 times its value. Now can somebody find a ladder and get him down? 40 men had turned up to catch a thief. Not one of them had brought a ladder. Wu Yun went and got one. Everyone shone their lights up, and there was nobody there. An old man in a raincoat volunteered to climb up and look, and that is when the captain said, no need. And a figure came over the ridge of the roof in the dark and the rain, tall, unhurried, one hand down on the tiles, and sat there in 40 flashlight beams, entirely unbothered, looking at exactly one person in that crowd, which was the soaked 15-year-old standing at the front. Let's see what he says when he's down, said old Zhao. The evidence is irrefutable. Lin Guangming looked at the ladder Wu Yun had dragged over, and that the crowd was now holding steady, and considered it, and then came down the ladder for 3 steps and simply stepped off. Hey, what were you doing on the roof? What can you do at night except steal? It's raining. Maybe he was admiring the moon. Big laugh. And then, very faintly, something went meow. I heard it because my hearing is good, and because I was standing 4 feet away. I turned my head, and Lin Guangming, who had not let go of his right hand since he landed, opened it. There was a kitten in it. Milk white, soaking, chewing on his thumb. He looked down at the thing in his palm and his whole face changed, and he said, I saw it climb up and it couldn't get down. I have thought about that moment a great deal, because if I had heard a kitten crying on a roof at midnight in the rain, my honest reaction would have been that the noise was annoying. This man went up 3 floors of wet tile for it, in a strange town, while hiding from people with guns. Oh, that's my kitten, said a boy of about 10, arriving at speed. I couldn't find it anywhere. He took it out of Lin Guangming's hand and ran off. He did not say thank you. I want that recorded. He did not say thank you, and Lin Guangming did not seem to expect it, and something about that made me colder than the rain did. Old Zhao, having lost, tried the only move he had left. How could it be about a cat? Maybe the cat's a cover. Who in their right mind climbs a roof for a cat? I don't believe it. So I stepped in front of Lin Guangming and smiled at him. Old Zhao, what's missing from your shop? I haven't looked yet. You haven't even looked and you're already calling my friend a thief. All right, then let's say you put that cat up there. You've wanted my shop for years. You put a cat on your own roof to frame him. He went up an octave. You little brat, how can you talk such? And then my sister said, how is that nonsense? You've been eyeing our shop forever. Why would someone suddenly climb up for a cat? And if cats hate water, what was it doing on a roof in the rain? Somebody put it there. And Wu Yun, who is a genius in exactly one field, said thoughtfully, really? Whoever let that cat out is heartless. The 3 of us tossed it back and forth for about 90 seconds, and I watched 40 soaking wet people slowly turn around and look at old Zhao. Because it did make sense. He had wanted that shop for years, and they were all standing in the rain because of him. Old Zhao, I said with concern, it wasn't really you, was it? He went gray. It wasn't me. I didn't. Mei Ling, you can eat what you like, but you can't say what you like. All right, I said. I have no evidence, so let's just assume it was. My friend came down holding a cat with nowhere to hide anything, and everyone here saw it. So old Zhao can't come around later saying something's gone missing. He tried to explain. Nobody wanted to hear it. 40 people had been standing in the rain for 20 minutes and had already decided it was a misunderstanding and gone home. The repair shop was too filthy to sleep in. There was an empty room next to my family's house that nobody used, so I took them there and handed over the keys and was about to run back through the rain when Lin Guangming stopped me. Is there a kitchen? Can we borrow it? Half an hour later, the 4 of us were sitting under a dying light bulb that flickered like the beginning of a horror film, and Lin Guangming put a bowl of something black in front of each of us. Wu Yun looked into his bowl and said, I've just remembered I haven't finished my homework. My sister grabbed him by the collar. When have you ever finished your homework? It's pouring. Stay here tonight, I'll tell second aunt. I leaned over mine and sniffed. Ginger. Ginger soup? So domestic. He did not confirm or deny the word domestic. He said, you've all been out in the rain. Your bodies are open to cold. This helps. I drank mine in 4 swallows. It was spicy, and it was good. Drink it, I told the other 2, unless you'd rather have a fever and take something that actually tastes bad. They drank it. And then Wu Yun, wiping his mouth, said the sentence that changed the next 6 months of my life. By the way, Mei Ling, who are these 2? Lin Guangming and the captain, I said. Distant relatives, staying with us for a while. You're lying. I looked up, genuinely interested. Oh? Go on. They're both in their 20s and that good looking. If they were our relatives, do you think I wouldn't know? Every aunt in this family would have been talking about finding them wives for a year. I've never heard of them. You're lying. Which is, I want to note, the most incisive piece of reasoning Wu Yun performed in the entire year. My sister covered for me, smoothly for once. She's not lying. They're distant relatives on our brother's side. It's normal you haven't met them. Our brother. Wu Yun accepted it instantly, because we had all been told the same fragment as small children. There was a first child. He had a memory that frightened people. The state took him away at 2 years old to be raised as a cultivator. And after that, there was nothing. I remembered it the way you remember a story about somebody else's family. And across the table, Lin Guangming put his spoon down and said, very quietly, is your brother called Li Zimin? Nobody moved. I want to describe the next 3 seconds accurately. My sister genuinely did not know his name because he had never been on our household register. I knew it because all 3 of us are named after colors. And once you notice that, you don't forget it. And Wu Yun, who had been told that these men were relatives of our brother, was now watching one of them ask what our brother's name was. Because he had not been listening to the words, he had been listening to the way the captain threw his spoon into his bowl. It seems his name is Li Zimin, I said. Do you 2 know my brother? If it's the one I know, said Lin Guangming, then I know him. Impossible, said my sister. We made that up on the spot. And the captain said, but Li Zimin only ever said he had 1 sister, not 2. Lin Guangming said his name once and then turned to me. The captain wasn't very old when Li Zimin was taken. You wouldn't have been born. You don't have to soften it, I said. I wasn't born. He's contacted this family 3 times in 18 years. It's not strange that he doesn't know I exist. I ran the arithmetic while I said it. Li Zimin was 2 when they took him. My sister was newly born, and I was still queuing to be reincarnated. Here is how that system works, and I knew this before I knew anything else about this life, because in another world, I lived inside the same kind of machine. They take the child. They give the family resources and money, and to protect what they've made, they require the family to be severed. Household register moved, no contact. Some of those people are married abroad with grandchildren before their mothers learn they are alive. Li Zimin got a little more than most. At 18, they had sent home one photograph. That was 2 years ago. That was the whole of it. So no, there is no great sibling love in this family. There is a fact, and the fact is that 3 people came out of the same woman, and 2 of them have never seen the third. Lin Guangming kept looking at me, and eventually I looked back and said, "Is there something on my face?" He smiled, and it was gentler than I expected, and he said, "No, you look somewhat like Li Zimin, doesn't she, Captain?" The captain looked at me with active resentment and then nodded because we were, apparently, alike. Both of us talked like a knife going in. Wu Yun was already 3/4 of the way out of his chair to go and tell the entire compound. "Wu Yun Ge," I said, "don't mention my brother when we get back."
Not to anyone. Why? Because I had already thought it through, and because it was the only thing I said all night that I meant completely. Because we can get news of him, and we can never see him. All that gives Grandpa and Grandma and my mother is something to miss. And because he works for the country and hasn't contacted us, which means it's supposed to be secret. Us hearing about him at all is an accident. If it gets out, it's bad for everyone. Lin Guangming had opened his mouth to say something almost exactly like that, and closed it again. Li Xiaomin and Wu Yun both went quiet. There's a genius brother, trained by the state, and we can't tell anyone about him. So what use is he? Is my brother really that amazing? My sister asked. Generally speaking, said the captain, flatly, his aptitude is average among our group. Average. The 2 of them visibly deflated. I did not explain to them that when a person like that says average, he is measuring against a scale that has nothing to do with the one they are standing on. I told the captain to wash the bowls, since Lin Guangming had cooked. Why should I? Because you're living in a house I gave you, and he made the soup, so you wash up. Then what are you doing? Going to sleep. I've been on a bus all day, I'm filthy, and I got rained on. The murderous look was extraordinary. "We can leave," he said. I raised my left hand and put it over my right shoulder, the one he had dislocated, and winced. Lin Guangming, who had watched him do it, said, "Captain, we caused that. We can't just walk out. If you won't wash them, I will." And the captain, who I am certain suspected I was faking and who could not prove it, picked up the bowls and went into the kitchen with a face like a war memorial. I went to bed. I was woken by a noise like a table being murdered. I came out to find the whole household already up, my mother in the living room, the glass top of our table in pieces on the floor, and a short man with a cigarette in his teeth standing in the wreckage. "Hey, Mrs. Li, time to pay back the 530,000. My mother, in a tone of genuine confusion, "I only borrowed 120,000. How did it become 530? He ground the cigarette out on the broken glass. 120's the principal. The rest is interest. You don't have to clear the principal yet, but you're paying something today or I can't explain myself back at the office." Half the street was at the windows, and my mother thought about it, seriously, for a moment, and then said, "I'm a bit short. How about you lend me some more, and I'll pay you back with that? I want to make sure this lands." She said it in good faith. That is the terrifying part. The short man's whole face went dark red. "Give me a break. When you first owed me 10,000, you said you couldn't pay, so I should lend you 20 to make it 30, and we'd clear it together. Then it was 130. It's been 3 years. I haven't seen a single yuan. You've got more excuses than I do. You're more of a loan shark than I am. I've got old parents and small children. I have to eat too." Which, and I say this without irony, was the most reasonable speech anyone made that morning. "If you don't pay today, I'm smashing this house." "Go ahead and smash it," my mother said, and moved to stand in front of my sister. Just don't hurt anyone, because she had borrowed money and couldn't repay it. And in her cosmology, that meant they were owed a tantrum. I came down the stairs. "Wait, all you want is money. Smashing the house doesn't produce money. I'll pay my mother's debts." He turned. You'll pay. Paying debts is a matter of course, but I'm not paying 530,000 on 120, and I don't think you expected me to. Then pay the interest first. Do you think I'm stupid? If I pay the interest, it just compounds forever, and my family never gets out from under it. If that's the deal, then honestly, it's better for us to pay nothing at all. I let that sit for 1 second, because that sentence had to be heard by both of us. So let's compromise. Lower the rate. I pay. You take money back and explain yourself. His eyes moved. He was doing sums. The old Chin first branch was never going to produce 530,000. Not in this decade. How? Principal, 120,000 plus 30,000 interest. 3 months. Little girl, he said. Do you believe I could kill you? You could, and then you'd have a corpse and no money. If you don't, then in 3 months, you get your principal back, plus 30,000 profit. Everyone here is trying to make a living. But if anything happens to anyone in my family, you lose a life, you lose the money, and you go to prison. I shrugged. You decide. My family's already buried in debt. Another few years won't make a difference to us. 3 months? You think you can find it? I'll sell everything I own, including this house. I mean it. He took a long breath. Fine. 3 months. And then, at the door, with the specific pleasure of a man handing back a threat, if you can't pay in 3 months, I'll go and collect from the old house. It's only right that parents pay a son's debts, and if the old folks get upset and something happens, don't blame us. He left the way he'd arrived, grandly, and somehow, before lunchtime, that sentence had reached the old house. That evening, Grandma had my mother brought over, and there was an entire family assembled, and the old woman looked at me with something that was almost disappointment before I'd said a word. I've discussed the 150,000 with the family, she said. 5th branch can cover it for you. There's one condition.
My mother opened her mouth. Both of us got a hand on her. Your little aunt is very busy these days. Yayun and Wang Bo are busy with their studies. The family needs someone at home. Fifth branch will give you 150,000, and Li Xiaomin goes to fifth branch to do the laundry and the cooking. My mother came off the wall like something detonating and had to be physically held. My uncle said, awkwardly, Li Xiaomin, what do you think? And my sister. My sister stood there and looked genuinely puzzled because she was trying to work out whether she was really worth 150,000 yuan. I asked the only question that mattered. Granduncle, little aunt wants my sister to come and be your family's maid, and in exchange, she gives us 150,000. Does that mean we don't have to repay it? He laughed the little laugh men laugh when they are hoping the subject will change. 150,000 is no small sum. Of course it has to be repaid, but we'd let you delay it, pay the other debts first. And then, because he could not help himself, speaking of which, you should really thank Yayun. It was Yayun who persuaded your little aunt to help. Your little aunt is all bark and no bite. You girls are always targeting Yayun, and Yayun never holds it against you. And there it was. I looked at Grandma, and Grandma's forehead had a line in it that had not been there a minute earlier. Grandma, I said, did you go to fifth branch about the 150,000? The old woman looked at me for a long moment, and something in her face changed, the way a person's face changes when they realize the child has read the whole document. Yes, it was me. So let me lay this out the way it actually was. Grandma had leverage over fifth branch, money they owed her, and she had used it to squeeze 150,000 out of them for us. Wang Hua could not refuse her mother-in-law, so she agreed and then attached a condition, and the condition was designed with real care. We would still owe every yuan. My sister would be in their kitchen, in an apron, indefinitely. My mother would never be able to lift her head in that house again, and fifth branch would get their money back, plus the credit for being generous, plus a live-in servant, having lost nothing at all. They would be the good people. We would be the debtors with a daughter in service. It was, I want to be fair, very elegant. Little aunt didn't want to lend anything, I said. You forced it, Grandma. She couldn't refuse you, so she compromised, and the compromise is my sister. Grandma stared at me like I'd grown a second head, because she knew. She had always known. She had watched Wang Hua attach the leash, and she had let it go, because 150,000 is 150,000, and because in her accounting my sister's dignity was cheaper than the debt. Your uncle and aunt's money doesn't grow on trees, she said, and her voice had gone gentler, which is how I knew I was right. I understand, and I'm grateful anyone was willing to lend at all, but little aunt's request wasn't about money, it was about making my mother bow. I'm not letting my sister buy that. I met her eyes. Thank you, Grandma. We'll clear it ourselves. Don't talk like a child. She was properly angry now, and it was the good kind of angry, the kind that comes from fear. You're 15. Do you know how hard money is to earn? How exactly are you going to pay it? And when you can't, who cleans up after you and your mother? Then she said the thing that I have thought about more than anything else she said that year. It's good that you care about Li Xiaomin's feelings, but Mei Ling, only capable people get to negotiate. If you don't have the ability, you learn to compromise. Do you understand? I understood perfectly. She was not being cruel. She was describing the world accurately. Grandma, I'll clear it in 3 months. I'll prove it to you. She did not believe one word. Fine, fine. You've got the guts to pay it yourself? Then I'll watch you pay it. She went out furious. My mother announced she was going to borrow money and left at a run, and my sister, who had been standing there this entire time being appraised like furniture, said kindly, actually, Li Mei Ling, if I can clear the debt by being their maid, that's not bad. I don't have much of a future anyway. You're different. You can still be saved. I have been threatened by a man with a gun and by an old woman with a feather duster, and neither of them made me as angry as that sentence. Don't be stupid. Fifth branch didn't say how long. You could be there for half your life. And once you're in their house, they hold everything. If they decide to marry you off to someone convenient, you'll owe them a favor, and you won't be able to refuse without being ungrateful. She was very moved that I'd thought about it. Besides, I said, it's a temporary fix. Even if you clear that 150, there's several 100,000 behind it. If being their maid cleared the whole million, I'd consider it. I'm joking. You're not, she said. I was mostly not. So I walked to the shop that night doing sums. 1,000,000 yuan. 3 months for 150,000 of it, and a set of skills I could not use, because everything I actually knew how to build was 30 years early and would raise questions I could not survive answering. I could make night vision optics, I could make body armor, I could probably make a functioning chip, and every single one of those things ends with a black car and a polite man asking me where I learned that. So I was standing outside my own shop, going through the list of everything I knew and crossing it off, when I saw a young man arguing with old Zhao in his doorway. He had something under his arm. A computer. Oh, that's obvious. The internet in 1999 was a rumor with a phone line attached, and the thing everybody wanted and nobody could afford was a computer. 10,000 yuan for a machine, $20 for a good one. Nobody on Qinhuai Street was buying one, so they went to internet cafes. There were 5 on our street already, and old Zhao was in the middle of turning that young man away, because televisions he understood, and a computer was witchcraft, and if he broke it, he would owe 10,000 yuan he did not have. Then he saw me drifting past like a zombie, and inspiration struck him. Hey, go and find the repairman next door. She's very good. She'll even pay you if she breaks it. I want to note that this man tried to poison me with a customer. What's wrong with it? I asked. The young man clutched it to his chest. How old are you? 15. 15. You fix computers? Then I'd be flying. He didn't move. If I can't fix it on this street, I said, you're not finding anyone who can. Then I kicked the bottom of my own rusted shutter, which had been sticking for a year, and it rolled up perfectly. He followed me in, hugging his machine, and said, if you can fix this, you'll be my parents. Goodja, I said. Did anybody ask whether I wanted a son like you? Boot to system transition, freeze, restart loop. I killed the power, opened the tower, pulled the board, and started on the cabling. He watched me do it with the expression of a man watching someone perform surgery on his dog. Are you sure you can? Have the money ready. Then I put it back together and typed without looking at the keys, and he made a small noise. The code ran. The desktop came up with that little chime, that specific 1990s chime, and I sat and looked at it for a second longer than I needed to. It had been a long time since I'd heard that sound. 500, I said. He paid without blinking because the machine cost tens of thousands. Are you selling that computer? He hugged it again. No, I've only had it 2 years. My father would sell me. You want to buy one? And that is the actual question, isn't it? An internet cafe needs 50 machines. 50 machines at 9,800 is nearly 500,000 yuan. How much are they? Not expensive. 9,008. I looked at the specification of the thing in front of me and thought several unkind words about the phrase, not expensive. Can't afford it, I said. Never mind. He looked me over, my shop, my clothes, my everything, and worked out that I was poor, and then, kindly, offered, do you buy old ones? Second-hand. My family's got some we threw out. They're broken, might not even turn on. Cost us over 10,000. There it was. How much? 2,000, he said, and then heard himself trying to sell a dead machine for 2,000 yuan, and hurriedly added that I should come and look first, and that he'd have to check with his mother before bringing anyone home. His home had a security guard at the gate. It also had a woman on a sofa reading a newspaper who took one look at me, looked at her son, and marched him into the courtyard. I could hear all of it. You little rat. You think because your father's away on business you can do what you like. No, Not yet. Already bringing girls home to play computer games. It's not games. Then you're using the computer to pick up girls? Mother, do you think I have no standards at all? She can actually fix computers. She fixed mine. She glared at him and said, fine, let's see, and I'll enjoy watching you explain this. The second-hand machine had a burnt board, a dead memory module, and a system that hadn't been updated since it was made, which is why it froze at boot. I typed the code, replaced the module, and put it on the desktop while she was still standing there with her arms folded. Then I told them both exactly what was wrong with it, what it would cost to fix properly, and that the parts were expensive. If it's repaired, will it just break again? The young man asked. No, unless you smash it, you'll get years out of it. Then, because they were both looking at me, honestly, I do need a computer, but I can only afford a little over 1,000, which is roughly market. Go and ask around first, then tell me. The young man's whole attitude to me changed in that instant, and I noted it, because it is one of the cheapest and most reliable tools there is. I could have doubled the price. I could have told them it was scrap. He knew I could have, and I didn't. He sold it to me for 1,500, and I paid 500 down and hired a tricycle to get it home. Old Zhao, watching me unload a broken computer. What's this then, little Lee? Gone into scrap recycling? I ignored him, because I had just seen what was lying on the floor of his shop. A processor board, whole circuit intact, probably dumped by some company. And when I dug, there were RAM sticks, a couple of drives, a pile of other people's discards. Old Zhao, do you have more of these? I'd like to buy them. You could watch him decide to become rich. He didn't know what any of it was. He knew it came out of computers and that computers were expensive and that I clearly wanted it. These are computer parts, very expensive. He rolled his eyes upward, pricing me. Tell you what, 100 yuan. 100 yuan? All of it? All of it? He was outraged on behalf of his junk. 100 each. There were 7 or 8 pieces. I did not laugh, and I did not haggle him down inch by inch, because that takes 20 minutes, and I had a computer to build. 30 each, 350 for all 7, and I'm taking it now. His mouth opened. These are stripped parts, I said before he could get there. You can't repair them, and you can't prove where they came from, so no computer shop will touch them. You'd be lucky to get 10 yuan at a scrapyard, and scrap goes by weight. 80 cents a caddy. 350. He sold so fast his hands blurred, and then said urgently, once it's taken, it can't be returned, because he was afraid that the idiot Lee girl would find out later and send an adult round. I did not have the heart to tell him I was worried about the opposite. I worked on that machine until sunset. The board had bulging capacitors, which I harvested off the other one. Some of the memory was salvageable. A real repairman would have tested every capacitor properly with a surface mount tester, and I did not have one, so I did it the crude way, which is to say I installed them and hoped. And at some point in the middle of the afternoon, I raised my right arm and the whole side of my body went white. The shoulder. Lin Guangming had said a month and no wait, and I was about 6 days into a month and had spent all of them holding a soldering iron. I ignored it because the machine was almost done. Power on. Boot. 38 seconds. I sat back and looked at it and felt something I had not felt since I woke up in a pigsty. 38 seconds is slow. The parts were rubbish. But the machine that young man had sold me had taken over a minute, and it had cost more than 10,000 yuan when it was new. That was when I stopped worrying about 150,000. Fei, my sister, was in the doorway with Wu Yun floating behind her like a rumor. Where did that come from? I built it. Oh, right. She hadn't heard a word. Mom sent me to check you hadn't been sold. It's dark, so I brought Wu Yun in case. Wu Yun was already leaning over my shoulder, and then his eyebrows went up. How much did this cost? 20,000? No chance, said my sister loyally. Our family's poor. I built it, I said again. Wu Yun looked at me with the specific patience men reserve for women and machines. Sure you did. Then he clicked something and watched it open in 5 seconds and made a noise. Wow, that's fast. That'd run Warcraft. That'd run Age of Empires. Even the internet cafes don't have machines like this. He was already reaching. Can I play? There's no internet. Every single light in that boy went out. When are we getting internet? I want to play. I looked at him for a second, because he had said internet cafes like a man reading off a menu he had memorized. Goodja, I said. Help me carry this home. It's heavy. I don't do manual labor. Goodja, I let it sit. You've been to internet cafes, haven't you? No, never. Don't talk nonsense. Then how do you know how the machines compare? You just rank them. I let my eyes travel down to his legs. If Second Ant hears you've been going to internet cafes, your legs. He carried the monitor. He carried it the whole way, huffing, with the expression of a man being marched to an execution, and I felt so cheerful that I gave him something back. Don't sulk. Once we have internet, you can play as much as you like. His face went from thunderstorm to overcast. My sister carried the tower. Both of us are thin, and both of us have carried things our whole lives. My right arm was, by that point, difficult to lift, and I judged it swollen, and I did not care in the slightest, because I had a working computer, and when I got home, there was a table. Braised pork, pickled fish, scrambled eggs with scallion, soup. My mother and a young man I didn't know were eating and saying the words people say when they are looking at someone else's child and wishing. Lin Guangming had cooked it. The captain was carrying dishes with a face like a court summons. You've worked hard, I said to him. No, sorry, you carried plates. That's not hard. He nearly kicked the stool through the wall. Woman, do you know what Lin Yifan's hands are? Captain, said Lin Guangming, coming out of the kitchen, and the man shut up. I have met a great many people who were treated like national treasures, and I know exactly what happens to them. So I looked at Lin Guangming, who was wearing an apron in my kitchen without a trace of resentment, and said, thank you for the work. He smiled slightly. It's what I promised. I went to wash my hands, and as I passed him, my wrist was caught, gently. He had watched me walk across the room. That was all. He'd watched my right arm hang. You've been carrying weight on that arm. Not a question. I looked down at his hand on my wrist and raised it slightly, which is a very specific gesture that means talk, don't touch, and he let go instantly and stepped back and apologized, and then repeated it as a statement anyway. I didn't carry anything, I said. It's sore from use. It's fine. He looked at me the way a man looks at a patient who is lying about something he can see. Let me look at it. After dinner. Because if my mother and my sister found out, they would make a scene about it for an hour, and I would still have a bad shoulder at the end. He read that off my face without being told and simply said, try not to use it. That'll be difficult. He raised his eyes to mine and did not say anything for a moment. I found out later that this is what he does instead of arguing. Then my sister started shouting about dinner and we sat down. And that is how I met my uncle. Zhao Zhengkong is my mother's cousin. 25 years old, 1 degree more than anyone else at that table, and the single most disreputable name in his entire family. He said hello, and my mother, who does not believe in preamble, said, Zhengkong, do you have any money you could lend me? I need it urgently. Jie, what are we? Just tell me how much. I've actually got some on hand. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am. He was eating braised pork when he said that. It's a bit much, said my mother happily. 150,000? I watched a piece of pork stop halfway down a grown man's throat and refused to go either direction. He couldn't cough, because coughing would be rude. He couldn't not cough, because he was dying. I handed him water. One of them dared to ask, the other dared to answer. He got the water down and said his meat had been unevenly cooked, and then, seeing my mother's face and my sister's face doing the same thing, said helplessly, Jie, I run a small business. I can't produce 150,000 today. Give me time, and maybe. That's true, said my mother and sighed, and then delivered the following, entirely as consolation. Even though you've always been clever, and you were running stalls in the summer holidays as a boy, and you were wholesaling goods with partners at university, and you've still got a bit of money, 150,000 is a lot. I put my chopsticks down. Granduncle.
What business are you actually in? He looked at his cousin's daughter, at 15, with her hair full of solder smoke, and clearly decided I was cute. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Tell me. And so I got the whole thing, and I want you to hear it the way I heard it, because it changed my plans for the entire year. Junior middle school. He sold snacks and notebooks to classmates and did their homework for money. High school. While everyone else went into factories, he sold whatever was fashionable, CDs, magazines, scooters, a few hundred yuan at a time. His family beat him for it. I spent the money, he admitted. As soon as I got it, I'd take everyone out to eat. Several hundred gone in a night, and then your uncle would beat me. What they never understood was that there was a reason. Wu Yun nodded sagely. I understand. My mother beats me every time I don't do my homework, and I always say I had my reasons. You brat, what do you know? I was buying people. And then the taxis. The guy who I bought dinner for in middle school called me in my last year of university. He wanted me to go south and do building materials. I ended up in taxis instead. You drove a taxi? I asked. At first. Then I worked out it's better to contract them than drive them. I want to lay out the numbers exactly as he laid them out because the man was not showing off. He was reciting. Taxi fare starts at 14 yuan. That is half a day's wage for a normal person, so ordinary people cannot use taxis. But every white-collar worker, every small business owner, every man trying to close a deal in a southern city with no working public transport needs one every single day, and there aren't enough. So he scraped money out of 4 friends, borrowed against it from a bank, raised $1 million, and bought 30 cars. Then he subcontracted the cars to licensed drivers. For 2 months, he covered fuel and repairs and took 2,000 a month per car. After 2 months, the drivers covered their own fuel and repairs and still paid 2,000, 60,000 a month, off cars he was not driving. Then he worked out that couples getting married wanted a good-looking car for a day and were terrified of scratching a hire car, whereas taxi drivers do not have that problem. So he rented out wedding cars at 2,000 a week. Then station pickups for the business owners going back and forth every month. He broke even in 1 year. He made a profit for 2 more. He was 22. Granduncle, said my sister in a small voice, if you're that impressive, why does everyone look down on you? And why aren't you married? It's obviously because Granduncle doesn't want to get married, said Wu Yun immediately. What's so great about women? Money's more useful. And I looked at this man with an entirely new set of eyes, because I have sat in rooms with people who spent 40 years building institutions, and this was the same animal. Granduncle, what happened to the taxi company? It went bankrupt, didn't it? Said the captain from the corner. Lin Guangming told him mildly not to be so direct. Zhao Zhenkang had not had 3 full seconds of admiration before reality stabbed him in the kidney, and he took it well. It did, mostly internal. 4 partners. 3 of us were fine. The 4th decided his share wasn't enough. Which is the oldest story there is. There is only ever 100% of anything. If you give a man more, you are taking it from the other men in the room, and the room stops being a room and becomes a fight. So I sold, got my money back, and 30 taxis sell for something no matter how you sell them. I came out of it with about 1.2 million in dividends and shares. I said, then it sounds like you did well, which is when he looked at me perfectly calmly and said, yes. And then stocks got fashionable, and I was bored. So I thought I'd study them and change careers. I put in over 1 million. I lost all of it overnight. My sister made a noise. Wu Yun's soul left his body. You lost everything? You lost over 1 million in one night? You didn't even keep any? And I looked at my uncle with what I want to be very clear was admiration. That is a tiger. That is a genuine, uncut tiger. I understood, in that moment, exactly why every relative on that street shook their head when they said his name. In 1999, people valued a quiet life. You worked from dawn to dusk, and you did not gamble, and business was gambling. And this man had gambled twice and won, and then set the winnings on fire. He could have had a house, a car, a wife, a comfortable 40 years. How did you survive? Asked Wu Yun. Why didn't your family beat you to death? They nearly did, he said. Your great aunt saved me. His parents tied him up and beat him half to death and threw him out. Every relative he had cursed him, and my mother, who has never in her life had money, who has never made a good decision about anything, stood in front of him and paid his debts. And when he got back on his feet, he had been quietly propping up First Branch ever since. Which is why my family had survived 8 years of 1 million yuan of debt without anyone being sold. 150,000, he said, and rubbed his face. I'll find a way. Isn't that money for your business? I said. If you lend it to us, what do you start with? I was hesitating anyway. He waved a hand. A friend wants to go into electronics, televisions and the like. Setting up a shop and stocking it is a few 100,000 easily. I wanted to do wholesale first, and he wants to go big straight away. 300,000 minimum. Then he sighed. Cars, I understood. I'd worked in it. Appliances, I've never touched. If it fails, appliances don't resell like cars do.
He muttered something about reckless idiots. I put my glass down. Granduncle, I have an idea. Let's do it together. What do you think about an internet cafe? The entire table stopped. Idiot, said the captain immediately. Do you know what it costs to open an internet cafe? Yes, said Zhao Zhengkong. That's the problem, my dear niece. Computers cost far more than televisions. 10,000 a machine, 50 machines, 500,000 yuan, before rent, before electricity. And computers are a luxury item that nobody can sell. Televisions were a good bet a few years ago, I said. They're not now. Anyone on this street who isn't destitute has scraped together a television, but a computer is different. I leaned forward. If you don't have a television, you go and watch one at a neighbor's. What do you do if you want to use a computer? You can't borrow one. You can't drop in on someone and use theirs for 2 hours. If you want a computer, you have to go somewhere that has computers. There is no other option. He crossed his arms and nodded slowly. You're right, but Mei Ling, 50 machines is 500,000. Plus the premises, plus the electricity, which is staggering. And there are already 5 internet cafes on Qinhuai Street. Are we going to fight them for customers? What if it doesn't cost 500,000? He looked at me. What if we could have it and keep the performance? Impossible, he said flatly. I know computers. A good one is 20,000. An ordinary one is 9 to 10. An assembled computer is not the same as a finished one, I said. And then I walked him through it, slowly, because Wu Yun and my sister were both chewing their chopsticks with the expressions of people determined to look like they were following. Every part in a computer arrives through a chain of middlemen, and every link takes a margin. Then a technician assembles it, and that costs time, and the time is billed. Assembly alone is worth at least 1,000 yuan on a machine, because most people cannot do it. So a 9,000 yuan computer is perhaps 5,000 yuan of actual object. Even at 5,000, said Zhao Zhengkong, 50 machines is 250,000. You want to cut the middleman and the assembly. That is not easy to cut. You need channels. You need contacts, and opening those channels costs money too. What if we could save more than that? He blinked. Save more? How? You've already cut the middleman and the technician. How much more is there? And Lin Guangming, who had said nothing for 20 minutes, said, secondhand. I turned my head, genuinely surprised, and said, you're half right. He looked mildly annoyed to be told he was half right about anything. May I have the other half? Zhao Zhengkong was already stroking his chin. Secondhand is feasible, but a secondhand machine has already been bought by somebody. Unless you buy in a city and sell at secondhand prices, the saving isn't much. That's not advisable, I said. The reason secondhand computers exist is because they broke. Even if you fix them, there'll be problems. And if the machines in your cafe are bad, it doesn't matter how rare computers are, nobody comes twice. Then lower the price. Granduncle, that's not a business, that's a slow death. I looked back. Lin Yufan already gave you the answer. You just rejected the wrong half. Zhao Zhengkong looked at Lin Guangming. And Lin Guangming tapped one finger on the table twice and said, assemble from second-hand parts. I nodded. A second-hand machine is one object with a price on it. Second-hand parts are not. I laid it out. A new 32 megabyte memory module costs 800 yuan. A new 64 costs over 1,000. But used, the value collapses. For your 800 yuan, you can buy a new 32 or a used 64. Silence. The second one is better, I said. Not equal. Better. And when the shops take those parts in, they take them in as junk, because they can't sell junk. I had already done the arithmetic 3 days earlier, sitting on the floor of my shop. 300,000 yuan in the internet cafe is open and running. Zhao Zhengkong said, you can play it like that? And then, to himself, it seems fine. You really can play it like that. And then he poured the first bucket of cold water, correctly. After all that, who assembles them? You buy second-hand parts, and then what? Who builds 50 computers? I took a sip of water. I can. He did not believe a single word of it, not one, which was fair. 15 years old, never touched a computer, in a house with one light bulb. Mei Ling, he said kindly, let's stay realistic. Gugu Yun, I said. Where did you put the computer? The guest room. Do you want it? I'll get it. And he was already gone. Because he had spent 40 minutes bursting to tell somebody. They carried it out and set it on the table. Granduncle, I said, watch carefully. Watch what? I pressed the button. You could count the seconds out loud, and you would not get very far. Zhao Zhengkong's whole face changed. Wow, that's a good configuration. Move over, let me look. He knew enough. There was no internet, so he could only check single-player performance and response, and it was enough. He turned around and said warmly, Cousin really spared no expense. This must have cost 20,000. Your family's poor, and she still bought you a computer. That's love. Granduncle, said my sister, bewildered. How could our family buy a computer? I never gave the child money for a computer, said my mother, deeply confused. I don't have 20,000 yuan. Zhao Zhengkong's smile started to slip. Then it was a gift? That's very generous. Granduncle, I said, be realistic. If it were you, would you hand someone a 20,000 yuan computer as a gift? Sure, he said instantly, if they needed it. I gave up on the indirect route. It wasn't bought. It wasn't a gift. I told you already. I built it. Oh, he said, you built it yourself. That's amazing. Then his head came round. You built it yourself? Are you joking? How would you even? I looked at him steadily and said, the performance is more than enough to run an internet cafe. And he answered absently, because his brain was still 4 sentences back. Of course it is. I've been in the best cafes in the big cities, 2 yuan an hour, and these machines look better than theirs. Not so bad, said Lin Guangming quietly. He had, at some point, sat down and started operating it. I hadn't noticed. Captain, it's miles ahead. The captain came over and looked, and I watched a man's expression do something complicated and silent. I did not know what it meant that night. I found out later. The computer he was looking at, built out of 800 yuan of other people's garbage by a 15-year-old, was faster than the machine that a man called Elder Sun had personally built for Lin Guangming. And the man who built that machine had told them to their faces that no computer in the world could compare to it. So, said the captain coldly. Lin Guangming didn't expose him. He simply said, market price, 20 to 30,000. I sat up, because I knew computers and I did not know 1999 prices, and he had just handed me the number I needed. So, granduncle, I said, are we partners or not? Did you really build it? Don't lie to me. He still didn't believe it. So I unplugged it and had Wu Yun and Zhao Zhengkang take it apart between them, into pieces, on the table. Then I put it back together, reinstalled the system, and restored it completely. Then I sat back. How much did this cost? Said my uncle in a strange voice. 1,500 for the machine because the owner had given up on it. 350 in parts, 1,850 total. I shrugged. The man who sold it to me said it cost over 10,000 new, and the specification inside is very ordinary. If I built one from pure second-hand parts, I could do better than this. Better than this. Lin Guangming glanced at me sideways. 1,850, said Zhao Zhengkang. Is he still selling? Take me there. I'll pay 5,000 each for a dozen. I gave him a look, and he laughed at himself because he knew it was fantasy. Not everyone will sell you a dead computer. Dead computers are hard to find. But he had already made the leap. Then why open a cafe at all, he said. Why don't we just sell computers? No. Everyone looked at me. And I want to explain this properly, because it is the first decision I made in this life that mattered, and I made it in about 4 seconds. I could have built machines and sold them at 20,000 and been a millionaire by autumn. If I flooded that market with machines that shouldn't exist for another decade, I would break it. Not the prices, the people. There were men in this country in 1999 sitting in rooms trying to advance domestic computing one clumsy step at a time. And the thing that keeps a person doing that work is the belief that the work is worth doing. And what I know does not belong to me. I did not earn it here. It was handed to me by a world that had 30 more years to figure it out. We leave people a way out, I said. Nobody at that table understood me. That was fine. Also, I'm not spending my life selling computers. That's not the road I want. I turned to my uncle. Don't tell anyone what this machine can do. If anyone asks, we bought it expensive. He didn't understand. He agreed anyway. The cafe? If you can assemble them and cut the cost and hold that performance, he said, then it's absolutely on. He was already calculating. 50 machines, 14 hours a day, 2 yuan an hour, 1,400 a day at full occupancy, 42,000 a month, 2,000 for electricity, something for rent, 30,000 a month, minimum. Screw appliances entirely. We need the parts first, I said. A repair shop won't collect them. Today was a coincidence. The electronics market, he said, in the city. But I don't know parts. I did not tell him that even if he did know parts, I wouldn't let him go alone, because the electronics trade is a complicated place. You book the tickets. I'll go with you in a couple of days. But money. I'll figure out the money. I'll figure out the money, he said over the top of me, and then, cheerfully, granduncle will handle it. He mortgaged the property he'd bought with the wreckage of the taxi company, cash in hand within a day. That is the kind of man he is, and I want it on the record. After he left, my right arm was pressed, hard, by someone standing behind me. I turned around and looked at Lin Guangming with what I hope was murder. He wasn't looking at me. He had 2 fingers on the joint, and he was watching my face while he did it, which is a doctor's trick, and a nasty one. Is this the thing, he said, that you have to do even though it hurts? He thought I was doing it for the money. No, I said, it's not like that. Which was true, and which I did not explain, because computers are not something I had to learn under pressure. They were something I learned the way children learn to walk. One step at a time, over 20 years, in a place where the equipment was better than this, and nobody was owed anything. He put the salve on. The pain went out of the arm like water out of a sink, and I looked at the bottle again with open longing. Even the best medicine develops resistance, he said, killing it. I nodded and thought about second-hand parts. He watched me not listen, and then, after a moment, said, if they were brand new, could you build something better than that? I raised my eyes. Yes. Do you want to buy one? Yes. My requirements are high. I did not ask what for. A man who needs to reach places most people cannot reach needs memory that does not exist on the shelf and compatibility with software he was not going to describe to me. 50,000, I said. The captain came off the balcony like a thrown chair. You wretched woman, why don't you just rob someone? I ignored him and rested my chin on my hand and looked at Lin Guangming. Brand new, 4 GB system, 128 megabytes of memory, boot under 40 seconds, and you can carry it anywhere. I'll only make 20,000 on the 50, and I'll guarantee you this, the machine I build you cannot be bought anywhere in this country. 20,000 profit. I said the number out loud.
Lin Yifan, said the captain in genuine distress. Don't agree to her. She's blackmailing you.
Lin Guangming looked at me for a while. The memory you're describing isn't available on the market. Can it really be assembled? If you believe me, it can. If you don't, it can't. He looked into my eyes for about 4 seconds. All right, he said, then I trust you. If you can build it, I'll pay 50,000. And I want to be honest about my emotional response, which was regret. Not because the price was too high, because he had not haggled. Not 1 yuan, not 1 round. I should have asked for 80. I was still absorbing that when the captain snapped, Lin Yifan, are you stupid? Never believe a woman, especially not this Qin woman. She'll sell you. And Lin Guangming raised his eyes and said very calmly, Captain, I believe what I saw. Just like when I first saw you. The captain shut his mouth so fast I heard it. I had a great many questions about that sentence. I asked none of them because I have found that the fastest way to lose access to a person's secrets is to ask about them. 2 days later, my uncle and I got on a train. Before we left, I heard the news that had gone round the whole family. Wang Yayun had found a restaurant wholesaler and sold every vegetable the fourth house had grown. That is not nothing. Every branch of the Qin family farms a plot, and in a town where every household grows vegetables, selling vegetables is the hard part. Wang Yayun had used her small local fame to walk into a hotel purchasing department and come out with a contract. And now every relative on the street wanted in, and Wang Yayun was telling all of them yes, and half of Qin Huai Street was about to tear up their fields and plant what the hotel wanted. Wu Yun ran over to tell me about it with real envy. How is she so clever, right, Mei Ling? I thought about it. If she had thought it through, if she had worked out what happens when 40 households all sell the same crop to the same buyer, then she was very clever indeed. If she hadn't, then somebody in this town was about to get hurt. Tell second aunt, I said, that if this many people are planting it, she should hold off for now. Why? Because I could not explain undercutting and market saturation to a boy who thought why was a complete question, and because I was catching a train in an hour. I'll tell you when I'm back. He ran home and told his parents privately, and then his father, who has the discretion of a public address system, repeated it to the entire assembled family when they asked what he was muttering about, and the entire assembled family laughed. Why not plant something else then? Maybe First Branch has no land and Mei Ling's jealous of her cousin? Very likely. Those two are finished. Not like Yayun. She's so clever, she'll go far. And I hear she's been spending time with that uncle. 25 and no wife, no children, always chasing business, as if he had the brains for it. Wu Yun, who is not clever but is decent, said, Mom, I don't think Mei Ling says things for no reason. Let's not plant yet. Let's wait till she's back. Second aunt thought First Branch's information was worthless. But Wang Yayun had told her to tear up everything and plant cauliflower and water spinach, which is what the city wanted, and she hesitated for about 4 days on the strength of one sentence from her son. Third house planted, fourth house planted, fifth branch planted. Both of Grandma's plots were planted. Second house did not. Hold on to that. The electronics market in the city covered 2,000 square meters, and it was the loudest place I had been in 25 years. Every shop open to the street, every owner standing in his own doorway shouting. Some of them had spread striped plastic sacks on the pavement and simply piled goods on them, which is a sales technique I had honestly forgotten existed. I stood in the middle of it for a second and had a small, undignified moment about it. Then I bought a newspaper and read the layout, because walking into a market of that size without a map is how you spend 3 days learning what you could have learned in 10 minutes. Right, said Zhao Zhengkang, with money in his pocket and the expression of a man about to buy a province. Where first? I looked left. I looked right. Let's eat. I'm hungry. You could see the air go out of him. He checked his watch, conceded that it was lunchtime, and started looking for a restaurant. And I steered him to an open-air noodle stall with a wooden sign tied on with red string. 2 yuan a bowl. Auntie, 2 please. Coming. Young lady, you know your business. Of all the noodle stalls here, mine's the best and the portions are the biggest. Auntie looks kind, I said, so the food must be good and cheap, too. Oh, listen to this child. Zhao Zhengkang watched her make the next customer's bowl. White noodles, 2 slices of pork. Counted. If a third one went on by accident, she picked it back off. Scallion, 1 meatball. I could feel him having feelings about it. One of them dared to boast, and the other dared to believe her. Granduncle, I said, sitting down. Mei Ling, you don't have to save money for me. Granduncle can afford lunch. You've misunderstood. I'm not saving you money. Don't say anything, he said, with enormous gentleness. I understand. He did not understand. He sat there and thought his cousin's daughter was being heartbreakingly considerate, so he ate his bowl of white soup noodles without complaint, and then, because he had decided this was about my feelings and he was going to protect them, waved for 2 more bowls so I wouldn't feel guilty. The reason I was at that stall is that a stall has 40 customers an hour and 40 customers talking, and a restaurant has 8 and a wall between them. The information density is not comparable. The owner, keeping her word, gave me 2 extra slices of pork and an extra meatball and separated it out clearly on the counter in front of him, plainly so this suspicious adult couldn't swap bowls with the child. Then she stood there until she'd watched me take a bite. Zhao Zhengkang had, at that point, the face of a man who has been publicly categorized. He ate 3 bowls of noodles in a row. Then, when I had heard what I needed, I got up and walked us into a proper restaurant and ordered braised pork and pickled fish and rice, and paid. "Granduncle," I said, "I wanted 1 bowl of noodles at that stall to hear what people were saying, and then to eat here." "I didn't expect you to like the white soup that much." He looked at the dishes arriving. He looked at me. "It's fine," he said bravely. "I guessed you were gathering information. Sitting there over 2 bowls for that long would have been rude, so I ordered more." I decided to see through it and say nothing. The braised pork, when it came, was well made, and I was still disappointed because it was not as good as Lin Yi Fan's, and that is a sentence I once struck from the record. Then I picked a shop. 200 square meters, rows of brand new machines, several staff. "Hello, do you sell used computer parts?" The assistant brightened. "Yes, what do you need? A main board or—" "Mainboards, processors, memory, all of it. I want all of it." He stopped. "Are you dealers?" "What if we were?" said Zhao Zhengkang, smiling. "Would you stop doing business with us?" "Of course not." They fetched the owner, who came downstairs, looked at the 25-year-old and the 15-year-old, and addressed himself entirely to the 25-year-old. I handed over my list. Models, specific ones, everything cross-compatible, 50 of each. His face did something honest, which I appreciated. "We have used parts, not that many. Off your list, we've got mainboards, processors, and towers, nothing else." "Isn't this the biggest shop here?" said my uncle, frowning. The owner gave him a look that said, "You have some misconceptions about the word biggest," and then said the thing that reorganized my entire plan. "Sir, computers are expensive. If one breaks, almost nobody sells it. They keep it. And even when someone will sell, we won't always take it because we only buy parts we've confirmed work for repairs." And he was right, and I had been an idiot. I had walked in with the instincts of a woman from a world where secondhand electronics are a landfill problem. In 1999, a dead computer is not garbage. It is a dead luxury item that the owner keeps in a cupboard because it cost him 4 years of wages. "Boss," I said, "which other shops on this street buy used parts?" "Quite a few. Different corners of the market. It'll take you a long time to walk it, and you may not fill your order anyway, but I'll write the addresses for you." He wrote out 20-odd shops, by hand, for 2 people who had not bought anything from him yet. "Good man," said my uncle quietly. He was. And then we did business, and I would like it noted that being a good man and pricing a stranger are unrelated activities. 4 mainboards, 5 or 6 memory modules, and some scattered pieces. I checked all of it. He hadn't slipped anything dead in, which is more than I expected. "These are rarely bought," he said sincerely. "I'll do you a discount since they're not new. Mainboards 1,800, memory 600 each. New in my shop is 2,500 and 900. You can ask around, nobody here goes lower. And judging by your accent, you're from Qinhuai Street. My brother-in-law's from there. Same hometown. I wouldn't cheat you." My uncle winked at me. "Don't speak, child. You've never seen the world." Because Zhao Zhengkang is a businessman, and businessmen know that the man smiling widest is skinning you. "Boss, honestly, what's your lowest?" "That is my lowest. I've barely made anything. I paid 1,600 and 500. "Come on, boss. I've been in trade. Let's skip the ceremony. Give me a number. You're a clever man. Business is repeat, not one-off." My uncle grinned. "I'm only buying parts today. I've still got monitors to buy." "Monitors." That did it. "All right," said the owner in pain. "Cost, 1,600 and 500. 9,004 for the lot. I'll round it down. 9,000. That's the floor." My uncle put down his teacup sadly. "Tell you what, my niece and I will take a walk." "No, Mr. Shah, this really is the floor." "All right, 1,300, absolute lowest, or I'm out of business." 1,300. 500 off. My uncle was so pleased with himself I could feel it through the table. Smiles wide, heart black. What a swindler. 500 saved on a single line. He was opening his mouth to accept when I said, "Boss, 800 and 300. 4 mainboards and 6 modules. 5,000 for the lot. Selling?" 2 men looked at me. The owner's face said, "Am I the dark one here? Am I? Because I don't think I am." "Before I came," I said, "I walked this street and asked prices. The wholesale on those boards is around 1,800, and secondhand they move at 2 to 4. Memory's cheaper, a little over 100. At 5,000, you still clear about 1,000. And we'll take 5 brand new monitors off you as well, at market price." There was a silence. My uncle had a toothache. "You asked 1,800 for a 200 yuan part. How did you get that sentence out of your face?" "Those 200 to 400 ones are broken," said the owner, recovering. "You'd have to repair them yourself. Mine were 80% new when I bought them. The price is naturally higher," which was fair. Fine, I said. 500? He struggled for a full second. Then, you only want 5 monitors? Because 5 monitors is not an internet cafe, and he had just realized he was not looking at the whole order. We'll buy as many monitors as we have parts for, I said. If you can sell us the used parts for 50 machines, we'll buy 50 monitors from you. He knew immediately that was not happening. But 5 is 5, and in that trade, one machine's margin feeds a man for a month. Our best seller is 3,200 a unit. 28, I said. 5 units, 14,000, plus the 5 for the parts. 19,000, cash today, goods today. He didn't perform this time. He just said yes. We walked out with the receipt, and my uncle, who had been carrying it, said, "You're tired. I'll go round the other shops."
Go back to the hotel. There's no need to walk them. I thought of something better. Something better? We set up a stall, I said, and we buy. He blinked. From dealers and from individuals both. Anyone who's willing to sell comes to us. Walking 20 shops and haggling each one takes half a month. We don't have half a month. He turned that over, and then his face did the thing I was starting to enjoy. That's good, but Mei Ling, if we buy too low, nobody sells, and if we buy too high, we upset every electronics dealer on this street. They're all pricing in step with each other. One outsider walks in paying over the odds, he gets what he wants and wrecks the market, and that is extremely offensive. Best case, you get shouted at. Worst case, you get beaten. Then he stroked his chin, and I watched him solve it. I've got it. I'll put the word out that we're opening an internet cafe and need used parts, large quantity. And once we've bought some, I'll also put the word out about what we just bought from Allvision, the 5 brand new monitors. I looked at my uncle with sincere respect, because nobody on that street cared about used parts. There is no money in used parts. But every dealer in that market sells new monitors, and we had just publicly bought 5 and implied 50, so they would tolerate the buying. In fact, they would come and sell to us personally in order to get near the monitor order. This is the man his entire family had written off as a wastrel. Prejudice is expensive. We set up a small stall in the electronics market and began buying used parts at a good price. Word went round exactly as planned. Dealers came to sell and to look us over and to chat and to eat melon seeds, and my uncle worked the whole thing like a man who had been born in a market, which he essentially had. I, meanwhile, had nothing to do, so I put out a second sign, free computer performance testing. Nobody came. I was not surprised. I was in a good mood anyway. If somebody turned up, I'd teach them something. If not, that was their bad luck. And then somebody kicked my sign over. I picked it up, dusted it off, put it back, and looked up at a man in his mid-20s with hair like a hedge and the specific gray complexion of a person who has been failing at something for a very long time. "Sir, are you selling parts?" He looked at me. Then he looked at the can of Coke in my other hand, which my uncle had bought me, and which I was drinking in the middle of winter through a straw. Then, as though someone had pushed him, he crouched down to my level. "Little sister, do you buy used computer parts here? What do you buy? I have been around researchers my entire adult life, and I want to be clear that 9 out of 10 of them look exactly like that. Hollow, unwashed, slightly haunted. It is not a personality type, it is an occupational injury. We buy all the main parts," I said, and handed him the price list. He took it, and then he stood there holding my handwritten price list and squeezing it tighter and started to cry, fully, standing up, in the middle of the electronics market. I want to record that my first coherent thought was, thank God it's me and not my uncle, because if a grown man started sobbing at Zhao Zhengkong in public, half this street would assume he'd done something unspeakable. I let it run for a bit, then I passed him a tissue. "Guga, don't cry." He thought I was a beautiful and kind-hearted child whose parents were criminally negligent to leave her out here alone and thanked me and told me I should call him older brother. "If I told you," I said, "that I was mainly worried you'd smudge the price list and I'd have to write it out again, would you be upset?" He would. He was. He apologized for losing his composure. I raised the Coke at him in solidarity and told him I was joking because he did not look like a man with a lot of margin left, and it was only a piece of paper. His name was Zhou Lei. He had studied computing. He had gone into the electronics trade against his family's wishes, and he did not sell machines. He built systems. 2 years earlier, he had written an operating system, from scratch. A domestic one, because the system everybody used came from abroad, and the people who made it did not think much of us. And it worked, and then it didn't, because it was riddled with incompatibilities and vulnerabilities that he had spent 2 solid years failing to fix. "I'm a good-for-nothing," he said, "nothing to show since university. I finally built a system, and it's full of bugs, and I can't fix them." He rubbed his face. "After today, I might change careers." I put the Coke down. "You built the system yourself? What kind?" Because there are 2 kinds of person in computing. There is the kind who installs a system somebody else designed, which, by the standards of the world I came from, is a chore a child can do. And there is the other kind. It's easy to get infected? That's normal. It's what new systems do. It usually takes several years, and you've had 2. I looked at him. "That's basic. Didn't your teacher tell you?" And he gave a small, wretched laugh and said, "My teacher says it's a failed work, that I have no talent for it. He keeps telling me to give up." There was something in
the way he said teacher. If writing your own operating system doesn't count as talent in computing, I said, then most people in the field are idiots. And if you can write systems, you can obviously write software. I'd bet you've shown your teacher everything you've ever made. Yes. How did you? Go home and check whether the software and systems you made have been registered and published. He looked at me blankly.
If your teacher isn't incompetent, I said, then I bet your work is already in his name. That's impossible. My teacher's a very nice man. I did not push it because I was guessing, and because a person who is told something like that by a stranger will only ever believe it when they check for themselves. Look it up. And as for the system, stop doubting yourself. Your bugs are 3 things: incompatibility, viruses, and it hangs before the desktop. Solve the boot first, then compatibility. I looked around. Do you have a pen and paper? He didn't. Watch my stall. I went and bought a pen and a notebook, came back, and wrote for half an hour. Then I tossed it to him. Every likely problem with a new system is in there, in order. Work through it. He opened it and stared, and I watched him try to work out what he was looking at, because what he was looking at was a computing course. Kid, he said, you didn't write this just to make a fool of me, did you? You don't need to worry about that, I said. In your current condition, there is nothing about you worth fooling. No money, no looks. Now move. You're blocking my business. He went, holding the notebook, glancing back twice. He did not believe it. Why would he? He took it home and did not open it, and went on grinding at his system with the last of his hope, and failed again, all night. And at about the point where his head was splitting, he looked at the notebook and picked it up like a man reaching for a bottle. He told me later exactly what he said to himself. Jolie, you are genuinely grasping at straws. That child is barely older than a schoolgirl. How could she possibly understand anything about computation? However, I have already reached the end of the road. What's the harm? At worst, I fail again. And what if my ancestors show their power? Then he opened it properly and stopped because the handwriting was beautiful. That is what he noticed first, not the content. He looked at the characters and thought, nobody writes like that without 10 years of practice. And that child is a teenager, so she must have been born into money, private tutors, calligraphy from the age of 4. He was envious about it for a while. And then he read the whole thing, and it was dense technical work laid out so plainly that it went down like water. And when he reached the end, he was annoyed that it stopped. Then he came back to himself and shut the machine down and restarted it and put in the drive and started working through the notebook. 2 hours. Dawn came up while he was doing it, and he finished the last modification with his eyes swollen shut and restarted without any hope at all. The machine chimed and landed on the desktop. He had got that far before. That was never the problem. The problem was what happened next. He downloaded email. It installed. He downloaded a game. It installed. Every incompatibility that had eaten 2 years of his life was gone. He restarted it again and again, and one problem surfaced, and the hangs and the virus intrusions and the boot failures had collapsed to almost nothing. And he ran to the phone and dialed his teacher. Teacher. And then, with the rest of the sentence in his mouth, he remembered what a 15-year-old had said to him over a folding stall on the market. Surely not. But what if? Jolie, what's wrong? You sound very happy. Is there progress? 2 years earlier, that sentence would have made him glow. This time, he heard something underneath it, eagerness and impatience, and his skin went cold. No, teacher. I was thinking, maybe I'm not suited to this line of work. I might find something else. My family's never supported it. I was thinking, I've written some software before. I'm planning to publish it and register the patents. What do you think? There was a pause on the line, and then his teacher said, warmly, Jolie, to be honest, I've already taken what you gave me and published it and applied. I meant to register it in your name, but the person doing the registration seems to have misunderstood and put mine. I've received some awards for it. Those programs do have problems. They're nothing special, but they're helpful to me. If I'm doing well, I get better resources, and then I can lead all of you. You don't mind, do you? Jolie stood there in a cold room at sunrise holding a telephone, and his first reaction was not rage. His first reaction was relief, because he had very nearly said the words new system out loud. The teacher hung up on him, claimed to be busy. He shook for a while. Then he took every yuan in his flat, went to a supermarket, bought an enormous quantity of food, and brought it to my stall. I saw his face and knew before he opened his mouth. Still gray, still exhausted, but the eyes had come back on. Is the system running? It's running. Little sister, you're incredible. Who is your teacher? And that stopped me, briefly, because it is a question with a complicated answer. Gao Lin, I said. He blinked. Gao Lin? I've never heard the name. Is he in computing? Of course he hadn't heard the name. It would have been very strange if he had. Here is the truth, and I have never said it to anyone in this life. In that other world, I arrived with nothing. No family, no papers, no name that meant anything. I was small and I was weak, and I had brought with me all the accumulated flinching of a child raised in the old Qin family, which is a specific kind of uselessness. And I worked out very fast that being pitiful buys you nothing. People only look after you if you are of some use. So I made myself useful. There was a courtyard house near where I slept, and that courtyard house happened to be full of students from the best universities in the country. I swept it. I cooked for them. I ran their errands. When they argued about a research problem until something got broken, I cleaned it up. And after a while, they couldn't bring themselves to throw me out. And then they found me a school, and then another one, and then a university, and then a master's, and then a doctorate. I was not a genius. My relatives in this family were not wrong about that part.
What I had was the ability to eat bitterness and no shame at all about asking. If I didn't understand something, I asked and asked and asked, and if they threw me out, I came back and slept on the doorstep with my pillow. He who eats another man's food is bound to him. They had taken me in, so they taught me. This one was the top humanities student at the top university. That one was sciences. There were teachers, college graduates, and ordinary people and scholars, and every single one of them taught me something. And I wore clothes from a dozen families and ate at a dozen tables. I never had one teacher. I had all of them. And when I got big, I did not let a single one of them down. I just did not expect. There was a crack, and the Coke can went flat in my hand. Joe Lay jumped. What? Because a man had just come out of the shop opposite, 40, maybe 50, and the owner was showing him out with both hands and a smile. And Joe Lay's face changed. I dropped the can in the bin and followed his eyes. You know him? Yes, he was talking through his teeth. Young companion, you remember what you told me yesterday? You were right. Every paper and every small piece of software I wrote before is registered as a patent in his name, and that is him. I looked at Joe Lay with real sympathy, because there is no pain in this profession like watching your own work walk past you with another man's name on it. Have you fallen out with him? I came to thank you first, he said, and his knuckles cracked. Then I'm going to go and talk to him. I made myself smile at the idiot. Then I'd advise you to give up that idea. He was genuinely wounded. I thought you'd support me. If he had taken your work and then discovered how valuable it was and come back for more, I would support you. I'd wave a flag behind you and cheer while you walked down the road to your own funeral. Then I laid it out, because he needed the picture and not the sentiment. You have no power and no standing. He has been a teacher for at least 10 years and has authority in that institution. You will have to work under him for years. If you fall out with him now, you have no papers and no registered credits to your name. Nothing that proves you can write anything at all. And then your new system surfaces and people want it, and he says you stole it from him. I watched that land. Guess what happens then? Is that even possible? He said, and he genuinely did not know. He had been braced for his teacher to deny it. He had not imagined the hat being placed on his own head. And then he remembered the voice on the telephone that morning, and I saw him become afraid. So we just let it go? They're not much, but they were my work. Young companion, you're clever. Is there any way you could help me? And then, delicately, I'm not asking for free. I'll give you something. You want used parts, right? I have a lot of contacts in that. I have stock. Fine. That is how business works. There are plenty of ways, I said. Give him a taste of his own medicine. He wants to use you as a stepping stone, so let him. Because here is the thing about publishing. Publishing work requires an authoritative signature and institutional certification, which means it requires a room and witnesses and an occasion. I gave him a plan. He listened with his eyes getting brighter and then said, what if he doesn't react the way you think? So I gave him the second plan. And then, because he still looked worried, a third. 3 roads, A, B, and C. Whichever way that man jumped, Joe Lay came out the other side owning his own work and with a decent chance of clawing back what had already been taken. Young companion, he said, delighted and slightly frightened. You're very experienced. Have you met many cunning old foxes like my teacher? Quite a few, I said. None of them managed to trick me. Because you're smarter than them? No. I looked at him, honestly puzzled. Do you think you're not smart? You're smart, and he tricked you anyway. Dealing with old schemers is simple. They're cunning, so be more cunning. His whole worldview fell over. I decided the boy was too young for this world, and that I had taught him enough. If he failed after that, he wasn't built for it, and I would stop meddling. I sent him away, and Zhao Zhengkang came back, soaked with sweat in the middle of winter, filthy, with 2 computer towers on his back and his eyes shining. He saw me still at the stall, still unkidnapped, and relaxed. If I'd known it'd be this much running around, I'd have brought a friend instead of you. I'm sorry you've had to suffer. I threw him a towel. Granduncle, no pain, no gain. Our family has no right to complain about suffering. We had enough to eat, we had clothes, I was going to school, and we were doing business. The people who suffer are in mountain villages with no school and no television. There is nothing frightening about hard work. What is frightening is not being given the chance to do any. We had about a dozen machines worth of parts. We needed 50. I stripped the 2 towers, sorted the good from the dead, and told him we should collect half and take them home and process them, then come back. At lunchtime, he asked what I wanted. I was writing up the accounts. Chestnut buns. Don't go far, you've been running all day. He'd been planning to walk somewhere decent and buy something good. He looked down at the top of my head instead and reached out and ruffled my hair. All right, buns. Sorry to make you rough it. Granduncle will take you for a proper meal when we get home. I looked up. Granduncle, let's make a deal. Next time, don't put your unwashed hands in my hair. It's covered in germs. He laughed like a drain and did it again, harder. So the 2 of us squatted on the pavement next to a pile of other people's broken electronics, eating 5-cent buns out of paper bags, with sweat running off his chin into his food, which he wiped off with the back of his hand and kept eating. And that is when a voice said warmly, well, isn't this Mei Ling? And isn't that Zheng Kong from the Xia family? Aunt Zhou lives on Qinhuai Street. Her mother-in-law was close to my grandmother. The Li family have 2 sons and a daughter, and they are, by the standards of that street, comfortable. Aunt Zhou, I said, and did not stand up. Jie-jie-in-law Li, said my uncle, and did. What are you 2 doing here? Her eyes were already inventorying the stall. Collecting parts. Parts? She read the sign because Aunt Jo can read. Second-hand computer parts. What do you need those for? My uncle's opening an internet cafe. We need parts to assemble computers. And her whole face filled with concern. Jung Kang, that's very irresponsible of you. Computers aren't good things. How can you have a child in an internet cafe? Be careful, Aunt Sha will never forgive you if she finds out. Once you're addicted, it's over. Then to me, does your family know you're here? Mother knows. I watched her decide not to say what she was thinking, which was that my mother knowing something is worth nothing at all. So she smiled and gave me advice instead. Mei Ling, you mustn't follow your uncle into nonsense. Are you feeling anxious because Yayun's done so well? You should learn from your Wang Yayun. You haven't even finished school and you're mixed up in computers. Auntie's genuinely worried for you. Here is the thing. The Li Mei Ling who lived here before I came back would have heard that and been grateful and embarrassed. She'd have thought Aunt Jo cared. I watched the woman's eyes while she said it, and there was a very faint, very comfortable contempt in them, the kind that doesn't even know it's there. And I knew the history because my sister had told me all of it without ever once realizing what she was telling me. First branch used to be closest to the Li family. Then my father had his accident, and the Li family cooled and warmed instead toward Fifth branch, a family they had never liked before. And once, when my sister took me out, Aunt Jo was standing in the street outside Fifth branch's door chatting to neighbors, and both of us called out to her, and she looked straight through us and kept talking. Thank you, Auntie, I said, and went back to my bun. She stood there for a second with nowhere to put the rest of the speech, looked at the lunch in our hands, shook her head, and made an excuse, and left. Zhao Zhengkang was worried I'd be embarrassed. I finished both buns, looked at him, saw exactly what he was worried about, and said, Granduncle, I'm thirsty. Buy me a Coke. A 5-cent bun and a 2 yuan Coke, he said. You're a very extravagant child. He bought it. He always bought it. I opened it and put the straw in carefully. Don't tell your mother I bought you drinks, he said. She'll kill me. My mother dotes on her daughters and does not allow us fizzy drinks, and I nodded with real feeling because I had already seen what Li Wen's face does when she is disappointed, and I did not want it aimed at me. 2 more days on that stall. I ran the arithmetic and it was not good. Assembling everything at speed was at least half a month. But the real problem was supply. We were the only stall on that street buying. We had already taken most of what existed, and there wouldn't be more for a while. And carting 50 machines worth of parts home in one load was not practical anyway, which is when Zhou Lei reappeared. He had gone home and thought about it and worked out that the two of us were not local and would not be there long. So he had gone through his university and his classmates and every contact he had in the trade and turned up with 7 or 8 machines worth of parts, good ones, usable, plus 2 monitors somebody had returned. I took all of it and paid him in full, on the spot. He had actually been worried I wouldn't pay, because he is that kind of man. And when I did, he relaxed, and then hesitated, and said, by rights, I shouldn't take your money. If you don't take my money, I won't dare ask you for anything, I said. You live here. I'm short a great many parts. If you have friends willing to sell, help us buy. When you've accumulated a batch, contact us, and my uncle will come and collect, and then we'll pay you a commission. Zhao Zhengkang's eyes lit up like a slot machine, and the man who had been calling him Mr. Jiang 2 minutes earlier said, Little Jiang. Zhou Lei, who had been quietly panicking about how to stay in contact with us, took the bait like a fish who had been waiting all day. And then, shamelessly, young companion, can I skip the commission and change the terms? If there are problems with the new system, can I consult you? I looked at him. I want to be honest that my first reaction was irritation. In the other world, my email, my messages, every channel I had were permanently full of exactly that request. Time is the only thing that cannot be manufactured, and I had spent 25 years defending mine with both hands and had eventually developed the habit of simply not reading any of it. But he was standing there with a box of parts he had spent 2 days assembling for a stranger, and he had come back to say thank you first and ask for something second. I'm very busy, I said. If you really get stuck, contact me online. If I'm busy, I might not answer. Then can I have your details? I haven't registered yet. I'll do it when I'm home. I had been back in this world for under a month. I had spent 25 years living on machines and had not yet made an account on one. Then, because it mattered, solve the new system quickly. Don't let it drag. Only by showing your value do people invest in you. A man in a nascent industry with no investor is a man with a hobby. He wrote that down. A shopkeeper nearby leaned out and laughed at him. Young man, why are you standing there taking notes from a little girl like a schoolboy? It's embarrassing. And Zhou Lei looked up and thought, with great intensity and complete silence, embarrassing? You have no idea. If you could solve my system for me, I would kneel down and burn incense and change my surname and call you my ancestor. Can you? Can you? We loaded the first haul into a car Zhao Zhengkang borrowed off somebody and drove through the night back to Qinhuai Street. We had no idea what we were driving into, because that morning my grandmother had gone out to buy groceries in an excellent mood, and fifth branch had given her a piece of news. Zhao Zhengkang was opening an internet cafe, which, on its own, would have been fine. Zhao Zhengkang opening an internet cafe is exactly what Zhao Zhengkang would do, and everyone had already written him off. The problem was the rest of it. Eldest aunt was in it with him. The cousins were opening it together, and Li Meiling had been taken to an electronics market and put behind a stall buying secondhand parts. My grandmother did not buy the groceries. She did not cook. She went home. "Go," she said. "Go and call Li Wen and Li Xiaomin and Mei Ling over here, because if they came, the news was false." The whole family came out. Nobody dared speak. Every branch stood around the yard trying to work out what first branch had done this time. "What's wrong?" said my grandfather. "Calm down. Don't frighten the children. What's happened?" Grandma took a breath. "I hear Li Wen is opening an internet cafe with her cousin Zhao Zhengkang. I don't know if it's true. I'm going to ask first. I want you to understand what the word internet cafe meant to a woman of that generation in 1999. It meant a room where somebody else's child goes in and does not come out. It meant a poison. There was no distinction in her head between an internet cafe and an opium den, and there was no version of the argument she was prepared to hear. Every wife in that yard started talking at once. Aren't those harmful places? Isn't that a den? Shut up, said my grandmother. Go and find them first. And second aunt looked at her son, who had gone a color, and volunteered to go herself. Wu Yun got there first, at a dead sprint, and rounded the corner of our house without braking, and ran straight into Lin Guangming. He was going far too fast to stop. And I am told that in the last half second before impact, Wu Yun experienced genuine joy because there was a person there to cushion him, and his beautiful face would not have to make contact with the ground. And then he watched Lin Guangming's eyebrows move very slightly, and Lin Guangming turned, calmly, to one side. Wu Yun went into the bicycles. The bicycles came down on top of him. Ow! You're heartless! You're cruel! Why didn't you catch me? Sorry, said Lin Guangming, and took 2 steps forward and put out a hand to help him up, and explained gently. I'm used to it. Thanks! What do you mean you're used to? He stopped. Never mind. Not important. Xin Fei, come out. I've told you to call me sister. You're so disrespectful. Forget sister. You're all finished. Grandma's furious and wants you over there. She's found out about the internet cafe. Think of a story. He swallowed. Oh, and don't drag me into it, please. I am being incredibly kind by not selling you out. If I sell you out, I can't spy on you anymore. Which is, I think, the most honest sentence anyone in my family said that month. By the time we got there, they had been at it for an hour. Fourth house got in first. Jie-in-law, is it true your cousin's opening an internet cafe? Are you trying to ruin this family? Third house was gentler and worse. Jie-in-law, internet cafes aren't good things. How will we hold our heads up if the relatives find out? We can't make money like that. Li Xiaomin, you're not a child. Why don't you talk to her? My sister's face went red and she looked at the floor. My mother, who will take anything aimed at herself, stepped in front of her. Second sister-in-law, take it out on me. Why are you talking to the child? I hadn't even told you about the cafe yet, so how did you? And second granduncle, helpfully. Fifth Gugu told everyone. Somebody saw Mei Ling collecting parts, at which point my mother started on fifth branch and grandma got the feather duster. I want to be accurate about this. She did not hit my sister and she did not hit me. She hit Li Wen. You brainless idiot, shut up. Li Wen, I have tolerated you for the sake of my eldest son and these 2 children. Li Xiaomin was a good child and she dropped out halfway and you didn't care. And Mei Ling, how old is she? She dropped out to earn money, and now she's mixed up with computers. Is that a future? Look what you've done to 2 good children. One's 18 and a half with no job. One's 15 with no job. People are laughing at us. My mother stood there and took it. She has been married into that family for 2 decades, and she had never once seen the old woman that angry. And she was frightened, and she did not make a sound, because the arithmetic in her head was, let her hit me, as long as she doesn't go after my daughter. My sister stood next to her with her face burning and her head down, and I walked in. Grandpa, Grandma, second aunt, third aunt, fourth aunt. I went round the whole room. I did not skip anyone, except one. Wu Yun's mouth fell open. Are you insane? I was hiding. What are you doing? Then, bravely, he tried to save me. Mei Ling, you're back from visiting relatives, and winked at me so hard he nearly detached something. Say you were visiting relatives. I will die before I admit we were at the electronics market. You brat, said his father, appalled. You think you can fool your grandparents like that? Your dad wore that trick out when you were 4. I looked at my grandmother's face, which was completely calm, which is the most dangerous thing that face does. I wasn't visiting relatives, I said. I was at the electronics market. Grandpa and Grandma already know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be this angry. She was almost pleased. An honest confession suggests a child is not beyond saving. Then you know why I'm angry. Of course I did. Grandma, do you remember what I said? That I'd pay off this family's debt myself. The internet cafe was my idea, not my mother's, not my sister's. They don't have the head for it, so don't blame them. Silence. My mother made a small noise. My sister made a smaller one. Because my grandmother had assumed, everyone had assumed, that Zhao Zhengkang had led my empty-headed mother into it, and my mother had dragged the children along. It had not occurred to any of them at any point that it was mine. Her face closed. She came up out of the chair with the duster. I stepped back. I want to be clear that I stepped back. I have no interest in being hit by an angry woman on principle. Principles do not stop bruises. Grandma,
If you're going to hit me, explain first. Otherwise, I won't accept it.
which enraged her so completely that she started laughing. Fine, fine. You won't accept it? Then explain yourself and I'll explain myself. You say you're opening an internet cafe, so tell me, where did the money come from? Did it fall out of the sky? She did not once look at Zhao Zhengkang, who was standing in the doorway. In her view, not throwing him out of the yard was already the greatest kindness my mother had ever received. Of course it didn't fall out of the sky, I said. It's a long story. Let's talk about it over tea. The room stopped. You are about to be beaten to death and you want tea. Wu Yunge, I said. Could you boil some water? Wu Yun opened his mouth to ask why he should, and his mother hit him across the back of the head. Don't think that because your grandmother doesn't know about this, you get to keep quiet. I asked you if they'd gone visiting relatives and you said nothing. Are you being clever? My grandmother's eyelid twitched several times. My grandfather laughed, which was helpful, and said, then let's make tea and sit down.
Losing your temper achieves nothing. He did not take one word of it seriously. He thought it was funny. A 15-year-old was about to attempt to talk her way out of a family court with a pot of tea. The water boiled. The tea was poured. Everyone got a cup, except Wang Hua, not by accident and not quietly. I poured. I went round the room and I stepped over her. Everyone in that yard saw it. Because Fifth Branch could have taken this to my grandmother in private. They could have mentioned it, quietly, as a concern. They did not. They brought it to the middle of a full family gathering so that First Branch would be humiliated in front of every branch at once. Fine. Anybody can do that. You've had your tea, said my grandfather. Now, where did the money come from? My uncle put it up, I said. My family has a share. He put the cup down and I watched him prepare to be gentle with an idiot. An internet cafe is hundreds of thousands. Child, however good the relationship is, there is no such thing as taking without giving. You want your uncle to put in hundreds of thousands. You contribute labor and you pay the debt out of the profit. If he's willing, that's his kindness. But we can't take charity for nothing. And in business, your uncle is one man and can carry his own risk. You and your mother are a household. Your family already owes nearly $1 million. If you take on more and you can't pay, the whole Chin family cleans it up. Your grandmother is angry because we can't stand and watch you walk into that. Do you understand? And here's the thing about my grandfather that I did not expect. He meant it. They did not like First Branch. They had never liked First Branch. And they had paid our debts anyway, and found ways to get food into our house when there wasn't any. And they had told everyone they weren't going to care, and cared. That is why my mother stood there and took the feather duster without lifting a hand. She remembers. Grandpa, I said, and I meant this too. You've misunderstood one thing. My family isn't taking my uncle's kindness for nothing. Then you're paying money. That doesn't work either. May I speak to just you and Grandma? And Wang Hua, who had spent the last hour enjoying herself, said sweetly, Mei Ling, is there something you can't say in front of the family? I turned round and looked at her. Little aunt. I thought you knew why I don't want to say it. Nobody here is stupid, so why spell it out? I think you talk too much, and I don't want you to hear it. The room made a sound. Mei Ling, said my grandmother warningly, Grandma, little aunt and my family are one step from a complete falling out. Why pretend? Why put on a monkey show for the neighbors? Everybody in this yard already knows. Grandma looked at my mother, who was glaring at Wang Hua with her chin up and visibly ran out of energy. She was right. She just did not want to be right in public. Wang Hua said she didn't care to hear it anyway, and don't come crying later, and second granduncle got everyone out of the room. And in the doorway, my uncle asked his wife what Mei Ling could possibly have to say to his parents. They don't even want to associate with us, and you keep trying to please them, she hissed. She's going to trick your parents. Unless she can produce the money, nothing she says matters. And I won't agree to that cafe either. It'll ruin Yayun's reputation, and we'll end up paying for it. Although privately, she was not worried, because in her view, my grandparents were not stupid and would not be taken in by a 15-year-old. Inside, my grandfather was thinking exactly the same thing and preparing to be kind about it. Your aunt and uncle have gone. What did you mean, you're not taking his kindness for nothing? Grandpa, you're a clever man, and my uncle is an adult, not a fool. Do you think he'd open an internet cafe because a child told him to, without thinking about it? Hard to say, said my grandfather. Your uncle put $1 million into stocks. What wouldn't he do? Only a great idiot like your mother would play with him. Two idiots keeping each other company. I decided not to defend either of them because it was a long road and I had a shorter one. The reason my uncle is willing to turn on a computer, I said, is that I know how to assemble them. Assemble computers? He did not know what that meant. He also did not want to reveal that he did not know what that meant, so he adopted an expression of great profundity. I am not stupid either. Yes. A computer assembled from a pile of parts is worth 7,000. If I assemble it and sell it, it's worth 9. Do you understand now? Ah, it's making money from a skill. His whole face cleared, like your father and the excavators. And then it clouded again. How did you learn that? Did your father teach you? Your father's been gone for years. You were tiny. There it was. That's not important, I said. What's important is that I have the skill and my uncle has the money, which is why our two families are opening a cafe together.
I refilled his cup because his was empty and because I needed 3 seconds. It isn't as reckless as you think. Mother owes so much money, and I have to produce $150,000 within 3 months. My uncle offered to clear it himself. I refused, because as Grandpa says, you can't take what you haven't earned. My uncle has his own life. He needs money to marry and have children one day. So I want to earn it myself. The cafe is how. And then my grandmother, who had said nothing for 10 minutes, spoke. No matter what you say, I do not agree to an internet cafe. Her voice had gone completely flat. Is that something a person should touch? You touch a computer and your life is finished. It's poison. If your family opens one, what will the relatives think? They'll spit on you in the street. Money. So what if it's money? A person has to have a bottom line. And this is the part where I could have lost, and where a great many people lose, which is that I did not try to win by being right. Grandma, I said, I'm going to open it. However many people object, it won't change anything. I know you both have a prejudice about this, and I know you mean well for my family, which is why I'm willing to explain. You say internet cafes are a menace. There are 5 on Chinhuai Street right now. All 5 have proper operating licenses. The government knows they exist and hasn't banned them. If the state doesn't ban a thing, the thing is legal. So the badness is your view of it, not a fact. She started to speak. It's like television, I said. She stopped. You think children shouldn't watch too much television because it interferes with school. Fine. But is television a bad thing? Where do you and Grandpa get most of your news? A computer is the same object. Silence. And then my grandmother, who has run 5 branches of one family for 50 years and did not get there by being a fool, frowned and said, "What you're saying isn't wrong." I did not react, because reacting to that would have been fatal. But even if all of it's correct, she said, as long as people don't believe it, as long as they think internet cafes are poison, are you going to explain it to every single one of them? Why would I explain? She looked up. Grandma, I'm opening a cafe to earn money and pay a debt. I'm not doing charity. As long as I break no law and no moral principle, I'm not in the wrong, and I don't owe anybody an explanation. And then, because it was true and because it was useful, face is the most useless thing there is. I let a beat go past. And First Branch doesn't have any face left anyway, so it's fine. Neither of them said anything, because First Branch did not have any face left. That was simply accurate. My uncle and I have already collected most of the parts, I said. Whatever you say, the cafe is opening, and nobody can stop it. I know you don't trust First Branch. You don't have to trust my mother. Trust me this once. I'm not joking. I paused. And if you don't believe me, and you're afraid of being dragged into it, I understand completely. First Branch can stop coming here for a while, so that if anything happens, it doesn't touch you. But I'd rather have your support. My grandfather stopped, and I watched something happen in his face that I did not understand at the time. He was looking at me, and he was seeing his eldest son. Because that man had stood in that room and made that exact promise in that exact voice. He had taken the family's money and learned to operate excavators, and halfway through he decided excavators had no future, and he wanted to assemble them, and then he didn't finish that either, and then he wanted cranes. And then he had gone off and done whatever it was he actually did, and then he had died of it. The old man suddenly looked extremely tired, and I heard him think, quite clearly, that he had no interest in dwelling on that bastard, that he intended to live another 10 years, and that he had no plans to go and join him. So whatever happens, said my grandmother, you're keeping this cafe open. You'd rather I killed you than not open it, is that it? I looked at the feather duster. Grandma, even if you hit me, I'm not going to stand there and take it. I can eat bitterness. I do not enjoy pain. Those are different skills. She rolled her eyes so hard I heard it. I can't be bothered hitting you. You won't listen anyway. It's wasted effort. You want the cafe? Fine, I agree. On conditions. I did not look pleased. Go ahead, I said. I'll consider them. Because agreeing instantly to unread terms is how people end up as a maid in their aunt's kitchen. My grandmother saw exactly what I was doing, and I watched her think. She's wary. She's not a total fool. There's hope. First, you go back to school. I kept my face still. You can open your cafe. I don't care how your uncle runs it, but you go back to school. You said you wanted to. That wasn't just talk, was it? If that cafe fails and you're buried in debt, your clueless mother and your silly sister simply cannot pay it. If you're in school, there's a future. We are not spending our lives cleaning up after that woman. Then she added the second half. And within 3 months, I want to see you score above 90. I want to describe what happened inside my head. She had originally meant to say, pass. Then she got nervous that pass was too easy and would let me off, so she moved it to 90 on the assumption that 90 was impossible. Because 90 is impossible. That was the entire point. A girl who has missed an entire semester goes back into the second year of middle school, and her marks fall off a cliff. 70 is a good outcome. 60 is the realistic one. Then she gets a technical certificate, and everyone breathes out, and, ideally, she gives up on the cafe. Here is my problem. There are 7 subjects in that year. Some papers are marked out of 140, some 120. I could not guarantee full marks in every subject because I did not know the marking conventions, and I did not know what a middle school examiner in 1999 wants to see written down. But 90? 90 felt like a professional queuing into a beginner's lobby. It felt, honestly, slightly unsporting. What's the matter? Said my grandmother, and she had genuinely enjoyed that pause. Stumped? Your school marks several papers out of 130. I've set 90. You don't have that much confidence? And you're talking to me about opening an internet cafe? Ah, she was baiting me. 90 it is. All right, I said. I accept the first condition. Anything else? She said there was more, picked up her tea, and drank again, and I watched her, and it became gradually clearer that my grandmother had argued with me for so long that she had completely lost the second condition and was now buying time. Grandma, I said, have you forgotten what you were going to say? Your grandmother isn't senile yet. She put the cup down. Why are you so impatient at your age? Second condition. The cafe gets 3 months. If it doesn't work, you close it. And since you insisted on opening it, if it hasn't worked by then, Li Xiaomin goes to 5th branch as their maid to pay the debt. She saw my face and got in ahead of it. Don't look at me like that. You're very confident. So my condition isn't unreasonable. If your business stalls for 3 months, never mind what you lose, where does the money you promised come from? In the end, you'll be relying on 5th branch anyway. And then, generously. If you're not confident, you don't have to agree. Think about it carefully. All right. She stopped mid-sentence. If you think Grandma's being unreasonable, that's… She raised the cup and paused and looked at me, and then turned round and snapped at my grandfather. You old man, sit still. Why do you keep banging on the table? It's very noisy. My grandfather said, I didn't touch the table. He had not touched the table. Both of us knew exactly what had made the noise, which was a woman of nearly 70 having a small physical reaction to being agreed with, and neither of us said one word about it, because she was proud and we were not stupid. I've agreed to both conditions, I said. Is there anything else? She stared at me. You agreed? I thought you'd refuse. How could you agree? And then it came out of her before she could stop it. I thought you'd refuse. You stood in front of me and said you would not let Li Xiaomin be their maid, and now you've gone back on it? And that is the question, isn't it? Grandma, why do you assume I'm contradicting myself instead of assuming I'm confident? I'm confident that the cafe will run. I'm confident we'll clear the debt. I'm confident my sister will never be anybody's maid. I let that go. And I agreed because I know that everything you've asked for, however hard it looks, is built around me and my sister. She had not expected me to say that. I looked at those 2 conditions from the other side of the table. From where my grandmother sits, that cafe is going to fail. Of course it is. It is being run by a man who set fire to 1 million yuan and a 15-year-old dropout. When it fails, 1st branch will need 5th branch's money, whether they like it or not, and my mother will spend 6 months refusing out of pride, while the interest compounds. So she built a lever. If I fail, the deal is already made, the money moves, and nobody has to grovel. And in the meantime, I would be in school, which is the only thing she has ever believed in. You cannot blame them for not trusting me. 1st branch had nothing. No money, no reputation, no evidence. Why would anyone believe a word we said? That takes time to change. You cannot argue it. My grandmother had prepared a lecture and now had nowhere to put it. This child, she thought, is far more sensible than her mother. Very clever and completely wasted. Li Wen is not fit to be a parent. Then she got bored of herself and said, enough with the nice speeches. If you want to make trouble, go and make trouble. But hurry up, school starts soon. Your mother offended the teachers and the headmaster, and I'll have to take you and apologize to them. She had a headache about it, and she was right to. When I came out, my mother and my sister were standing in the yard braced for impact, and the moment they saw me, they rushed over and started comforting me, because being shouted at by the grandparents was, for 1st branch, less an event than a season. It's all right, it's all right. They're old, they have bad tempers. Don't take the scolding to heart. Mom, I fixed her hair. They didn't scold me. They've agreed to the cafe. She said, what? Did you drug them? Said my sister. I agreed to 2 conditions. I told them the first one, and my mother's face did something complicated. Is it because your grandmother is forcing you back to school? But you hate school. You always got bullied there. If you don't want to, there was a reason she said that. Li Mei Ling had been frozen out at that school, partly because of my father, partly for other reasons, none of which mattered. No, I said, I like school. She paused because I had definitely on record said the opposite. And then she decided that children are changeable and that it was not important as long as I liked it. And my sister, who had left school at 16 and knew precisely what that costs, was so pleased she nearly floated. That's not a condition, that's a gift. Getting 90 is a bit hard, but it's fine. If you don't make it, they can't force you to drop out again. There's a second one, I said, and I told her that if the cafe failed, she was going to 5th branch as their maid. My sister's eyes went very wide. Li Mei Ling, said my mother in real pain, how could you sell out your own sister? And then couldn't finish and started swearing at Wang Hua instead. Wang Hua, who had been standing within earshot waiting for news, went home in a rage, and my sister said with an enormous smile, I was feeling terrible that I couldn't help with any of this. And it turns out I can be useful without doing anything at all. That's great. I had a whole speech prepared to comfort her with. I looked at her for a while. Who says my sister is dull? My sister is an optimist. That is a completely different disease, and it saves everybody a lot of time. That night, my grandparents sat and discussed how much cash they would need to get me back into school, because it was going to be difficult, and they were going to have to go and beg. I wasn't going to interfere, said my grandmother, but this one can still be saved. She knows how to be grateful. Because I had understood that both conditions were arranged for my benefit and had said so out loud, and in her framework, that is the entire difference between a child worth spending money on and one who isn't. Otherwise, she said, as the girl put it, telling us about the cafe was a notification, not a negotiation. If they want to open it, who's going to stop them? Are we going to smash the place up after it's built? That helps nobody. And so she told the other branches about the cafe, casually, and did not hide the second condition from fifth branch either, since fifth branch was the one paying. Wang Hua was not pleased. Grandma saw it and did not care. It is normal to be unhappy about being asked for money, but she was not sponging off fifth branch to help first branch. That money was something fifth branch owed us. There's another matter, she said. Your father and I are going to arrange for Mei Ling to go back to school. And Wang Hua's face changed. Because when Li Mei Ling dropped out, she had offended a dean of studies at that school. And that dean of studies was Wang Hua's closest friend of 10 years. I know your sister-in-law offended her badly, said my grandmother. But adults shouldn't drag children into it. Mei Ling is still young. I'm not making things difficult for you, and I'm not asking you to plead for her. I'll take her and beg the headmaster myself. But Wang Hua, don't interfere. If I find out you have, don't blame me for the way I treat you in this family. Then, because she is who she is, she added the sweetener. There's something else. I've written to Li Zimin and mentioned Ya Yun's situation. Wang Hua's entire face changed direction, because compared with being tested by the state, what is 150,000 yuan? Here's the thing I did not know that night, and would not know for another 2 months. There is a man my family calls Guardian. He was a friend of an ancestor of the old Qin family, a man who, generations ago, was found to be extraordinary and taken away by the state and never came back and left no children. Because of that debt, the Qin family has been quietly looked after ever since. And 18 years ago, that man came to Qinhuai Street to test a different child, a child whose parents had told the entire town about it, which is not how any of that is supposed to work, and the test came back negative. And then he realized where he was standing, and he found Li Zimin, 2 years old. And they watched him and tested him and confirmed it and took him. And afterwards, Guardian told my grandparents something that has shaped every decision that family has made since, that this appeared to run in the blood. That if any child of the younger generation showed unusual talent, they should be told, and that child could be tested, and contact could be made with Li Zimin through him. In my grandmother's assessment, the only child in this generation who showed promise was Wang Yayun. So she had written the letter, and Wang Hua forgot about 150,000 yuan instantly, because if her daughter passed that test, the entire fifth branch would be lifted for a generation. Mom, she said, glowing, Yayun says acting is just training herself. She hasn't neglected her studies at all. And then, hopefully, when will Li Zimin reply? Hard to say. The checks over there are strict. Even a letter from family might not reach him. But I've made a phone call. A few months, probably. Don't fret about it. It'll get there. And then my grandmother, who cannot help herself, added, Yayun is clever, and she has a future. But Wang Bo and Xiao Qing are also your children. Don't favor one and wound the others. Wang Hua heard approximately none of that, because in her view, her mother-in-law simply preferred boys, and Yayun was clever and lovable and therefore deserved everything. And the two boys would forget their mother the moment they married anyway. So Grandma gave up and called her son in instead and took a strip off him about the same subject and pointed out that when Wang Bo stole 100 yuan at New Year, his wife had gone home and tied the boy up and beaten him without asking a single question and had not once considered why he did it. And my uncle defended his wife. Mom, you don't know how annoying those two boys are. Always running about, bad marks, not well behaved like Yayun. If only they'd both been girls. My grandmother looked at him for a long moment. So that's the rule, is it? Bad marks, and you deserve to be unloved. When you were born, who did we compare you to? Your father and I didn't throw you away. A child is born a blank sheet. How come Wu Yun isn't annoying? How come third house's children aren't annoying? Only your household is annoying. Have you considered looking at yourselves? Then she told him to get lost. He went out and found his wife waiting. What did Mom say? He told her. So what if Ya Yun's loved? Who told her to be lovable? I am biased toward girls. And then she thought about the testing and swallowed it, because the only route to Guardian and to Li Zimin runs through her mother-in-law. And at home, Wang Yayun was practicing guitar. It is a hard instrument to start on. Her fingertips were splitting. She kept going anyway, and when her parents came in, she was up and pouring water for both of them before either had sat down. Dad, Mom, why do you both look so pale? Her mother told her, at length, everything Grandma had said, finishing with, whatever fifth branch does, your grandmother's heart is always with first branch, and Wang Yayun frowned and did not agree. She had watched first branch stand in the corner at every festival for years, afraid to speak. She knew exactly where the resources in that family went, and they did not go to first branch. If anyone was favored, it was them. Her mother was being heartless about it, and stupid, and Wang Yayun had recently acquired a very strong opinion about being stupid. So she took Wang Hua's hand and leaned on her and said gently, Mom, don't say that. Grandma will be upset if she hears. We're all one family. Great Aunt's family is having a hard time. It's no great matter if we help a little. Grandpa and Grandma will be pleased too, won't they, Dad? Her father looked at her with enormous gratitude. Wang Hua poked her forehead. What if all this kindness costs you one day? And Wang Yayun lowered her eyes and did not answer. Does kindness cost you? No, kindness makes people like you. She had spent an entire lifetime being disliked, and she was not going to do it again. Suffering is a blessing, she said sweetly. It doesn't matter, as long as Grandpa and Grandma and you and Dad are all right. By the way, what about the cafe? I don't know how Li Mei Ling talked your grandmother into it. It takes money and skill. Your great aunt is a brainless creature who lives to prop up her cousin. She's already spent God knows how much on that man, and she'll suffer for it. Wang Hua's eyes glittered. Let's see them make a mess of it. Wang Yayun sat with that, because in her memory, Zhao Zhengkong had run a business, and Li Wen had helped him, and that business had made a great deal of money. But it had been electronics, not an internet cafe. Are internet cafes profitable at this point? She decided they probably were. And something began to form. Mom, since Grandma wants us to keep a good relationship with First Branch, let's stay in contact with them, at least on the surface. She said it lightly. Li Xiaomin's uncle is quite clever. Who knows? He might make money. Impossible, said Wang Hua, who did not want to hear it. He might make money at something else, not an internet cafe. Your Aunt Jo's brother is in the trade. She says it takes enormous capital and computers break constantly, and you need a repairman on staff at tens of thousands a month, and a good one. Aunt Jo's brother's man is a master, apprenticed to some famous researcher called Elder Sun. He came to them because he owed the family a favor. He can repair and assemble. Their cafe is the busiest on Qinhuai Street. If Zhao Zhengkong tries this, he'll be bankrupt inside 3 months. Wang Yayun let it go. Making money, she reflected, is not as easy as it looks. And I want you to notice something about that conversation, because I did not notice it for months. Wang Hua had just said the name Elder Sun out loud in her own kitchen, as a piece of gossip about a repairman, and nobody in that house thought about it again. Meanwhile, the parts for more than 20 computers were spread across the floor of my family's front room, and there was nowhere left to put a foot down. My sister Wu Yun, my uncle and I had been face down in it for 2 days, and my mother finally cracked and threw all of us out into the shop. I hung a sign on the shutter, closed temporarily, and then, after a moment, hung a second one, buying used computer parts. Whether anyone came or not, it cost nothing to ask. The first job was not assembly. The first job was sorting. 50 machines worth of components arriving in boxes, mixed. It is an enormous amount of work, and we did not have enough hands. So I went and knocked on Lin Guangming's door. The captain opened it. We looked at each other with mutual dislike. What do you want? I produced a smile of extraordinary insincerity. I need your help with something. Don't smile at me like a witch selling children. Why should I help you? I clicked my tongue. Asking for help is the polite phrasing. If you'd rather skip the politeness, fine. I have a very large quantity of computer parts and not enough hands. You two are coming. He started to move, and there was a sound behind him, and Lin Guangming came out in wool trousers and said, I heard. I'll be there shortly. I gave him a look of great satisfaction and then asked, when you come to the shop, do you know the way? Do you have change? You'll need to take the bus. He did not have change. I did not comment. I peeled off a few notes and put them in his hand, and he moved to avoid it, hesitated for exactly half a second, and let them fall into his palm. Thank you. Tang Xiaojin, said the captain, detonating. Aren't you being far too soft with her? It's your temper that's too bad, said Lin Guangming, closing the door behind him. What she said is true. We owe her. We live under her roof, we eat her food, we drink her water, and we use her to hide from people who are hunting you. It is only right that we do some work. Because I was not from Central City, because I did not know who they were and would not treat them as treasures. In my eyes, they were, at best, 2 able-bodied adults. That doesn't mean she gets to order us about. I'll go. You don't have to. We're together, said Lin Guangming, reasonably. If we eat 2 meals a day and do 2 jobs worth of work, we'll be thrown out of anywhere on Earth. The captain made a noise. Lin Guangming paused. Moreover, he said, we may need her help. We had several boxes of miscellaneous parts on the floor, and Wu Yun and my sister were already elbows deep in it when the 2 of them came in one after the other, and the temperature in that shop dropped about 4 degrees. Wu Yun rubbed his arms and did not make a sound. My sister leaned over. Li Mei Ling, maybe I should just do theirs as well. Wake up, you won't finish your own. She stopped talking. I looked up at the captain, who was standing there radiating, and did not acknowledge any of it. Everyone's here. Let's work. We each took a category, memory here, boards there, heat sinks in the corner, and my uncle, who understands people, roared, "Stop dawdling! Get through it and granduncle's taking you all out for dinner." The room's productivity doubled instantly. Lin Guangming looked at the pile and started sorting. The captain dragged a box over with the enthusiasm of a man reporting for execution, and then suddenly said, "What are you doing?" Because he had counted the boxes, and the boxes have been distributed, and none of them were mine. I said, pleasantly, "I'm supervising." He came up off the floor, and I said, before he got there, "Don't throw your tantrum at me. Look at your friend. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't be working in my shop. He hasn't done anything wrong. He is here doing a job. You're the one who did the wrong thing, and you're the one sulking about it. If I were you, I'd work faster and take some of his." Then I glanced at Lin Guangming, and our eyes met, and I shook my head very slightly. He does exactly what he is told. He is such a simple creature. If you sold him and counted the money in front of him, I don't think he'd complain. The captain looked at his friend for a second, said nothing at all, and got down on the floor and worked. I was not supervising. I have never supervised anything in my life. Time is the only thing I cannot make more of. While the others sorted, I pulled the damaged pieces out of the flow and started repairing them one by one with the tools in my lap. They were all salvageable. Nobody sells a component that is entirely dead, but every one of them was fiddly. I put on a pair of plain goggles and stopped talking, and after a while, there was sweat on my face, and I did not notice, because that is what the work is. Sometime later, I realized I was being looked at. Lin Guangming had a box more than half full. Everyone else was under a third. He had a habit, I'd noticed, of finding the thing he wanted in a pile before his hand got there, which is not a skill you can teach, and he was watching me change tools. I had been reaching for them without looking up, for an hour. Every tool exactly where I had put it, because I had put it there, like a researcher who had been doing it for 20 years. He looked at me a moment too long, and I stopped and looked back, and then looked at his box, and then at everyone else's boxes, and decided that a clever man is entitled to a break. Lazy people are not. Next door, old Zhao kept finding reasons to walk past my door. He came out to buy something. He came out to sweep. He came out to look at the sky, and every time all he could see was 5 people sorting small pieces of metal, which told him nothing at all, and he was going quietly insane about it. He was mid-lap when a customer walked into his shop. "Boss, do you repair electric fans?" "Certainly." And then something roared. There was a dog in his doorway. Not a large dog, a wide one, all chest and jaw, teeth out, throat open, straining at a lead held by a girl who was not really holding it so much as accompanying it. Old Zhao went backwards into his own counter. He looked up and recognized her, and swallowed the words he had ready. "Zhou Yue, the Li family's daughter. She is in my year." She sat down and patted the animal's head and said proudly, "What kind of dog?" "Old Zhao, this is a pit bull. It's amazing. I finally talked mother into letting me keep him. Don't be scared. He doesn't bite." Old Zhao, silently, "Whether or not you bite is a question for the dog, and the dog is not currently taking questions." But there was a fan in the boy's hands behind her, and money is money. So he said the motor was gone, 10 yuan, want it done? She said do it, and turned to go, and then noticed our shop, full of people, doing something, not looking at her. So she decided to bring the dog over and show everybody. And she stood up too fast, and the lead went out of her hand. The animal came off the ground and into my shop at a dead run. Li Xiaomin was closest to the door and had her back to it. Wu Yun screamed "watch out" and hauled her sideways by the arm, and the dog went past her shoulder and turned in one movement and came back. The captain moved and swore because his arm had gone numb from 3 hours of sorting other people's rubbish. And Lin Guangming flicked a length of electrical wire up off the floor with the toe of his shoe, caught it, put a loop in it, dropped it over the animal's neck in midair, and pulled. The dog went backwards and hit the floor at his feet with its throat closed. It got its teeth apart to bark, and the captain put a boot on the side of its skull. "Shut up, you beast." The entire thing took about 4 seconds. I got the goggles off my face with my heart going like a hammer. "Gugu, jie." "Are you all right?" Wu Yun, who had been crying about 2 seconds earlier and was now not, said stoutly, "If the captain hadn't been quick, I'd have kicked it. What kind of dog even is that? I've never seen one that vicious." "A pit bull." I looked at the thing on my floor with its eye rolling and its jaw working under a boot, and I felt the temperature go out of my voice. "It's one of the most aggressive breeds there is. It's not permitted in cities. If Lin Yifan and the captain hadn't moved, one bite would have crippled you." And that is when Zhou Yue arrived at a run with her brother behind her, having seen the whole thing, and looked at her dog on the floor with a man standing on its head, and said in a voice full of tears, "Little dog, how could you? Why are you standing on my dog? Li Mei Ling, Li Xiaomin, this is your friend. Tell him to let go. If you hurt my little dog, I will never forgive you." She did not apologize. I want to be extremely clear about this because everything that happens later comes out of this one moment. She did not ask whether anyone was hurt. She did not look at my sister. Her animal came off a lead in a crowded shop and went for the back of an 18-year-old girl's neck, and the first sentence out of her mouth was about the dog. "Zhou Yue," I said, "your dog nearly bit my sister and Wu Yun." "No, my Chow Chow is very well behaved. He doesn't bite. He's just a bit naughty." And she waited for us to let go. We did not let go. Were you born in the year of the dog? I asked. She blinked. No, you know we were born the same year. Then how do you know he won't bite? I thought maybe you were born in the year of the dog and could understand what animals were saying. She is not stupid. It took her about a second and a half and her face went scarlet. Li Mei Ling, Chow Chow was only playing. Do you have to make such a fuss? Do you even know what breed this is? My brother spent several thousand yuan on him. If he's hurt, I couldn't pay for it if I sold myself. Let go, now. And the dog, taking advantage of a room full of people arguing, came off the floor and went for the captain's face. He got his foot clear and put it into the animal's ribs hard enough to send it across the shop, and then put both arms out in front of Lin Guangming and said, "Idiot. Is this what you meant by he doesn't bite? You heard him first." The captain lowered his hand and took one step toward her and said, in a voice like a door closing, "Say one more word and I'll cut you up." She got behind her brother, and the dog got up and crouched and did not come any closer. It was still furious, but it had now been put on the floor twice by two specific people, and it had learned something, and it stayed where it was with its eyes moving between them. Lin Guangming watched it with an expression of complete detachment, not anger, not fear, something much worse than either. And I looked at the animal properly for the first time. Underweight through the flank, coat wrong, eyes wrong. "Zhou Yue," I said, "that dog hasn't been trained out. It isn't suitable for ordinary people to keep, especially not people without brains. It will hurt somebody." She thought I was jealous. "No way. Zhao Chow is very well behaved. He wouldn't bite me." I looked at her the way you look at a wall. "Have you misunderstood something? Do you think I care about you?" Her mouth opened. "Whether it bites you is not important. If it bites you, you've earned it. What I'm worried about is it biting somebody innocent. Because that is the actual problem with a dangerous animal and a careless owner. Nobody chooses to be bitten in the street on the way to buy vegetables." The dog barked again. "If it keeps making that noise," said my uncle unhappily, "I think we should just kill it. Boss, beat it to death and throw it out. I can afford a few thousand yuan." The captain gave him a look that said, "Who exactly do you think you're giving orders to?" Although, to be fair, he also wanted to kill the dog. "Why throw it out?" said Wu Yun. "If you've killed it, you might as well make hot pot. My sister does not like dog meat, but she likes dogs considerably less," and nodded so hard her hair moved. I considered it. "Don't be so brutal," I said. "If you're going to do it, take it to the market and have somebody do it properly. They can process the meat at the same time instead of making a mess of my floor." There were two people in that shop capable of killing something with their hands, and everybody else was worse. Zhou Yue went white and started apologizing very fast. "Li Mei Ling, Li Xiaomin, how dare you?" "I only frightened you a little. I'll apologize, all right?" And then, brightening, because she had found a solution, "Your shop doesn't have much business anyway. I brought a fan in for repair. I'll give you the job and we'll call it even, all right?" She was extremely pleased with this. One repair job. That was a whole day's takings for the Chin family. Surely I would say yes. I reached over and pulled the cloth off the sign next to me and tapped it. Repairs from 500. Even Zhou Yue knew a new fan cost 50. "Are you extorting me? 500 would buy 10 fans. Who would ever hire you?" "Fine, I'll give you 10 yuan when it's fixed, and don't say I'm being unfair." She said it with tremendous confidence, having calculated that Li Mei Ling probably did not see 10 yuan in a month. And then, from next door, we all heard old Zhao say warmly, "Hey, young man, what have you brought me this time?" And a young man walked straight past his shop without breaking stride, leaving behind the words, "I'm not calling you, your skills aren't good enough," and came into mine at speed. "Great, you're here. Quick, I need you to fix something." Zhou Yue had, approximately 9 seconds earlier, announced that nobody would ever hire me. "Are you stupid?" she said to him in genuine distress. "Their shop is famously a ripoff. Why didn't you go next door?" He looked at her like she'd asked him to eat a light bulb. "This one's amazing. What's wrong with them?" "Woof," said the dog. "Oh my God," said the young man and got behind my sister. My sister stood there being used as a shield by a grown man for the second time in 1 week and turned round very slowly. "Are you a human being?" "I'm a girl." Wu Yun, from the corner, said that this maneuver felt familiar. I picked up a screwdriver and let the point catch the light and pointed it at the dog. "Zhou Ye, control your animal. If you frighten my people again, I don't mind having dog hot pot for dinner." Then, to the young man, "Are you selling computers?" Because it was him. The one with the government official parents. The one who had sold me a dead machine for 1,500 yuan. "Never mind computers," he said, and he was not joking anymore. "Can you recover data?" "What data?" Did a backup vanish? Did somebody restore the system? Or did the recycle bin eat it? He didn't understand a word of that and understood all of it from my face and grabbed my hand with both of his. Everybody in that shop stopped moving. I looked down at my own hand, retrieved it, and said, "Talk, don't touch." "Hey," said my uncle, "what are you doing? Don't take liberties with my cousin's daughter." And my sister, gravely, in the tone of a woman delivering vital medical information, "Li Mei Ling, we're girls. We can't let them just hold our hands or we'll get pregnant." The young man let go of me so fast he nearly fell over and looked at his own hands in horror. I turned and stared at my 18-year-old sister. "Jie, please stop saying things like that in public. If holding holding hands did that, the population would be so large the state would have had to intervene with force by now. Is that not how it works? Lin Guangming raised an eyebrow very slightly and said nothing, which I think was the correct choice, and the captain said idiot to nobody in particular. Aren't you getting a bit off topic? Said the young man, who was still slightly gray.
We were talking about a computer. How did we get to holding hands in pregnancy?
We had, and I have never established whose fault it was, and it is not important. Did somebody else try to fix it? His face went dark. We've tried everything. Engineers, nothing. My father's frantic. Recovering data is easy, I said. Easier than repairing a computer. I don't usually take that kind of job, because charging a lot feels like robbery, and charging a little feels like wasting my afternoon. He heard exactly one phrase out of that sentence, which was easier than repairing a computer, and immediately made his case. Young companion, I won't lie to you. It's my father's work data. He's a decent man, and he's made enemies. A lot of people are waiting for him to slip. If those files don't come back and he loses his post, my family starves. Starving was an exaggeration, but he had just reminded me of something much more useful. His family were officials, and I was, in about 10 days, going to need somebody to walk me back into a school I had been thrown out of. I don't usually take this kind of work, I said, and let my voice warm about 4 degrees. But we've done business before, and it went well. I'll come and look for you. He was so moved he nearly cried. Behind me, the captain said to Lin Guangming with real satisfaction, "See, stay away from this woman. She's full of bad intentions." The classic case, sells you and expects gratitude. He had also bet correctly. I was absolutely up to something. Lin Guangming did not confirm or deny it. I did not mind either. I have never once thought of myself as a kind person. I arranged to come the next day, and the young man left a 300 yuan deposit, which I accepted without a flicker. My sister saw money change hands and forgot the dog entirely and went and stood behind the captain, on the grounds that the captain was scarier than the dog. Wu Yun followed her. The captain's first instinct, visibly, was homicide. Lin Guangming glanced at him and shook his head very slightly, and the captain suppressed it and snapped, "Stay away from us." I put my goggles back on. There was too much to do. Even at my fastest, 50 machines is 50 hours of assembly, and school started in days, and my right arm was a problem I had decided to stop thinking about. Sometime later, there was a hand in front of my face. Li Mei Ling, time to eat. The sky outside was red. The food stalls had opened, and my uncle, who had promised, had booked a table. I do not care about eating out, but I looked over at Lin Guangming and the captain and remembered something and put the tools down. Qinhuai Street at that hour in 1999 is full of workmen coming off shifts, and the restaurants are all fire and oil and noise, and I like quiet, and I also liked that. Jiejie, Guga, do you want a drink? My uncle had his wallet out before I finished. I'll drink. Buy your uncle a beer. Wu Yun's whole face lit up. I want beer. Pepsi, I said, and moved on. Good sister, buy your brother a beer. I want beer too. Ask yourself whether your skin can take your mother's cane. If it can, I'll buy it. You don't think drinking a beer makes you tasteless when you get home, do you? Your mother could smell it from the road. His eyes sharpened because that was a genuine problem. Not that he was afraid of a beating. He is a man. It was purely, he explained, out of consideration for his parents' feelings. Then I'll have whatever you're having, he said, dead inside. 1 beer and 3 Pepsis. I looked at Lin Guangming. I don't need one, he said. I want a beer, said the captain. Then you two can come out with me, I said. It's too much to carry. You've developed a taste for ordering us about, haven't you? Cooking, housework, sorting components, and now fetching drinks. You're a grown man complaining about carrying 3 cans, I said. You're very noisy. He looked at me. I looked at him, and Lin Guangming stood up entirely unsurprised by any of it and said, I'll go with her. It's not as if she has no hands. Her hand is injured, said Lin Guangming. I had not mentioned it once. The captain said, I didn't realize, in the tone of a man who was not sorry and got up anyway, because those two do not go anywhere separately. I took them out of the restaurant and turned south, first to a shop for the drinks, then further south, then into a doorway. The captain opened his mouth to tell me I had no sense of direction, and then saw his friend following me and closed it. Lin Guangming got 2 steps inside and stopped. It was a betting shop. I was already talking to the assistant. I turned round and said, pick a quilt and a pillow each. They both looked at me. The cheap ones, I added. The expensive ones are beyond me. I had a few hundred yuan on me, 3 of which were the deposit I'd been handed an hour earlier. Here is why. The Qin family had a spare room, and I had given it to them, and the Qin family is poor. Poor enough that there was no good bedding in that room. There was 1 old cotton quilt, and Lin Guangming is a man who cannot stand other people's things, so he had been sleeping under his own clothes for 2 weeks and had not mentioned it. I had noticed on the 3rd day. He worked out what I was doing about half a second before the assistant put the pillows on the counter, and something went across his face that I did not have a name for. The captain was immediately suspicious. Why are you being kind, woman? What are you scheming? I turned and looked him up and down, slowly, from the boots up. What value have you got left that would be worth scheming for? Look at you. I tell you to work, you work. I tell you to run an errand, you don't dare argue. I finished the inspection. Your only remaining value is your body. 2 men made the same sound. Then I put the quilt down and explained properly, because I did not actually want him lying awake constructing conspiracies. You don't have to be grateful. I'm not being nice to you for nothing. I don't like losing out, and I don't like taking advantage either. You're living under my roof, and you've done the housework and the work, so I'm buying bedding. We're even. I picked the pillow back up. Besides, you're both quite useful. One of them was worth several people. 3 quilts and pillows, about 8 caddies each. The assistant said 420. I thought that was steep and said 250. She stopped smiling. I reassessed, decided I had gone too low, and said 300? I know what a memory module costs to the yuan. I had no idea what bedding costs. None. Are you slaughtering a pig? Said the captain, in genuine disbelief. Live pigs are 2 yuan a caddy and sell at 5.5 at market. That is a 50% margin, and it is considered outrageous. Bedding does not run at 50%. I turned round without any embarrassment at all and asked him how much I should have cut. He was completely stumped. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? And then, helplessly, why cut it all? If you want it, take it and go. Which tells you everything about how those two had been raised. And then Lin Guangming stepped forward, and his height put him between me and the counter, and he said, gently, to the assistant, the shop next door has a promotion. If this doesn't suit us, we'll go there. The assistant had been building up to something plaintive, and looked up into a pair of extremely clear eyes, and found she could not do it in good conscience. 350. My eyes came up. We bought some household things and went back, and the food had started arriving, and Wu Yun said, what took you so long? Li Xiaomin says she saw you go into the bedding shop. I bought them quilts and pillows. How much? Said my uncle, opening his beer. 350. She asked 420. Lin Yifan got it down. 4 pairs of eyes turned on Lin Guangming with open admiration. He is, I gather, used to being looked at like that. He is not used to being looked at like that for haggling. He looked mildly interested in the novelty and said nothing. And I remembered something. Lin Yifan, have you ever bargained before? The captain sensed danger. What nonsense are you? Because of course they had never bargained. There are people whose entire job is buying things for them. They do not haggle because they have never been short of money. And how they had ended up here was a question he clearly asked himself daily. This is the first time, said Lin Guangming. That's fine, I said. Practice makes perfect. Do it a few more times and you'll get better. Then, generously, you can come with us shopping from now on. You'll save us a fortune. Wu Yun looked at Lin Guangming for a while. He is not, in Wu Yun's assessment, as handsome as Wu Yun. But he is, Wu Yun conceded, all right. And there are not many people as devastating as Wu Yun himself. Mei Ling, he said, appalled. How can you look at that face and use him as a bargaining tool? Where is your conscience? I looked up, then at Lin Guangming's face, then back. Then I peeled a large prawn and put it in my mouth and said, why not? If it's useful, use it. What else is a face for? I want to be honest that I did not understand the question. If a thing looks good and cannot be used, it has no value. In my world, there is no difference between men and women and no difference between beautiful and plain. There is useful and there is decorative, and only one of those gets my attention. So straight, said my uncle into his beer. You are going to have to trick some poor man into marrying you. Is that right? Said Wu Yun, scratching his head. He could feel that something was wrong with all this, but could not locate it. That's right, I said. If you're not capable and you're not successful, who's going to look at you twice? Even your own parents get tired of you. That's why your father beats you. Your marks are bad. These were things my teachers taught me, and they are not principles. They are simply how it is. There are a very great many people in the world. If you want to stand up in it and live better than you were born to, you have to show what you are worth. If you're worth nothing, you stay at the bottom. So don't complain to heaven and earth about it. Nobody is listening. Wu Yun said slowly, you know, that's true. My mother always hits me. Drawing lots when the marks are bad. Drawing lots when the homework isn't done. Especially with Yun standing there to be measured against. Is that why? He is handsome and he is clever and he still gets punished because he has not demonstrated any value? Mei Ling, he said, I think you're right. And my sister nodded so hard she nearly dislocated something. That's exactly it. In our industry, if you can't act but you've got commercial value, you get the lead. If you can act and you've got no commercial value, you can't even get a small part. So being good looking is useless. You have to be worth something. The 4 of us looked at each other over the shrimp with the tired eyes of people who have all learned the same thing from different directions. So if you don't want to be worthless, I said, picking up another one, show what you're worth. That's how you live happily. A face is no help. You get old and then it's nothing. And Lin Guangming, who had been quiet, said, beauty fades, youth goes. A skill is for life. You can never have too many skills, I said. Learn one. You never know when your family will go bankrupt and you'll be on the street. Then it comes in useful. Even Lin Guangming had said it. Wu Yun and my sister believed it completely and drank their chicken soup in solemn silence. And my uncle stared at Lin Guangming's calm, aloof face and said in genuine bewilderment, you don't look stupid. How are you exactly like me? Is this how clever people think? Is this the thought process? The captain looked at the 2 of them corrupting an 18-year-old and a 15-year-old and gave up entirely. He was thinking about a teacher of Lin Guangming's who had got himself into a great deal of romantic trouble in his own youth and had subsequently spent years in instilling in his student the doctrine that women are obstacles on the road to growth. He had instilled it so thoroughly that it had never come out. And if Lin Yifan ever ends up preferring men, the captain thought grimly, I am going to find that old bastard and cut him into pieces. I ate a great deal of shrimp and went back to the parts. I worked all night and was still at it at sunrise when the young man arrived in his own car, as promised. I had not noticed it was morning. Aren't you bringing tools? He asked. No need. It's data. He worried about that the whole drive because in his experience, masters arrive with a great deal of equipment. The Education Bureau. His father was in an office, chain smoking, glancing at the door every 90 seconds. His son had said the day before that he had found somebody who could recover the files. His wife had said the child was very skilled. Director Han did not have high hopes because he had already contacted a well-known local technician, a man who had studied under the computing master elder son himself, and who now, in retirement, kept the machines running at a wealthy family's internet cafe because he owed them a favor. That man had told him there was no hope, but that he would try, for free, if the director wanted. And the word free is exactly what had made Director Han hesitate. There is no free lunch. Money is a small matter. Owing a favor is a large one, especially to a family whose cafe, he had heard, occasionally lets children in. So he had decided to let his son's mystery repairman go first. And then his secretary put her head in and said, Director, Mr. Li has brought Master Wu. He's here to look at your computer. That Xiao Han is eager, said Director Han with feeling. You cannot turn away a man who is standing in your doorway smiling. You can only invite him in. Master Wu was in his 50s, gray, with a limp, and he did not waste time on pleasantries. Mr. Han, let me see the machine. He tapped the case. This is an old specification. It must lag terribly. It needs replacing. If you need one, contact me and I'll come to your home, free of charge. Certainly, if needed, said Director Han, who was not listening. Master Wu did not mind. If you do not display the skill, how will they trust you? And if they could get a connection to a director of the Education Bureau, they could set up properly on Qinhuai Street and be famous and make money far more easily. He worked on it for 10 minutes. Then a look of regret crossed his face, and he shook his head. Master Wu, it's not coming back? This machine's too old and the configuration is inadequate, and the lost data has been formatted into a mass of nothing. He said it with certainty and with real sorrow, which is the correct way to say it. Even if my teacher himself were standing here, there is no way to fix it. His teacher is Elder Sun, a computing researcher. Director Han knew nothing about the man except that everyone said the name carefully. If the teacher could not do it, nobody could. Mr. Han, said the secretary with a strange expression. Xiao Han has brought the repairman. Besides me, Mr. Han, said Master Wu immediately. Did you engage anyone else? And then, without any bitterness at all, because he was not worried. On the whole of Qinhuai Street, I can say that nobody understands computers better than I do. If I can't fix it, hiring somebody else won't help. How much are they charging? Be careful, Mr. Han. There have been some strange people lately, presenting themselves as technicians to swindle money. I heard that from the corridor, and as I came through the door, I looked, involuntarily, at the top of Master Wu's head, which had a full covering of gray hair. Because in my experience, a man who has done serious computation for 30 years and still has all of that is either a genius or has never once had a difficult day. Han Jun dragged me across the room. Dad, I'm here. Director Han looked at his son and at me and said, Is this the master's daughter? Being young is inconvenient. No, I said, I'm the person. Master Bu laughed, not cruelly. Kid, stop fooling about. I looked at Han Jun. Your father doesn't believe me. You'd better sort that out. Dad, it really is her. Last time Nowhere could fix my computer, and she did. Director Han did not believe it either. What he believed was that his son was short of pocket money and had brought a friend to run a scam. Don't be ridiculous. Who's arguing with you? Said Han Jun, offended. Are you going senile? Do I need to lie to get pocket money? I can go to my grandparents and ask for anything I want. Why would I bother with you, old man? The room deadlocked, and I got tired of it, so I said, Actually, I'm my teacher's student. My teacher's busy, so he sent me to look first and report back. Director Han glared at his son. So it was a pocket money scam, said Han Jun. No, wait, that's not what. Why have you changed your story? I ignored him. Young people should learn flexibility. Nobody was going to let a 15-year-old near that machine on her own account. Granduncle Han, shall I take a look? Master Wu shook his head at his host. See, all sorts of swindlers about these days. Kid, what technology do you actually know? Have you even studied basic computing? I did not answer because I do not talk to mediocre people. I found the machine. Mr. Li, the internet cafe owner, said, Little friend, you can't just touch valuable things like that. It's fine, said Master Wu comfortably. It's just been formatted. She probably doesn't even know how to switch it on. I tapped a few keys and the machine went to the boot page. He glanced at it, stayed calm, and said, Not bad. These days, even the swindlers swindlers have learned a trick or two. Do you know what comes next, little one? Shall granduncle teach you? I looked at him with my eyes and not my face and went back to the screen. The situation was obvious in about 40 seconds. Has this been reinstalled and formatted? Which incompetent did that? Are we recovering data or destroying it? Director Han did not understand the question. I formatted it, said Master Wu, after I was certain the data couldn't be recovered. What's wrong? Did you think you could recover it without formatting, kid?
Shouldn't you ask your teacher? I plugged in a USB drive. I had spent the previous evening in my shop writing a small piece of recovery software in case the ordinary tools weren't enough on a 1999 file system, and it had taken about 90 minutes. And I want to be clear that this was not brilliance, it was preparation. It installed, it ran, it walked the disk. I opened a folder, and then another, and then said, Granduncle Han, is this it? Director Han came over and opened the document. I watched a man's shoulders come down about 3 inches. Yes, that's it. You found it? Clever girl. Didn't you say you had to ask your teacher? I don't recall being asked anything during that process. Oh, I said, this is easy, beginner's work. I don't need my teacher for it. Then, before the room could settle, Granduncle Han, I've recovered your data. I have a request. Director Han's smile came down about 10%, because he would far rather pay money than owe a favor, and everyone in a position like his learns that reflex early. I can read a face. It's very simple for you, I said. I'm sure you'd be happy to. He thought about it and then had his secretary escort Mr. Li and Master Wu out and said, Young companion, tell me. I dropped out last semester. I want to go back this semester, but I offended the Dean of Studies. You're a government official. This shouldn't be difficult for you. And I watched a man's entire body relax. He had braced for something. It was that. For a man in that job, a child who wants to study is a genuine pleasure. Which school? Southeast, 2nd year, Class 1, Li Mei Ling. I've noted it. You're right to want to go back. You should be studying at your age. Yes, you're right. And then I said nothing else and did not try to build the relationship and did not linger to ask any of the 11 other questions I had and left. Which, I found out later, is exactly why he decided to help. His son drove me home and I got out at the gate feeling good and stopped. There were marks on our door where something had hit it. Inside, Li Mei Ling, your uncle came round. Whenever 5th branch takes an interest, 1st branch is on fire within the hour. What did he want? Was it about me? My mother's hands were shaking with rage. Mei Ling, be good. Even if I have to go to that school and kowtow on the ground, I will never let you bow your head to that filthy woman. Ah, it's about school. How did you know? Said my sister. You have laid the words out on the table and you are asking me how I read them. The deal was this. Wang Hua had spoken to her friend the dean. The dean was willing, on terms. My mother and I would go in person and apologize and write a letter of apology. In 19 Niminant, in that town, a written apology is not an apology. It is a document. It goes in a drawer, and for the rest of your life, any time that woman wants something from you, she takes it out. My mother had come to that conclusion by instinct in about 4 seconds, which is why she was shaking. At worst, I'll kneel to the headmaster, she said, but I will not beg that woman. And on this, for once, my mother was completely right. Mom, you don't have to kneel to anybody. It's already handled. Both of them stared. I did somebody a small favor. He happens to be an official in the education department. He agreed. It should come through in a few days. My mother was overjoyed instantly and completely because she believes everything I say. My sister had doubts and shelved them because I had said it. Nobody sent word to 5th branch. My mother had no intention of speaking to them ever again, and I was busy. But my grandmother came to shout about it, and my mother, happily, proudly, told her that Mei Ling had a solution. Grandma's first reaction was that I was lying, which is fair. The Qin family does not know any officials. Where would Mei Ling meet one? Obviously, the child was saying it to make her mother feel better. You fool, she said. Mei Ling said she knows one? Where? How? What's his name? My mother did not know. I had not said. Grandma nearly hit her. And from the dinner table, Wang Yaoyun said lightly, Great aunt, you should go and ask her properly first. School's no joke. Registration is nearly here, and mother finally got aunt to compromise. Because in her memory, the Li Xiaomin sisters were unremarkable and had no friends who were officials. The only route 1st branch ever had upward was Zhao Zhengkang, a man mocked for over a decade before he made anything of himself. And Li Xiaomin had climbed, eventually, because of Li Zemin. But not in this life, Wang Yayun thought. Because those things are mine now. My mother, who is harsh to nobody except 5th branch, said, What do you mean? Are you saying Mei Ling is lying? Yayun, don't be so small. Don't turn out like your mother, or you'll go badly wrong. Everyone in that room looked at the ceiling. Do you have standing to give that advice? And whatever my grandmother said, my mother would not be moved 1 inch, and eventually Grandma gave up on her entirely. Wang Yayun, meanwhile, was pleasant to everyone, and the whole table was warm, and my mother and my sister sat in the middle of it like 2 pieces of furniture from a different house. Walking home, my mother told my sister not to mention any of it to me, so as not to upset your sister. She is useless, she said.
She cannot give her daughters a better life, but some shelter from the wind and rain is still necessary. My sister nodded, and my mother patted her head and said, I'm sorry you've suffered. It's all right. We'll wait for your father to come back. Whether my father is ever coming back is not a question anybody in that family asks out loud. Everyone else says he is dead. My sister does not hope. Neither do I. I assembled the first computer in the open doorway of my own shop in broad daylight. There was no particular reason to hide it. Half the street walked past. None of them knew what they were looking at. Old Zhao did. He stood in his doorway eating melon and watched a 15-year-old take a heap of scrap and turn it into a machine, and he nearly dropped the melon. You can play it like that? No, hold on. Even if you can put it together, that doesn't mean it works, which was my concern too. So I plugged it in and tested it. The system installed. The desktop came up. Boot time, about 40 seconds. I made a few small adjustments and got it down another 2 or 3, and then stopped. I could have gone further. I stopped deliberately. 40 seconds in that year is extreme. It is at the absolute ceiling of what a machine on that market can do. And there were 5 other internet cafes on that street, each of them somebody's whole life. And if I built 50 machines that made theirs look like furniture, I would not be competing with them. I would be closing them. So, 40 seconds and no further. After the first one, it went quickly. Assembly is the easy part. Half an hour a machine. I spent every hour I had in that shop. 3 meals and sleep and nothing else. 2.5 days. 20-odd machines. And on the 3rd day, I set the last tower down and straightened up and could not lift my right arm at all. Lin Guangming was in the corner. He glanced up. He did not look even slightly surprised. Can't you lift it? I tried again. No, it hurts a lot. His eyes were perfectly gentle and the smile did not move. I thought you were made of iron. Because from the very first day, he had watched me ignore medical advice and work like a lunatic. And at some point, he had stopped telling me to stop. He had simply decided to wait until I couldn't lift my arm. I was wrong, I said. He looked at me. Do you intend to do it again next time? Yes, I said. Let's continue. He looked at me for a second longer. Fine, he said, and stood up. Go ahead and suffer in pain, and left. I sat there feeling mildly aggrieved. I was telling the truth. If I had said I wouldn't do it again, would he have believed me? I wouldn't have believed me. Everybody forgets pain the moment the wound closes. That is the entire design. Lin Yifan, I concluded, is still too naive. At noon, my uncle came through the door at a run, sweating in March. I found premises. Oh, the machines are all done? He tested one, and then he gave me a thumbs up, and I watched him privately decide that he was going to be rich, and that if he wasn't, nobody would be. Then he asked something else. Mei Ling, Xiaomin, what do you think about taking on a couple of partners? The friend who had wanted the appliance shop had heard about the cafe and wanted in, and I understood the real reason immediately, which was that even at half price, an internet cafe is an enormous amount of money, and my uncle had mortgaged a property and was carrying all of it alone. Partners spread the cost. Partners spread the loss. You decide, I said. I do machines. You do business. Because I am good at exactly 1/2 of this, and I know which half. The days went past. It reached the 10th of the first lunar month, and I was aware that I had forgotten something, and did not identify it until Wu Yun came to tell me Grandma wanted me at the old house. School started on the 11th, which meant registration and tuition and new books. Every child in the Qin family had already paid and collected their books and taken them home. The ones with money had bought plastic covers for them. The ones without had their parents make covers out of old newspaper. When my sister and I came into the yard, we were the only 2 people there with nothing in our hands. Wang Yayun had been given money for a book cover and had bought her own, and then bought them for every younger cousin in the family. Cartoon ones, 50 cents each. Which sounds like nothing until you have 3 subjects and 3 books, and you are a woman deciding whether to spend several yuan on plastic. Qiejie Xiaomin, look, isn't my cover pretty? Said Wang Siqi, who is 11, holding it up, and started telling my sister everything she was going to learn that term. It's lovely, said my sister warmly. Siqi, said third aunt pleasantly. Your sister Fei didn't study. She won't understand. Don't make things difficult for her. Oh, said Wang Siqi, and went and stood next to Wang Yayun. My sister raised her hand halfway and put it down. She half-raised that child. They played dating together for years. And she watched her walk 4 steps to the right and become somebody else's. I did not comment on it, because my sister does not need a diagnosis, she needs something to do with her hands. My grandmother was in the yard drying chilies, and there was a heap that hadn't been strung yet. I called my sister over, and we went and helped. You cannot stand in a yard being pitied if you are holding something. Grandma looked up, surprised. This one used to be dull. She isn't dull now. She let us work. When it was done, she wiped her hands on her apron and said, Mei Ling, come with me. I assumed it was about school. It was. She changed her clothes, picked up her things, took my hand, and walked me to the school gate. And Wang Hua was already there, chatting comfortably with the teacher on duty. I did not need any further information. Grandma, didn't Mother tell you the school thing is already? She squeezed my hand hard enough to stop the sentence and said, without looking at me, Already? Already how? Term starts tomorrow. Have you paid tuition? Have you collected books? I don't know how your mother raised you, and I don't know why a girl your age lies to save face. I won't hold it against you. But Mei Ling, if you listen to your muddle-headed mother, your life is finished. Do what your sister did. Apologize to the teacher properly, and this ends. Understand? She had decided that my story about knowing an official was something I had invented so that my mother wouldn't have to bow to Fifth Branch. And I want to be fair to her, because it is important. Having decided I was lying, she still walked me to that gate herself, holding my hand, ready to beg a woman she disliked, and she had counted the bride money out in the dark 2 weeks earlier. I do not blame her for not believing me. I do object to being labeled a liar in advance of the evidence. Grandma, Mother didn't teach me anything, and Mother didn't put me up to it. I told her about the school myself, and it's true. Not lying. She was losing her temper now. Fine, you're not lying? She took the tuition money out of her pocket and put it in my hand, and her eyes were cold. You say it's resolved, then go in and pay it, and I'll believe you. Go on. If you hand that in, I'll believe you, and if you can't, you'll embarrass yourself, and you will learn something. She wanted me to lose. Not out of malice. She wanted me to lose today, in a small way, so that I would stop being so certain about everything, because certainty in a 15-year-old with no money frightened her. I was, I will admit, in some difficulty. I had heard nothing from the Han family, but there was no road backwards. I'll pay my own tuition, I said. There's no reason to use your money, Grandma. And I walked into the queue of parents and children, neither arrogant nor humble, and got stopped at the door by the teacher on duty, who had, 4 minutes earlier, been chatting with my aunt, and who had taught me for 2 years. Well, isn't this Li Mei Ling? What are you doing back? Didn't you drop out? Come here and stand properly. Every parent in that queue turned round. Somebody asked what was happening. It's nothing, said teacher Huang Jing, smiling. This is a student from my previous class. I disciplined her for misbehaving, so she threw a tantrum and dropped out. Her mother even came to the school and made a scene. She looked at me pleasantly. Li Mei Ling, I remember you said you'd never come back. Why are you here? I want you to understand the situation precisely. 40 parents. A queue. A teacher, publicly, at a school gate, informing a crowd of strangers that a 15-year-old is a delinquent from a violent family. And in 1999, a teacher is right. Even when a teacher is wrong, the parents will tell you the child was wrong. So I stopped, and I did not lower my voice. Because the person who did something wrong didn't leave, I said. And the person who didn't do anything wrong shouldn't have to. Her smile flickered. Besides, teacher, even if a student had done something wrong, if she knows it and wants to come back, shouldn't that make you happy? You don't seem happy. Why is that? The smile went off her face entirely. Why? Go home and ask your mother if you don't understand. I work hard enough teaching disobedient children like you, and your mother comes to the school and pulls my hair and scratches my face. It took months to heal. What did I ever do to you? And Wang Hua arrived at her friend's shoulder, on cue. Mei Ling, apologize to your teacher quickly. Kowtow, and this is over. Your mother is ignorant, but aren't you ignorant too? 40 parents began to look at me with disapproval. And I stood in the middle of that and said it, clearly, so that every single one of them heard it. In the June 1998 midterm mock exam, I answered question 7 correctly on the maths paper. The teacher marked it wrong. Silence. The question was worth 10 points. With those 10 points, I would have been in the top 10 of the class. The top 10 in that exam received certificates. I went to the teacher to have my mark corrected, and then I asked for the certificate. She didn't give it to me. She told me I was being unreasonable. She punished me by making me stand on the balcony and clean the toilets. I looked at the queue. And later I found out that the certificate that should have been mine had been given to a student called Shaolin, who is the teacher's niece. Nobody in that queue moved. And then she called me up to the front of the class and criticized me in front of everybody. I had been 15 and I had not known at the time whether I was in the right. That is what they do to you at that age. They take away your ability to tell. By the time I understood, there was nobody left to tell. Now there was a queue. I went home and said I'd been wronged, I said. And my mother, who heard that her daughter had been robbed of something, came to the school to ask why. And the teacher told her it was impossible for her child to be in the top 10, and that if she had been, she must have cheated. That is when my mother took action. I turned and looked at the parents, because the parents were the actual audience and always had been. Uncles, aunts, I want to ask you something. Because a teacher is a teacher, does a student have to accept being misjudged, having marks deducted wrongly, losing an award she earned, and then being punished for the teacher's mistake? Why? Isn't the point of an education to reason and to tell right from wrong? If a student is wrong, she's wrong. If a teacher is wrong, she isn't. Huang Jing went white and then red. Li Mei Ling, where did you hear that? I didn't even know when I gave Shaolin extra marks and you do. You little brat. Your mouth is full of lies. I don't know how your parents raised you. And then, having lost the crowd, she reached for the only thing she had left. You do something wrong and you won't even admit it. If I let a student like that into a classroom, she'll corrupt the others. Even if you want to come back, I will not take you. Go and find another teacher who'll have you. My grandmother had been standing behind me this entire time. She had heard all of it, and I watched her arrive, far too late, at the realization that she had just handed me the tuition money to humiliate me with, and that I had now thoroughly and permanently offended the woman who would be deciding whether her granddaughter had a future. Even if I got back in, that teacher would make my life impossible. She looked at Wang Hua. Wang Hua received the look, glanced at me with open contempt, and produced a smile. Xiaojing, the child's being silly. Do me a favor? We've been sisters for over 10 years. Look, my mother-in-law is standing right there. Don't make this difficult for me. Huang Jing, suppressing something. Wang Hua, I'm not trying to make it difficult. You've seen your niece's temper for yourself. I can't teach her. We'll deal with her at home. We'll make her apologize properly. Please. She looked sincere and she was seething, because if it weren't for the cultivator testing slot, she would not have crossed the road for me. And after enough of it, Huang Jing frowned and unfrowned and frowned again and said, Fine, I am a teacher after all. Here's what we'll do. She looked at me. Li Meiling, stand here at the school gate and say to me 3 times, Teacher, I was wrong, and I'll forgive you. I want to explain what that is. That is not discipline. That is not even punishment. A child at that age is building the things she will use for the rest of her life to decide whether she is allowed to take up space. And this woman wanted her to stand at a school gate and shout an apology 3 times in front of students, parents, and teachers on the first day of term, so that for the next 4 years, every single person in that building would know exactly what she was. There is no teacher on earth with any sense of responsibility who would ask for that. You are not fit to be a teacher, I said. The queue made a noise. And if the condition of my coming back is that you teach me, then I think I should consider transferring schools. Transfer where? You have a rural household registration. You have nothing. Where exactly do you think you're transferring to? She sneered. Wang Hua, it's not that I'm being unkind as a friend. You can see for yourself. It's your niece who behaves like this. Wang Hua looked troubled and was, inside, having the best morning of her month. Because if I ruined this myself, then it wasn't Fifth Branch failing to help. It was Li Meiling destroying her own chance in front of her grandmother. Meiling, said my grandmother, and her voice had gone somewhere terrible. I turned around and looked at her. She was angry and she was disappointed. And underneath both of those, she was frightened for me. And I saw all 3. And my heart moved and my feet did not. Grandma, I told you last time I had a way back into school. It wasn't a lie. He's a government official. I helped him and he promised me. She was beyond listening. You get more absurd by the day. You just produce lies. What help could you possibly give a government official? You say he promised to let you back into school. Then why won't the teachers even let you through the gate? Which is a completely fair question. Maybe he forgot, I said. I'll remind him later. I genuinely did not think it was a serious problem. Important people forget things. It is not personal. And then, standing in a school gateway in front of a hostile crowd with my entire education in the balance, I had a small internal moment of realizing that I had also forgotten something, which was that I had promised a man in an electronics market that I would register an account and give him my contact details, and I had not done it. Joe Lei. Sorry. Meanwhile, about 40 meters away, a man and his wife were paying tuition for their son. Han Jun was in his final year of senior school, and Southeast is a combined middle and senior school, and Director Han had personally driven him in that morning. And on his way out, he saw a commotion at the gate, and in the middle of it, a girl, and remembered. Oh no, he said. I forgot what I promised that child. You mean the young comrade who wants to go back to school? Said his wife, staring at him. The one who saved you, and you've already forgotten? Yes. He was embarrassed. Fortunately, it was easy to fix. He went back inside to speak to the headmaster, and on the way he asked, out of habit, why the child had left in the first place. The registered reason was that Li Meiling's family had assaulted a teacher. Assaulted a teacher. There must be something behind that, he thought. She did not strike him as that kind of child. By the time he came out again, his wife had been standing near the gate for 5 minutes and had the entire story from the crowd, because that is what crowds are for. She rolled her eyes at him. You're very unreliable. You've caused that young comrade real trouble. Go and explain yourself. He listened to the rest of it and stopped walking. Nonsense, he said, and he said it loudly enough that his wife looked at him. A teacher is supposed to guide a student who errs. How can she lead a campaign to keep a child out of school? He had assumed, honestly, that the girl had wasted a favor on something trivial. It turned out there was a reason. So he came out of the building and crossed the yard. At the exact moment my grandmother had run out of patience and was about to force my head down, and coughed and said, "Excuse me, comrade." My grandmother turned around with murder in her hands, suppressed it, and looked at a man in an extremely well-cut suit who was not related to anybody in this family. You are, she didn't know him. Huang Jing did. Isn't this Director Han? You could hear the temperature of that queue change. Wang Hua got there first, because Wang Hua always gets there first. Hello, Director Han. My name is Wang Hua. I teach at number 1 middle school. And my grandmother, who had never in her life met anyone above the neighborhood committee, immediately assumed we had been making so much noise that we had disturbed an important person, and started apologizing. Director Han put a hand out and helped her straighten up. Actually, I'm the one who should apologize, he said. I delayed something this young comrade asked me to do. She wasn't lying just now. I did agree to help her get back into school. I can vouch for that. I want to describe the silence. My grandmother did not move. Wang Hua did not move. Huang Jing did not move. And I stood there and thought, quite calmly, that favor was not wasted, because he did not have to do that. He could have mentioned it to the headmaster on his way past, and gone to work and never spoken to any of us. Instead, he walked across a schoolyard and cleared my name in front of 40 people, which cost him nothing and was worth everything. Thank you, Granduncle Han. Go and register. Don't delay. And Huang Jing, who had one move left, said quickly, Director Han, you may not know, this student has an improper lifestyle. I stopped walking. I had been worrying about that exact sentence for about 90 seconds, and she had brought it out into the open herself, which was the single most useful thing she did all year. Director Han looked at her for a moment. Teacher Huang Jing, isn't it? Come with me. Let's talk somewhere else. She was determined I would not enroll, so she led the way, delighted. I followed. Halfway across the yard, Wang Hua caught my arm. Where do you think you're going? I tilted my head. Little aunt, that's a funny question. This concerns me. Of course I'm going in. Otherwise, other people decide what's true about me. I looked at her. Do you not want me to go in? She very much did not. I went in. They cleared a room for us. The vice principal, Teacher Huang, Wang Hua, several other teachers, me. Director Han had someone bring a stool for my grandmother. I sat down and said, Teacher Huang Jing says this student has an improper lifestyle. I'd like to hear what this student has done. Huang Jing had been waiting for the invitation and took it at speed. Disrespect toward teachers, refusal to accept discipline, parents leading a disturbance on school grounds. And my grandmother sat there with her hands in her lap and said, it's all my child's fault. Director Han raised one hand and stopped her. I heard that part at the gate, he said. What else? And Huang Jing felt the floor move slightly because she had wanted to embellish, and the subject of the embellishment was sitting 4 feet away. That's all, she said. There are dozens of students in that class. I can't have her influencing them, Wang Hua added, with a complicated expression. The child is disobedient at home as well. So is her mother. Director Han, said my grandmother quickly. This child isn't bad at heart. She just makes mistakes sometimes. Please give her another chance. And Director Han looked at my grandmother for a second, and then he detonated. This is utterly ridiculous. Everyone in that office jumped. A student made a small mistake, and a teacher humiliates her in front of dozens, hundreds of people at a school gate. Teacher Huang, how did you get into teacher's college? Huang Jing's face went the color of raw pork. Director Han, I don't know what I've done wrong. As a teacher, you guide. If a student errs, you guide her. That is the job. He jabbed a finger into the desk hard enough that I was concerned for the desk. If students never made mistakes and were always well behaved, what exactly would we need teachers or parents for? A parent and a teacher guide a child back onto the road. They do not lead the other teachers and the other students and the other parents in discriminating against her, looking down on her and holding her under. Are you teaching students or ruining them? Even if this student made a mistake before, she has admitted it and she wants to come back. That is a good thing, a wonderful thing. Teachers should support that, encourage it, make peace with her. And what I saw was this? He looked around the room. Is this the standard of teaching at Southeast? Because if it is, this school needs a serious rectification. Nobody breathed. Wang Hua sat absolutely still in the hope of not being noticed. And then Director Han turned to my grandmother. Grandmother, I need a word with you as well. She stiffened. At the gate, I heard this child say she had been treated unfairly at school. As her family, you should be trying to see it from her side instead of trying to smooth it over. Teachers are people. If a teacher does something wrong, the teacher should be punished. You cannot ignore a teacher's mistakes and then beat the child for hers. If you behave like that, what authority do you have in front of your own grandchild? My grandmother's face went completely serious. She did not think she had done anything wrong. She had done what every woman of her generation does. The teacher is right. The teacher is always right. That is not an opinion. It is a piece of furniture in the head. And a man with a title and an education had just told her, out loud, in front of everyone, that the teacher was wrong. I watched her whole framework tilt about 4 degrees. I didn't expect what this child said to be true, she said slowly. I was prejudiced. That's my fault. And here is the ugly, useful truth about people, which is that she did not believe me because of anything I said. She believed me because a man in a good suit with a good post said the same words, and men like that are educated, and men who climb that high must be right. I will take it. But I noticed it. Huang Jing had never expected any of this. She had only wanted to keep me out. Instead, she had blown a hole in her own hull in front of a director of the Education Bureau. But she is flexible, that woman. I will give her that. Indeed, she said. I was blinded by anger at having been wronged. Director Han, I will reflect on this. Li Mei Ling, I was confused. Can you forgive me? Everyone in the room relaxed, because this was the shape it was supposed to end in. The teacher apologizes. The school notes it. The child is grateful. The director goes to work. Everyone has lunch. And I sat there and felt precisely nothing. Not relief, not satisfaction, not the small warm thing you are supposed to feel when the person who wronged you finally says the words. Because that was not a person recognizing a wrong. That was a woman who had just watched her career flicker and was buying it back at the cheapest price on the shelf. I am not a child. I do not become delighted because somebody has coaxed me. I became wary. I don't accept this apology, I said. Director Han, I'm going to report her. The room came apart. I want to report Teacher Huang for abuse of her position, dereliction of duty, favoring a relative's child, and bullying a student. I would like her to be punished. Huang Jing's smile froze on her face like something painted there. For 1 second, she genuinely looked as if she might hit me. And meeting her eyes only made me more certain. Because a leopard does not change. She could be moved to another class, another year, and she would still be in that building, and she has colleagues, and colleagues have opinions, and every single teacher I would meet for the next 4 years would meet Huang Jing in a corridor first. I was not going to gamble 4 years of my life on that woman's goodwill. Director Han was, I think, entertained. According to school regulations, he said, students and parents may report inappropriate conduct by a teacher. On receipt of a report, we convene an investigation team. If there has been misconduct, a minor case is disciplined and a serious case is dismissal. Conversely, if no violation is found, she continues teaching here. And then he paused and looked at me and gave me the warning he was obliged to give. Are you certain you want to report this? Because if the report succeeds, Huang Jing may lose her job. And if it fails, Li Meiling is going to have a very interesting 4 years. Wang Hua made a small, pained noise. Her friend had hold of the back of her hand and was squeezing. Meiling, she said, Teacher Huang has taught you all along. Even if she hasn't done anything outstanding, she's put in effort. She was just agitated this time because your mother came to the school and hit her. Are you really going to report a teacher? And my grandmother, who had 4 minutes earlier admitted she had been wrong, said, Meiling, let it go. Because if the report failed, we would have offended somebody badly, and offending people is expensive, and she is old, and she has seen what happens. And I did not blame her for it, and I did not do it. Here is why. If I had not died and come back, Huang Jing would have gone on being adored by everyone in that building. She would have gone on being the one in the right. Li Meiling and Li Wen would have gone on being the ones in the wrong. She would have taught happily for 30 years, and I would have been the girl who was disrespectful to teachers. And at the time, who cared about me? Nobody. That is the answer. Nobody at all. So I put my hands on my knees and lifted my chin, and I let my face do what my face does, which is look like a well-behaved child who has been badly treated and is trying not to make a fuss. It is a very effective face, and I am not ashamed of using it. I earned those marks, I said, and the teacher told me I was being unreasonable. I could have had an award, and instead I was punished. My mother came to ask why, and was told she was making trouble. Everybody criticized us. Nobody explained anything to us. Then I looked up. Something wrong should be corrected. If I raise my voice today and then let it go, other students will see that, and the next time one of them is wronged, she won't speak either. That would be too pitiful. I want people to dare to speak about bullying in schools. And then, sweetly, if Teacher Huang is upright, she has nothing to fear from an investigation. In fact, it's a good opportunity to prove her innocence. I'm sure that as a teacher, Teacher Huang will understand me. Director Han looked at me sideways with an expression I would come to know well. Right, she's a bit ruthless. Reporting someone and expecting them to be grateful about it. What are you thinking, child? But, and I could see him working it out, after a speech like that, even if the investigation found nothing, Huang Jing could never openly go after that student again, because the entire staff room had heard the framing. That was the point. The report was accepted. Director Han said he would send someone down for an unannounced inspection, and on his way out, he said kindly to Huang Jing, if Teacher Huang has done nothing wrong, the Education Bureau will not wrong her, so don't worry. Don't worry. Huang Jing was not worried. Huang Jing was extremely close to being sick because only she knew how much of her was not clean, and she had stopped thinking about me entirely and was now urgently trying to work out how to tell an entire year's worth of parents to keep their mouths shut. There are 40 parents in a class. It is very hard to guarantee that none of them says anything. Her vision blurred, and she found, to her own surprise, that she was furious at Wang Hua, because Wang Hua had spent 2 years complaining about her niece. That is where a great deal of it came from. Wang Hua, she said, gripping her arm, you have to help me. That report has to be withdrawn. And Wang Hua, who had, as of that morning, still been enjoying herself, said, all right, I'll think of something. There was nothing to think of. There was exactly one way to withdraw a report, which was to get me to withdraw it. Before he left, Director Han spoke to the vice principal and the other teachers and explained that Teacher Huang Jing's conduct had violated professional ethics and that being reported was her own doing and not the students', and that a child who has the courage to stand up should be rewarded and protected, not resented. The vice principal privately thought all of that was unnecessary, because every teacher in that room now knew that this student had that connection, and any teacher with a functioning brain was not going to be prejudiced against me. They were going to be extremely nice to me, which is a completely different problem, and a much easier one. I paid my tuition and walked out of that building with the Han family. My grandmother came out behind me, holding herself very carefully, because she had just spent 40 minutes in a room with a leader, and the highest-ranking person she had ever spoken to before was the head of the neighborhood committee. I felt nothing at all, because I have been in rooms with people whose signatures moved provinces, and every one of them was a person with a bad back and an opinion about tea. Granduncle Han, I said, thank you for today. I hope you'll also make sure the report is investigated thoroughly. Director Han stopped walking. You are worried about me. You are actually giving me additional instructions. He was annoyed, and he was amused, and the amusement won. Mother Han, hearing about the report, was frankly appalled at my audacity. How are you going to study properly at that school now? She meant retaliation, and she was being kind about it. Classes start at 8 and finish at 11:30, I said. Then 2 till 5. The teacher lectures and I listen. The teacher sets homework, and I do it. That's all it is. And then, because it was worth saying to a woman like that, if everyone gives up defending themselves because they're afraid of this and that, then every year there are fewer people willing to speak and more people getting stepped on. She was moved, which was not the plan, but I will take it. Besides, I added, even if I hadn't reported her, Teacher Huang says one thing to my face and another behind my back. She'd have made trouble for me eventually anyway. Better to report her. Li Mei Ling, hissed my grandmother, don't talk nonsense. Because you cannot say better to report her in front of a leader. You may think it, you may not say it. What is wrong with this child? I said nothing further. I had only told the truth, and Mother Han, gently, said, Grandmother, don't worry. What the child says isn't wrong. If Teacher Huang made a mistake, she is responsible for children. If she didn't, then there's even less to fear, and today's a good opportunity to clear her name. She did not think I had done anything wrong. She thought I had protected my own rights. Then she looked at me properly and said, Little Li, isn't it? Come to Auntie's house and play when you're free. You and my son are about the same age. You'll get along. One of us is in the second year of middle school, and one of us is in the final year of senior school. Auntie. Are you stretching the definition of the same age? All right, Auntie, I said, because getting near the Han family was not a bad thing at all. The car pulled away and my grandmother and I looked at each other, and neither of us had the faintest idea what to say, so we walked home in silence. The whole family was at the house. My mother had come over and was cooking for the children. I'm eating here today, said my grandmother to nobody, and went into the kitchen. And in the kitchen she picked up the vegetables and washed them and chopped the meat with no expression on her face whatsoever. Second aunt could not bear it. Third aunt has never been able to bear anything. Mom, how did the registration go? Did it not go well? My grandmother paused, looked up at both of her daughters-in-law, and thought, I met a leader. Am I going to tell you that? I am currently extremely rattled. Am I going to tell you that either? No, she said lightly. It all went smoothly. Tuition's paid. She starts with everyone else. Second aunt exhaled. That's good. In the end, you have to study to have a future. And third aunt said warmly, it's all thanks to fifth aunt. She must have put a lot of effort in. Lucky fifth aunt is so well educated and reasonable, and Ya Yun's such a sensible child. As for our sister-in-law's temper, tisk. She went on for a while, and it was not unreasonable of her. Wang Ya Yun had found Third House a middleman for their vegetables and made the money. And Wang Ya Yun gives Wang Siqi pocket money, and Wang Ya Yun really is sensible. Even my grandmother could not fault the girl on the surface. But credit that fifth branch did not earn is not going to be handed to fifth branch. Fifth branch didn't help with the tuition, said my grandmother. Mei Ling met a government official herself. She looked at both of their faces and saw the exact expression she had been wearing an hour earlier and felt considerably better about the whole morning. Teacher Huang didn't want to let Mei Ling into the school. A cadre came and dealt with it. And then she kept chopping, calmly, very calmly. She has seen a great deal in her life and does not let people see her shocked. That child Mei Ling, reported Teacher Huang. Two women stood in a kitchen holding vegetables. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just hear? Mom, said third aunt eventually. You're joking. What are you talking about? My grandmother gave her a very long look. I know. It sounds like a joke, doesn't it? If I hadn't been standing there, I would think it was a joke too. So what my sister-in-law said about Mei Ling having a way back into school was true, said second aunt slowly. She wasn't exaggerating. What does this official do? How did Mei Ling meet him? Did Zhao Zhenkong use a connection? Education Bureau. A director. They say Mei Ling helped him with something. She probably found his wallet in the street and gave it back. Because the children of First Branch are simple. They make small mistakes. They do not make large ones. Their character is fine. That's really good luck, said second aunt and sighed. But it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, said third aunt, but it isn't a good one either. Mei Ling reported Teacher Huang. Isn't Teacher Huang fifth aunt's best friend? That's extremely offensive. There are only so many teachers at Southeast. What if Zhao Qian ends up in her class and gets sabotaged? And there it is. Not what happened to the girl, not whether it was true. What if it cost my child later? Third aunt was genuinely resentful about it, and I have never held it against her, because that is what most people are, and it is not wickedness. It is arithmetic performed by somebody who has never had any margin. Before my grandmother could answer, there was a noise outside. Wang Hua had arrived late and had gone straight past the old house and come to ours. She did not want to see my mother. She had no choice. My mother took one look at her face and could not produce a civil sentence, and the two of them standing in a room together has never once ended in conversation. Wang Hua took a breath and said very seriously, Mei Ling, listen to your little aunt. You must withdraw that report. I was drinking water. No. She suppressed it and opened her mouth again, and my mother came round in front of me and said, get away from my daughter. Don't bring your filthy habits near her. Li Mei Ling, what report? I had not had a chance to tell her. I went to register. Teacher Huang wouldn't let me in, so I reported her. My mother's whole face lit up. Really? Li Mei Ling, could you report Wang Hua as well? I looked at my mother with genuine admiration. I told you I had reported my teacher, and instead of asking why, your immediate operational instinct was to expand the campaign. There is, I have to say, nothing structurally wrong with that thought process. Wang Hua had been managing. She had been genuinely trying to be reasonable. And that was the sentence that took the top off. Sha Lu, do you know how many years I have put up with you? I advise you to behave like a human being. My mother had been praying for this. If Wang Hua swung first, she could hit her. She was so pleased, she grabbed the wall calendar and threw it, and the corner of it opened 3 lines on Wang Hua's cheek. Wang Hua put her hand up and looked at the blood on her fingers, and her mind went white, and she looked at my mother's face, which was delighted, and they went into each other. I want to describe what a fight between 2 women in a small front room in 1999 actually is, because it is not what you are imagining. It is not dramatic. It is 2 people who have hated each other for 8 years, on the floor, with fingernails. You throw something at me, I throw it back. You scratch me, I stamp on your face. Li Mei Ling, what do we do? Said my sister, in genuine panic. I watched for about 2 seconds. My mother was not losing. Don't get involved, I said. Go and get Grandpa and Grandma. I know my limits. If I went in, I would be casualties, not cavalry. Wu Yun was already running, although he did not need to, because the noise had reached the kitchen of the old house. And Wang Yayun came in and saw her mother and my mother on the floor, and did exactly what a decent person would do, which is exactly the wrong thing. Mom, great aunt, stop. Li Xiaomin, Mei Ling, don't just stand there. Help me pull them apart. My sister, being my sister, went and got there in time to watch Wang Yayun get thrown clear and land badly. I cursed her, internally, comprehensively. When 2 adult women are tearing at each other, there is no rationality in that fight. There is nothing to appeal to. You cannot separate them. You can only join them. And it got worse instantly, because Wang Hua saw her daughter go down and turned and put both hands into my sister's chest, and my sister went backwards into the table. Ya Yun, and behind me, Qin Bo and Wang Cheng, aged 12 and 15, came at me from the side, glaring, breathing hard. Li Mei Ling, is your mother mentally ill? She bites anything she can catch. I turned and looked at both of them. Yes, I said. Mother has a mental illness. It runs in our blood. All of us have it. So stay away from us. I let that sit for exactly 1 second, or she'll bite you to death. Qin Bo went for me. I threw the water in my hand into his face before his arm was up, and he screamed, and I want the record to show that it was a cup of water, and that I would have used something heavier if it had been to hand. By the time my grandmother came out of the kitchen, and it had been about 4 minutes, the front room of First Branch contained 2 grown women on the floor, Wang Ya-yun and my sister caught between them, me and Qin Bo squaring off, and every other child in that family taking sides along branch lines. Her whole head buzzed. I can't get angry. I can't get angry. I need to stay calm. I am the head of this family. I must stay calm. And then somebody fetched my uncle, and my uncle came in and saw his wife on the floor, and a man in his 40s in full health shoved my mother off and set his feet and hit her. Properly. Not a slap, a punch from the shoulder. She got a fistful of the inside of his forearm and tore a piece out of it with her teeth, and he hit her again. And my sister, who had already been shoved into a table, who was 18, who has never once in her life raised her voice, got up off the floor and put her body between her mother and a grown man. And he kept going. I watched 3 of those land. Then I went into the kitchen. I came back with a bottle, and I unscrewed the cap, and I emptied the entire thing over my uncle and my aunt, and the room filled with the smell of petrol. Mei Ling, said second aunt, in the calm, mild voice of somebody who has not yet understood, what did you pick up? Nothing, second aunt, I said, just petrol. I had the matches out of my pocket already. I want to be precise about what happened next because it is the single most talked about thing I have ever done in that town, and most of the versions are wrong. I struck the match. I held it up, and in the light of it, I said, quite quietly, 2 women are fighting, and a grown man joins in, and the 2 of you beat my mother together. Is that because First Branch has no men in it? Nobody moved. If you want to die, then let's die together. And I threw it at them. My uncle's mind emptied. He grabbed his wife by the arm, and both of them went into the back room at a dead sprint and shut the door. Second aunt got to me and took the matchbox out of my hand and shouted, "What are you doing, child?" It was a bluff. I want that understood. I let her take them. It was never worth a life. Not theirs. Certainly not mine. But I will tell you something about that yard afterwards, which is that nobody in that family was ever completely sure again, and that is worth considerably more than a box of matches. I went and helped my mother and my sister up off the floor. There was bread at the corner of my mother's mouth, and she looked at both of us and grinned and said, "Don't be afraid." Don't be afraid. Mom didn't lose. Look, I bit a piece out of that brat. Then she touched both our faces. And I stood in that wrecked room holding my mother up and heard myself say, in a voice I did not entirely recognize, "If you get hurt again next time you hit somebody, I won't talk to you anymore." She nodded immediately, solemnly, like a child. My grandmother put a hand over her own heart and sat down. A neighbor fetched my grandfather in from the fields, and the men of second house and third house came back from work into the middle of it with no idea what had happened, having spent the day expecting a hot meal. There was no meal. Every woman in that house had a face like December. "Stay calm," said my grandfather, surveying the room. "Don't panic. The house was not demolished. The kitchen was not on fire. It was only a fight, nothing serious. Where are old Five and his wife?" "In the room," said second aunt. "They came out, and I want to describe the state of them because it matters for what happened next." My uncle's wrist was open and running down his hand. Wang Hua, who never leaves the house without doing her hair, had it hanging in her face and 4 rows of nail marks down one cheek. She went straight for Wang Yayun and held her and started asking over and over whether the child was hurt. This is a tragedy. I can't stay in this house any longer. Dad, look at me. And Wang Yayun, who still did not actually know what the fight had been about, saw every relative in the family standing in the room and immediately gathered herself and patted her mother's back and said, "Mom, I'm fine. Are you and Dad all right?" And her father looked at her with tears of gratitude. And then she saw his arm and screamed. The scream brought every adult round. "How did your hand get like that?" And Wang Hua said at volume, looking directly at my mother, "How do you think? A mad dog bit him." She held up her husband's arm and her own hands and turned Wang Yayun's elbow to show the bruise where she'd been thrown, and her eyes filled. "I don't know what I did to deserve this. Over the years, they have caused me trouble large and small. The old one beats us, and the young one tried to burn us alive with petrol. She let that land. Everyone tells me First Branch has no men, that it's pitiful, that I should be patient and give way. But this," and her voice broke on cue, and Wang Yayun said, "Mom, let it go. We're all family," and then looked up with a small, bitter smile and said, "Great aunt, can't we sit down and talk? Why does it have to come to this?" The mother and daughter stood in the middle of that room holding each other for warmth. They were not pitiful at all, and my mother, who cannot do any of this, went straight at it. "Wang Hua, if I were a mad dog, I'd have bitten you to death. I cause you trouble? Don't you know why I cause you trouble? You stand there being pitiful for the neighbors. If it weren't for my husband, would Fifth Branch be where it is? And if it weren't for Fifth Branch, would my husband have had his accident? Would I be a widow with 2 children for you to step on?" And the room stopped listening the moment she raised her voice, because the elders of the Qin family looked at my uncle's arm and at a mother and daughter crying quietly together and shook their heads. "Qin Da's wife, what are you doing now? Why can't you have a peaceful life instead of stirring up trouble? It's pitiful that your husband died, but you cannot blame Fifth Branch for it. It makes no sense. Yes, it's pitiful, but you can't trade on it to bully them like this. We've all seen what you've done over the years. Fifth Aunt has been good enough to you. And there is the whole architecture of it, in 2 sentences from a man who was not in the room. First Branch has accumulated enormous debts. Li Wen doesn't manage anything. The children have turned out like that. If it weren't for Fifth Branch being decent people, who would tolerate it? And still First Branch picks fights. Fine, putting on an act, said my mother. And who says the children's father is dead? He's out of contact. He is not dead. And she turned her face away, and the old man trying to persuade her lost his temper. Stubborn to the end. Then he turned on us. And you two, why don't you stop your mother getting involved with people? The little one's going astray, setting fire to people. My sister's eyes went red, and she said nothing. She did not dare say that she had also been shoved into a table. And I stood there and listened to a room full of adults explain to 2 girls that their mother was the problem, and I had had precisely enough. I reached out and took my sister by the arm and pulled her forward into the middle of the room and rolled up her sleeve. There was a bruise from the elbow to the shoulder that was already going black. Nobody said anything. I turned her round and lifted her hair and showed them the patch at the back where it had come out in a handful. Still nobody said anything. And then I lifted the hem of her shirt about 2 inches at the small of her back and let them look at that and put it down. Wang Yayun flinched because she had just worked out who had done it. Her mother pushed. Her father hit. This, I said, is only what you can see. I looked around that room at every one of them. When my uncle was trying to beat my mother, my sister ran in and put herself in front of her. She took several full punches from a grown man using his full strength. She did not cry out once. Then I looked at Wang Hua. My sister didn't cry. What right do you have to cry? And then, because I was not finished, you think Wang Yaoyun has a father who dotes on her, and my sister and I don't? My sister had not been crying. She started then. Not from the arm, and not from the back. I know exactly why she started, and so does she. It had happened before. Not once, many times, and every single time First Branch had stood in a corner and taken it, and my mother had got emotional and refused to explain herself, and my sister had said nothing at all, because saying something only ever brought more of it, and she had never once had the courage. This time somebody said it for her. My grandmother's face changed. She had not known. That is the thing, she had genuinely not known, because nobody in that family had ever bothered to check, and she turned round on her youngest son and said, "Your wife and your sister-in-law are fighting. What is a grown man doing in the middle of it?" He was hurt. He was hurt, and he was being shouted at, and he could not understand why. I can't stand and watch my sister-in-law bully my wife. She had her shoe off before he finished. Are you dead? What's the point of having a brain? Couldn't you break it up? Why did you hit your sister-in-law? Have you forgotten how your brother treated you? He had no answer to that one either. My mother stood there with blood on her mouth and quietly, silently, cheered. Then Grandma turned on Wang Cheng and Qin Bo. And your father's a pig. What about you two? Wang Cheng, how many years older than Mei Ling are you? 2 brothers ganging up on her. Didn't your teachers tell you to look after each other? Is this how brothers and sisters behave? Her mother's insane, said Qin Bo, indignant. She hit our mother, and she threw water on us. Grandma turned on me. And you, don't think you can do as you like because you're young. Then she looked at the whole room. Not one of you is easy. Nobody gets dinner tonight. All the younger ones stand in the corner and copy out your homework. I don't have any homework, I said. Drop out. She got angrier. Then go and stand in the corner. Fine, that was fair. I took it. Then she looked at the rest of the children, Wu Yun, Wang Suqi, Wang Lei, Guo Wei, and said they were standing in the corner too. Third aunt was startled. Mom, Guo Wei and Wang Shiqi didn't do anything wrong. Your brothers and sisters were fighting, said my grandmother, and instead of trying to stop it, you cheered. Who taught you that? I have told you again and again, however much you fight at home, out in the world you stand together, and now you've started picking sides inside the house. How am I supposed to expect anything of you outside it? If this happens again and you all stand there enjoying it, every one of you gets beaten. I'm telling you now. The small ones were finished. Then she looked at my mother, and her eyes were disappointed in a way that was much worse than the shouting. You have been married into this family a long time. I have always thought I'd been decent to you. I don't owe you anything. She stopped. I never expected you to give up your grudge against Fifth Branch. I don't care how much your two households fight, but today it went far enough that the children are hurt. Ya Yun is a junior. You are an elder. Do you really have to take a grudge against Fifth Aunt and her husband as far as harming a child? It's not like I started it, said my mother unhappily. Shut up. My grandmother did not shout it. Even if you didn't put a hand on her, you stirred it. Your aunt thinks of herself as an educated woman. She's proud. She'd rather talk than fight you. My mother chose silence, which was, in fairness, completely correct. She had stirred it. It was her fault. She simply did not defend herself. And my grandmother, watching her accept it silently, got even more disappointed and got a headache and sat down. My grandfather waited for his wife to finish being the stern one, which is a division of labor they have refined over 50 years, and then said, mildly, all right, we're all family. Let's talk it out. Your mother's temper is for your own good. Why make a spectacle and turn the children against each other? Tell me why it came to blows. Eldest aunt, don't speak. Fifth brother, shut up. Ya Yun, you tell us. And Wang Ya Yun opened her mouth. Grandpa, I said, I don't think it's fair to have First Branch tell it, and I don't think it's fair to have Fifth Branch tell it either. Everyone will lean toward their own. My grandfather looked at me, bolder every week, this one. Then he said, Wu Yun, you tell it. Wu Yun, who is afraid of nobody in either branch because he has nothing invested in either of them, shrugged and said, Grandpa, to be fair, this time it really wasn't Great Aunt who started it. It was Little Aunt. Wu Yunge, you've been getting close to Li Mei Ling, so obviously you're taking their side, said Qin Bo, furious. It was clearly Great Aunt going mad first and hitting Mother and Ya Yun, wasn't it, Wang Siqi? Wang Siqi, who was 11, looked at the floor. Qing Bo, how can you lie at your age? Said Wu Yun, genuinely astonished. Are you blind? Wang Siqi, don't be scared of him. Just tell the truth. I'm not lying. Everyone knows First Branch is always acting crazy. She started it. Wang Siqi, Ya Yun has been so good to you. You wouldn't take her side, would you? Wang Siqi froze. She did not know what to do. She is 11. She had one person telling her the truth was safe, and one person telling her that the truth would cost her, the older sister who buys her sweets. Why make it difficult for Wang Siqi? I said. Wu Yun says one thing and Qin Bo says another. Grandpa and Grandma can judge for themselves. Nobody's going to admit anything anyway. And I looked, deliberately, at Wang Hua and Wang Yayun. Because Wang Yayun knew perfectly well what had happened. She had been standing there. And she could feel me looking, and she was uncomfortable, and she wanted to say it. I could see her want to say it, and her mother had hold of her hand and was squeezing. And then Wu Yun said, after Little Aunt came back, she said something to Mei Ling, and Mei Ling said no. And then Great Aunt and Little Aunt started arguing. They argue all the time. I wasn't really listening. Who knew they'd start fighting? But it was definitely Little Aunt who swung first. He paused, honestly. Although Great Aunt did say something pretty hurtful. My grandfather rubbed his forehead. What did your Great Aunt say? Wu Yun scratched his head for a while and then said, I've forgotten. And from somewhere near the floor, Wang Siqi whispered, Grandpa, I remember. If I tell you, will you not make me copy homework? My grandfather is a soft man. I'll put in a word with your grandmother. Third aunt gave her daughter a look of enormous approval. And Wang Siqi, delighted, delivered the following. So Little Aunt came in and said to Mei Ling, listen to Little Aunt, we should retreat. And Jie Mei Ling said no. Withdraw, I said. And Great Aunt said, stay away from my daughter. Don't bring that behavior to her. Brush it away. Li Mei Ling, what report? Low-class attitude, I said. And Mei Ling said she dug up information about teachers and things. Reported. And then Great Aunt said, very happily, really? Can we cut Wang Hua down too? And then Little Aunt got angry and jumped on Great Aunt and said, you need to be a human being, and started hitting her. There was a silence. Wu Yun said, wearily, it's report, not cut down. What have you been listening to? That is terrifying. But the room had it now, and both my grandparents frowned because the shape had changed. Is that all? Is that actually all? They had assumed that my mother, who is foul-mouthed, who has in the past said things about people's parents and been slapped for it and deserved it, had said something monstrous. One sentence. Said to vent, and not even at Wang Hua. And Fifth Branch and her husband had gone to the floor over it, and then cried about it in front of the whole family. What is a report? Said my grandfather, frowning. Eldest aunt, what are you causing now? You didn't go to the school and report Fifth Aunt, did you? Let me, I said, and stepped forward. I went to school today to register, and while I was there, I reported Teacher Huang. Isn't Teacher Huang your little aunt's friend? Said an elder immediately. You got back into school because fifth aunt interceded with her. How can you report her? No wonder your little aunt was angry. He turned to the room with the satisfaction of a man who has just solved something. First branch, no good. He'd said it. Fifth branch are cultured people. Wang Hua is a teacher. How could they be so angry over nothing? And my grandmother, listening to that, said, the tuition was paid. It was not paid through Teacher Huang. I was there. Let me explain. And she told it. All of it. In order. Including Huang Jing's demand that a child stand at the school gate and shout an apology 3 times. Including Director Han. Including the report. The room went completely silent. Wang Yayuan looked at me. Director Han. What Director Han? She was absolutely certain there was no such person among this family's relatives. So it was Director Han who got Mei Ling back into school, said my grandmother, not Teacher Huang. And then, irritably, and I imagine your little aunt came here to plead for Teacher Huang and get Mei Ling to withdraw it. Which is what caused all of this. My mother had spoken without thinking and without restraint. That was true. But Fifth Branch had a serious problem of their own, and it was this. Was one sentence really worth a fight? How do you know Director Han? Said my grandfather, staring at me. His son came to the shop to get something fixed. I did him a small favor. Then I asked him to help with the school. Then why didn't you say, Grandpa, I told you? Not only did I tell them, my mother told them. Nobody believed a word of it, and my grandparents both fell silent instantly, because that is not something you can argue with, and my grandfather said, honestly, we didn't believe you. Can you blame us? No. It's because you have no credibility at all. Which is completely correct and which I have never resented. And then the relatives, having absorbed that Li Mei Ling somehow knows a director, immediately produced the next thing. Teacher Huang is your fifth aunt's good friend. If you report her, it makes things difficult for fifth aunt. Better to avoid trouble, Li Wen. Granduncle, said my mother. What does it matter to me whether it's difficult for her? I owe her nothing. But she's a teacher after all. Your fifth aunt went to her for help, and your daughter reported her. That's too offensive. Leave room for the future. And then the old man turned to me with his hands behind his back and delivered the sentence I had been waiting all evening for somebody to say. I'm telling you something different, Mei Ling. You're young. You don't understand. Listen to the adults. That teacher taught you for 2 years. There is a teacher-student relationship between you. If you report her and the report fails, you have only made trouble for yourself. Besides, your younger brothers and sisters have to go to that school. What if they end up in her class? Wouldn't that be harming them? Yes, 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 said third aunt. And my grandmother sat there with no expression at all, which meant, do you think I didn't try? I tried. It was no use. The child does not listen. Not just that elder, third aunt, my grandfather. Every adult in the room had arrived at the same conclusion, which was that the safest thing is to avoid trouble, and that a child should not make problems for her own family. And I want to be fair to them, because they were not defending Fifth Branch. They were poor. They had a little money and no experience and no standing, and the only strategy anybody had ever taught them was to give way and hope, and it had worked often enough to look like wisdom. They did not know that some things cannot be given way on, so I did not argue with any of it. Granduncle, I said, if there were really something wrong with the report, why did the school accept it? Silence. And why did little aunt come here to make me withdraw it? More silence. You're all clever men, I said. This is a very obvious point, isn't it? The clever men looked at each other. What's the reasoning? Said one of them. We don't understand. But since we are being spoken to like this, even if we do not understand, we must pretend, or it will be extremely embarrassing. Nobody said a word because none of them could, so I said it. The school accepted the case. That means the thing I reported is real, and Teacher Huang's conduct really was inappropriate. Otherwise, why would they accept it? To wrong her for fun? And if Teacher Huang really did nothing, what does she have to fear from an investigation? Then I turned and looked at my aunt. Little aunt, why did you come to me to withdraw it? Why not simply let the school investigate? If it proves Teacher Huang did nothing, that clears her name. Wouldn't you be able to hold your head higher in this family afterwards? Wang Hua had a great deal of resentment stored, and it came out sideways. You're a child. What do you know? When we teachers have to use certain necessary methods, it's for your own good, and you don't appreciate it. A report looks bad whether we're in the right or not. Little aunt, I said quietly, I'm young. I'm not stupid. If Teacher Huang did nothing wrong and the investigation finds nothing, then every teacher in that building will be too busy sympathizing with her to laugh at her. The reason she is so frightened of an investigation is very simple. She does not stand up to one. Wang Hua changed tack, smoothly, the way educated people do. When a teacher occasionally strikes a student, it's for the student's own good. Which teacher hasn't been angry enough to jump? Every teacher's starting point is the child's benefit. You're holding a grudge because Huang Jing disciplined you a few times. Who will dare to teach you or guide you in future? My grandmother frowned, and Wang Yaoyun, sensing where it was going, said, Mei Ling, and then, gracefully, took the whole thing off her mother's hands. Don't misunderstand what mother means. She's afraid that if you report this, the other teachers will keep their distance and won't dare take you seriously. No teacher wants to be reported. Everyone makes mistakes, and even a small finding means a pay cut. But I think you're right. If Teacher Huang says she did nothing wrong, then there's no need to worry about being investigated. It was my family's interference that caused you to misunderstand. Father hit great-aunt, and great-aunt bit father. Let's call this even. She looked around the room with a small, tired, generous smile. We're all family. There's no need to ruin our harmony over an outsider. What do you think? Wang Hua's eyes came open. How can we let it go like that? But Wang Yaoyun had her hand and was holding it hard, and she swallowed it. My grandmother nodded to herself and thought, with some irritation, look at these older ones. Not one of them is as sensible as these two children. And I looked at Wang Yaoyun with genuine surprise, because that was very good, composed, generous, face for everyone. The precise words that would make my grandmother relax. And it was, if you actually listened to it, disgusting. Because, let's call it even, means my sister's back and my mother's mouth are worth my uncle's wrist. And let's not ruin our harmony over an outsider means that the reason this happened is that First Branch chose a stranger over the family. It is a settlement that files the whole thing under First Branch's fault while sounding like a favor. There's no need, I said. Everybody looked up. It was your family's fault to begin with. Saying things like ruining our harmony only makes people think we started it. And then, because she had left it open, instead of that, Wang Yaoyun should worry about her uncle. That wound could get infected. She should get him to a doctor quickly before it turns and he needs the arm off and little aunt has to come and bother my mother about it again. Wang Yaoyun stopped, and I watched my grandmother's head come round. That's right, she thought. Old Five has been bleeding for an hour. Apart from a few words at the start, Wang Yaoyun has not left her mother's side once. If we're worried, we should be treating the arm. She said nothing, but she took back, silently, the things she had thought 2 minutes earlier about the two sensible children. One of them is a troublemaker, the other one is cunning. And it is not stupidity she minds, it is a person who is stupid and believes they are clever. She looked at Li Xiaomin, who had spent an entire fight putting her body in front of her mother, and then at Wang Yaoyun, and she did not say the comparison out loud. She said, Wang Hua, give First Branch 500 yuan, medical expenses and compensation. The room made a noise, and my mother opened her mouth to announce that she did not want their filthy money. I got up on my toes and put my hand over it. Quiet. Don't. She looked at me with her eyebrows up over my fingers, and I could hear it anyway. Honey, Fifth Branch's money is dirty. It's black-hearted money. I am not afraid of you insulting Fifth Branch, Mother. I am afraid you will give that old woman a heart attack, and then none of us walk out of this house today. My grandmother took a very deep breath and looked in the other direction and heard nothing at all. And Wang Hua was more upset about that 500 yuan than she had been about her own face. Mom, you're so biased. Look at what she did to your son. The doctor's fees alone, and you won't make her pay? You want us to pay her? Slapped and asked to offer the other cheek. And Wang Yaoyun, who had been playing this beautifully for 20 minutes, made her first real mistake of the evening. Grandma, she said, I also think this is unreasonable. A fight had happened. Everyone was hurt. Fifth Branch was hurt worst. Why should they pay? And my grandmother's face went dark. First Branch, go home. I knew exactly what that meant and took my mother and my sister and left. Are we leaving? Whispered my sister as we crossed the yard. Did Grandma forget to make us stand in the corner? I looked at her with the deep exhaustion of a woman with one sibling. You be quiet as well. I do not want to stand in a corner. My feet get tired. Time passes. Wouldn't it be better if she forgot? Behind us, my grandmother closed her eyes and heard nothing. We walked home through a street that was very much enjoying itself. First Branch is not popular. Or rather, Fifth Branch is popular, and people who are close to Fifth Branch avoid us as a matter of hygiene. I remembered that this used to sting. It does not sting. Li Mei Ling, said my sister in a small, pleased voice. Don't you think Grandma was good to us today? She even made Fifth Branch pay. I turned and looked at my innocent older sister. Jie, do you actually think Grandma favors us? She started to nod and looked at my face and hesitated. No, is that not it? She used to just shout at us. This time she disciplined Fifth Branch. Of course she doesn't favor us, I said. The reason she disciplined Fifth Branch is that she is on Fifth Branch's side. She stopped in the road. I want to explain this because it took me a while to see it clearly, and it is the single most important thing I learned about that family. The report made my grandparents unhappy. That is between them and me. But Fifth Branch had used the moment to lash out, and whatever my mother said, however inappropriate, it was not a reason to put hands on First Branch. Was my grandmother fair? She was not badly unfair. That is the most anyone in that yard could say. But she still leaned to Fifth Branch. The 500 yuan looked like a fine, and it was not a fine. It was a warning shot. Slow down. Don't do that in front of me again. you are still mine. And the events of that evening had confirmed something for her, which is that she still values Wang Yayun because Wang Yayun is genuinely far more impressive than anybody in First Branch. Which is entirely normal. Elders lack the promising one. It has been that way for 10,000 years. Going against Fifth Branch, right or wrong, does not profit you, but that is fine. You still have to rely on yourself, I said.
What if you lean on a mountain and the mountain falls on you? Relying on yourself is the only version that scales. I did not comfort my sister about it. She had been hit hard enough that day, and you get used to setbacks, and there is no kind way to teach somebody that the person protecting them is only renting. Back in the old house, once everybody else had gone, my grandmother opened her eyes and looked directly at Wang Hua. Be quiet, I don't want to hear you. Then to Wang Yayun. Today, who was right and who was wrong? Wang Yayun knew immediately that it was a test. She went through it several times in her head and then said, carefully, Grandma, I think both sides were wrong. Anything else? She did not know what the old woman wanted. But she had lived a lifetime already, and she knew that Grandma Chin likes quick, intelligent girls, so she adjusted her expression and said, although First Branch did something absurd, Mother was also wrong. For the sake of my late uncle, she shouldn't hold a grudge against Great Aunt. And after all, Aunt Liu is an outsider, and we are family. It's wrong to hurt the family's harmony for an outsider and make you angry all the time. Father shouldn't have interfered either. Wang Bo shouldn't have gone after Mei Ling. Because First Branch started it, said Wang Hua, unable to hold it. Mom, let it go. Don't hold it against Great Aunt. You know that already. And my grandmother sat there and had it confirmed. Li Mei Ling is a troublemaker. Wang Yayun is cunning. And what frightens people is not stupidity. It is stupidity that believes it is cleverness. Li Wen has a sharp tongue, she said coldly. But if you don't provoke her, she never provokes you. What, you're unhappy? Keep it to yourself. Wang Hua ground her teeth. Then Grandma turned to Wang Yayun. You're a fool too. Today your great aunt was wrong. But the person most wrong was your mother. She started it. She went after First Branch herself and expected Li Wen to swallow it. Is your great aunt the sort of woman who swallows things? She should have hit her first. You all deserve it. Wang Yayun's face went red. Because she is not a child. She is a woman in her 20s in a 17-year-old body with a great deal of pride. Mom, it's fine to scold me, said Wang Hua, but why scold Yayun? She was the one who offered to make peace, which is already generous to First Branch. You can't be so biased. And my grandmother laughed, once, with no humor in it at all. I'm biased? If I were truly biased, I should have dealt with all of you today. And then she said it. If I were truly biased, I should not have given your daughter the cultivator testing place behind First Branch's back. The room stopped. Do you think being tested for the country is easy? If a person doesn't even have a normal sense of right and wrong, how do you expect her to achieve anything? How do you expect her to be chosen? What use is intelligence without a straight head? Wang Hua looked at her mother-in-law in real alarm, and then remembered that the letter had already gone and could not be recalled, and breathed out. But she stopped being arrogant, and Wang Yayun, who knew she had displeased the old woman and did not understand what she had actually done wrong, asked, which my grandmother took as a good sign, because a girl who asks is not beyond saving. Grandma, I want to know, what exactly did I do wrong? Your first mistake. Your branch was in the wrong first. Mei Ling reported someone. Fine, it was a hard thing to do. That does not make it wrong. At that school gate, Chin's mother watched that teacher humiliate your cousin with her own eyes. Go home and ask her. If it had not been a teacher, if it had been anybody else, I would have gone at that woman with a knife. Your second mistake. You think offering to reconcile with First Branch was already very understanding. Rubbish. Your great aunt was only interested in your mother. She was fighting your mother. What were you doing in the middle of it? You got Li Xiaomin hurt, and your idiot father as well. Telling you to pay 500 was a warning. Don't imagine you were in the right today. If you really start trouble in this family, never mind Wang Hua, I can put my own son out of this house. Then her face changed. Third, she looked at the girl for a long moment. You have good marks. You learn everything quickly, which is true. Wang Yayun learns anything, immediately, from nothing. My grandmother had genuinely believed she might be the next one, the next ancestor, the next Li Zimin, which is why she put her name forward. But, Yayun, she said, let me give you one piece of advice. Put your attention on your studies. That is the right road. Don't get pulled into your mother's war with First Branch. What do you gain by beating First Branch? A little red flower? Your grandmother registered your name because I hope you will contribute to society like your cousin. But if you have bad intentions and you misuse the small cleverness you have, then it doesn't matter how clever you are. She did not finish the sentence. She did not have to. Because a person like that, raised high, does not become a pillar. They become a wrecking ball with a good education. And my grandmother would rather waste the place entirely. Wang Yayun saw all of it, and her chest went cold because she wanted that place more than she has ever wanted anything. Because in another life, that place changed Li Xiaomin's entire existence, and she was not going to lose it twice. So she went pale and said, Grandma, I was wrong. I'll study hard. My marks haven't slipped. Once term starts, I'll put more energy into them. Mother will apologize to Great Aunt and send the money over. And then, sweetly, because she knew exactly what the old woman wanted to hear, Grandma, when I've made something of myself, I promise you, if Li Xiaomin and Mei Ling of First Branch ever need anything, I will not stand by.
Once you have taken something from first branch, however absurd first branch is, you look after them. Wang Yayun understood that perfectly. My grandmother reserved judgment. Have you already succeeded? You haven't taken the first step of the test and you're describing the view from the summit. She did not comment. She does not care what people say. She cares what they do. And then she looked at Wang Hua and said very quietly, compared to your sister-in-law, I always thought you were the clever one. Today, I've realized you're a fool as well. Wang Hua looked up. Huang Jing has been reported. Somebody pushed you out in front with one sentence and you jumped up and down for her here. Have you considered if Huang Jing really is innocent? Fine. But if something is found and you have been jumping higher than Huang Jing herself, do you think you come out of this clean? Wang Hua did not understand. She understood 11 days later. The investigation team came unannounced as promised, and here is what they found. That Huang Jing had taken money from parents in exchange for where their children sat in the classroom, that she ran private tuition classes for a fee, that she showed open favoritism to the students who enrolled in them and made life difficult for the ones who didn't. And, in the file, the Li Meiling incident. Every one of those things individually is a disciplinary matter. Together they are a pattern, and the pattern had an effect on children, and the Education Bureau does not enjoy being made to look at that. Her teaching certificate was revoked. A colleague went down with her because once they were looking, they kept finding things. And Wang Hua, who had spent 2 days telephoning everyone she could think of, loudly on Huang Jing's behalf, was pulled into it, summoned, and questioned. She was not greedy for money the way Huang Jing was greedy for money. She was greedy for reputation, which is cheaper and harder to prosecute. But there were a few small selfish things, and they were enough. 2 months' salary. The money was not the problem. She is a teacher in a small town where everybody knows everybody, and now everybody knew. And Wang Yayun, watching all of it happen exactly as the old woman had said it would, revised her opinion of her grandmother upward by a very large margin and started taking her advice seriously, which, I would like to note, is the single most dangerous thing that happened to me that year, and I did not notice it at all. Fifth branch paid the 500, and my grandmother added 200 of her own on top of it, and told my mother to buy the children something decent to eat, and sent over 2 new outfits and money for notebooks and books because I was starting school. My mother was overwhelmed. My grandmother had never sent money before in her life. My sister was overjoyed, and I thanked her politely and felt nothing, because I could read it perfectly. The old woman was not being generous to first branch. She was paying compensation on behalf of fifth branch out of her own pocket to keep the peace. If she had punished fifth branch and left it there, that would have been fairness. Sending money afterwards is management. I have never expected much from my grandmother, and I have never been disappointed by her, and those 2 facts are the same fact. You cannot argue an elder out of preferring the clever one. It has been true for 10,000 years, and it will be true for 10,000 more. So don't complain, change the arithmetic. That night I took out a pen and paper at 9 o'clock and started drawing. My sister, getting into bed, looked over. What are you writing? Aren't you going to sleep? I checked the time. It's 9 o'clock and you're going to sleep? She blinked at me with total innocence. Why wouldn't she? Shouldn't everyone go to bed at 9? I looked at her with what I want to describe as scientific disdain and did the arithmetic out loud because that is my one real cruelty. There are 24 hours in a day. You sleep at 9 and get up at 7. That's 10 hours. 14 left. 2 hours for eating. So you spend 12 hours a day sleeping and eating. That's 120 hours in 10 days. 300 hours a month. If you spent 390 hours studying instead, you'd learn 20 new characters and memorize 5 poems and do 100 other things besides. I put the pen down. Young lady, time is not something you throw away like that. My sister sat on the edge of her bed and did not know where to put her face. I only wanted to go to bed early. Adults always say go to bed early. Why does it sound like I've committed a crime? I actually felt a little bad about it. Everyone has their own road, and it is right to respect people's roads. Go to sleep, I said. And then, can you sleep with the light on? If not, I'll work in the front room. It's fine. She sleeps like a felled tree. Tell me if it bothers you and I'll move. What I was drawing was a computer, and it was not an ordinary one. There are portable computers on the market in 1999, and every one of them is a brick. They weigh what a small child weighs. The screen is tiny and the machine underneath it is enormous, because with the technology available, you cannot sacrifice performance for weight, and the performance is already bad enough that sacrificing any of it makes the machine useless. So the whole category is a joke that costs a fortune. I was going to have to make some of the software myself, some of the main equipment as well, eventually when I had a workspace, which I did not have and would not have for a long time. I wrote and got stuck and threw the sheet down and started another. Wrote, stuck, threw it down, and then found the rhythm and stopped noticing the room, which is when I became aware that I was being watched. My sister had not gone to sleep. She was sitting up in bed with her chin on her knees watching me work, and she had been there for some time, and she had picked up enough over the past few weeks to know roughly what a mainboard does and what the processor is for. And the number I had thrown at her was going round and round in her head. 300 hours a month. She reached over the side of the bed and got her bag and took out the script. It was for a new film. It had nothing to do with her. Every part in it had already been cast, and she had one very minor supporting role, a handful of lines. She flipped through it the way she always did, which is to say, not really. And then she stopped, near the front, at a character description, and started reading it properly. and kept reading. I looked up at one point and she had a finger on the page and her lips were moving. I wrote until 1 in the morning. She was still awake. She had read the whole thing twice by then, and she was making notes in the margin in her terrible handwriting. I want to be clear that this is not a large thing. She did not become a great actress that night. She read a script. But I came back into this world in a pigsty on New Year's Eve, 3 weeks earlier, and on that first night my sister had been standing in a room being told to persuade her mother to stop being a burden. And she had gone to Film City to be beaten for a part where the entire job was to be looked at. And now she was sitting up at 1 in the morning, of her own accord, working. I put my pen down and turned off the lamp, and we went to sleep at the same time. I owed 150,000 yuan in 11 weeks. I had a shop full of computers that did not officially exist, a partner who had mortgaged his house, a school place I had taken by force, a teacher who was about to lose her certificate, and an aunt who was about to lose 2 months' pay and would never once, for the rest of her life, forgive me for either. And I had one loose thread that I could not put down, because on the day my sister was beaten, I had stood in Fifth Branch's front room and said, without really thinking about it, that my father had given his life for something he did for them. I had said it the way you throw a stone into a dark room to hear how big it is, and my uncle had said, Li Mei Ling, that's all in the past. Not, that isn't true. Not, you've misunderstood. He said, that's in the past, which is a sentence you only ever use about something that happened. My father borrowed money and bought a repair shop, and then he went away, and then he stopped existing, and everyone on this street says the word died, and nobody says the word to my mother, and 8 years later there is still no grave, no account, no explanation, and a household with 1 million yuan of debt on it. And Fifth Branch, who cannot stand us, who have spent 8 years stepping on us, were willing to put 150,000 yuan on the table. Nobody puts 150,000 yuan on the table for a family they despise in exchange for a maid worth 200 a month. That money did not come from kindness. That money came from somewhere. And my mother, who tells me everything, has never told me that. So no, I did not go to sleep thinking about the debt. I went to sleep thinking about my uncle's face when I said the words, your Fifth Branch, and about how quickly he had reached for the word past. Somebody in this family is holding something that belongs to my father. And I have 11 weeks, a workshop, and absolutely nothing left.